Welcome back, legends, and if you're new here, welcome to the ultimate world of magical what-if fanfictions. Here, we explore alternate destinies, unstoppable power awakenings, and the darkest secrets the wizarding world never revealed. In today's video, we uncover a question that could change Harry Potter's fate forever. What if Harry Potter awakened as a Dragon Animagus and burned the Dursleys' house to ashes? And hey, if you love powerful Harry Potter alternate stories, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Because we upload daily magical what-if videos you definitely don't want to miss. Alright, let's unlock the magic, and witness how Harry's entire destiny is rewritten. Chapter 1. The air in the cupboard under the stairs tasted of dust and despair. Harry Potter curled tighter on the thin mattress, his knees drawn to his chest, trying to press the ache from his empty stomach. The day had been a special kind of awful. Dudley's birthday, a spectacle of excess that left Harry with a burnt piece of toast for breakfast and the blistering task of cleaning the entire garden shed under a scornful sun. But it wasn't the hunger or the sunburn that pulsed through him now, a raw, hot thrum just beneath his skin. It was the anger. It was a living thing, coiled in his gut. It remembered every locked door, every shrill insult from Aunt Petunia, every blow from Uncle Vernon's meaty hands. It remembered the lies, the car crash that killed his parents, the shame of his existence. It remembered the loneliness, a cold, hollow space no amount of chores could fill. Tonight, the anger wasn't sleeping. It was restless, itching, burning. He pressed his forehead against the rough wood of the door, listening to the faint sounds of the television, a laugh track that sounded like mocking hyenas. A pressure began to build behind his eyes, a tight, pulsing heat. He screwed them shut, but the darkness behind his lids wasn't black, it was streaked with orange and gold, like the heart of a furnace. His skin prickled, not with cold, but with an impossible internal warmth. He thought he might be ill. The strange things that happened around him, the shrinking sweater, the glass vanishing at the zoo, they were always accidents, bursts of panic. This was different. This was a tide rising from within, deliberate and fierce. Stop it, he whispered to himself, his voice a ragged thread in the dark. Just stop. But the heat only intensified. It flowed down his arms, into his fingertips. He imagined, for a wild, terrifying second, that he could see a faint, shimmering haze coming off his hands. The air in the cupboard grew thick, harder to breathe. It smelled not of dust, but of ozone, of a coming storm, of something ancient and sharp. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked. Uncle Vernon's heavy tread moved towards the top of the stairs. Harry held his breath, willing the strange sensation to subside. The footsteps paused right above his head. He could picture Vernon's small, piggy eyes, his mustache bristling as he listened for any sign of disobedience. The anger surged again, white hot. He's checking his lock. Like I'm an animal. Like I'm nothing. Asterisk. A single, scorching thought crystallized in his mind, clear and sharp as broken glass. I wish I could burn it all down. Asterisk. The thought was a key turning in a lock he never knew he had. A searing pain ripped through his spine. He stifled a cry, biting down on the worn fabric of his pillow. His bones didn't break, they sang, they shifted, they rearranged. Agony, bright and total, consumed him. His skin stretched, his senses exploded. The dusty smell of the cupboard magnified 1,000-fold, each particle distinct. He could hear the scurrying of a spider in the far corner, the frantic beat of its tiny heart. He could hear the rustle of Aunt Petunia's polyester nightdress as she turned in her bed, the gurgle of water in the house's pipes. And he could smell them, the Dursleys. Vernon's sweat and pomade, Petunia's harsh soap and underlying fear, Dudley's sickly sweet candy scent laced with greed. The scents were repulsive, overwhelming. He tried to move, to push himself up, but his body was no longer his own. His limbs were heavy, powerful. He touched his face and felt not skin, but hard, cool scales. Panic, pure and undiluted, shot through him. He thrashed, and the cupboard door, the stout, locked door that had been his prison for 10 years, splintered into kindling with a sound like a gunshot. He stumbled out into the narrow hallway, a creature of nightmare and legend. He looked down, and in the dim light from the street lamp filtering through the frosted glass of the front door, he saw claws. Black, curved, wickedly sharp claws where his hands should be. He saw a forearm covered in overlapping scales of deep, volcanic black, shimmering with hints of crimson and gold like embers in a dark fire. His shadow, thrown against the wall by the distant light, was monstrous, a long neck, a powerful, coiled body, a tail. A dragon. Asterisk. The word echoed in a mind that was both his and not his. It was instinct, a truth written into his new flesh. He was a dragon, small for the tales, perhaps the size of a large horse, but undeniably real. Magic, not as a funny trick or a moment of fear, but as a fundamental, transformative force, roared through his blood. The house above him erupted in noise. A startled shout from Vernon. A high-pitched shriek from Petunia. Dudley's wail of terror. Thundering footsteps on the stairs. Boy! Vernon's roar was laced with fury and a new, trembling fear. What have you done? You freak. Vernon appeared at the top of the stairs, a cricket bat held in a white-knuckled grip, his face purpling. Petunia hovered behind him, her face a mask of horror, one long finger pointing at Harry. Vernon. It's unnatural. The sight of them, the sound of that word, freak, acted like a bellows on the furnace inside him. The dragon's instincts and Harry's own decade of pain merged into a single, furious imperative. Threat. Enemies. Defend. Destroy. Asterisk. A deep, rumbling growl vibrated in his chest, a sound that shook the pictures on the walls. Vernon staggered back a step, his courage faltering. But then his eyes landed on the shattered cupboard, his violated domain. Rage overcame his fear. I'll beat it out of you. I'll beat you back to normal. He charged down the stairs, bat raised. Harry didn't think. He opened his mouth. It wasn't breath. It was conflagration. A jet of brilliant, blue-white flame erupted from his jaws, not a loose spray, but a focused, searing lance. It missed Vernon, by inches, singing the hairs on his arm. It struck the floral wallpaper of the stairwell. The reaction was instantaneous. The paper didn't just burn, it vaporized. The plaster beneath blackened and cracked. The fire, this magical fire, clung and devoured with terrifying hunger. Vernon screamed, dropping the bat, which clattered down the stairs. He fell backwards, scrambling on all fours like a crab. Petunia's screams reached a deafening pitch. The smell of smoke, of melting plastic and burning wood, filled the air. The fire spread with unnatural speed, racing up the stairs, across the landing, lapping at the ceiling. The heat in the hallway became immense, but Harry, within his scaled form, felt only a comfortable warmth. The flames danced around him, beautiful and deadly, but they did not touch him. A part of him, the small, skinny boy who lived in the cupboard, watched in mute, horrified shock. What have I done? But that voice was drowned out by a profound, savage satisfaction. The bars of his cage were melting. The walls of his prison were falling. The Dursleys' perfect, hateful world was turning to ash. Dudley appeared, bawling, his face blotchy with terror. He tried to run past, towards the front door. Harry turned his long neck, the motion sinuous and alien to him. He didn't breathe fire. He simply looked at his cousin, those large, reptilian eyes taking in the sheer, stupid fear. Dudley froze, a rabbit before a predator, then tripped over his own feet and lay sobbing on the hallway floor. Get out! Vernon bellowed, grabbing Dudley and dragging him towards the kitchen and the back door. Petunia, move! They fled, a tangle of nightclothes and panic, abandoning their home, abandoning him. Harry was alone in the inferno. The fire sang to him. It was a chorus of crackling, roaring liberation. The sofa in the living room was a bonfire. The doily-covered television exploded with a hollow pop. The roof groaned. Embers fell like fiery snow. He should be afraid. He should be trying to escape. But the dragon form felt strong, invulnerable. And the anger was finally quiet. It had been given a voice, and its voice was flame. He took a step, his clawed foot crushing the remains of a porcelain figurine, a dancing dog Aunt Petunia had prized. He moved through the heart of the blaze, towards the shattered front door frame. The night air outside was cool and sweet in comparison. He stood on the front lawn of number 4, Privet Drive. The house was a silhouette against a wall of orange and red, a roaring, weeping pyre against the tidy, sleeping street. Windows in neighboring houses began to light up. Distant screams of fire echoed. Sirens wailed, growing closer. He had done this. He, Harry Potter, was a dragon. He had burned his home to the ground. A profound loneliness, colder than any cupboard, sharper than any hunger, pierced through the heat of his triumph. He had no cage now. But he also had nowhere to go. He was a monster on a suburban lawn, with the evidence of his power lighting up the sky. The dragon's instincts prickled. Danger. Exposure. The sirens were close. Flashing blue lights appeared at the end of the street. He couldn't be seen. Not like this. But how did he change back? The transformation had been born of pain and rage. How did he undo it? He focused, thinking of hands, of soft skin, of being small and hidden. He concentrated with all his might. For a long, terrifying moment, nothing happened. The scales remained, the fire in his belly simmered. Then, a different kind of pain, a wrenching, shrinking sensation. The world seemed to grow enormous around him. The scales melted away, the powerful limbs retracted. He collapsed onto the damp grass, naked, shivering, human once more. The cold of the night bit into his skin. The roar of the fire was distant thunder to his human ears. He was just a small, thin boy, watching his house burn. He heard the screech of tires, the slamming of doors. Shouts of firefighters, the gasps of neighbors gathering. He had to move. He scrambled backwards on his hands and feet, then stood, stumbling into the shadows of the perfectly trimmed hedge that separated number 4 from number 3. The prickly branches scratched his bare skin, but he pressed deeper, making himself small, invisible. From his hiding place, he watched. The firefighters unspooled hoses, but the flames seemed to resist the water, burning hotter, brighter. The Dursleys were a huddled, blanket-wrapped trio across the street, being questioned by a police officer. Vernon was gesturing wildly, his face a cartoon of outrage. He was pointing at the house, shouting words Harry could just make out. The boy. It was the boy. He's a freak. A dangerous freak. The policeman looked skeptical, writing in a notebook. He glanced towards the flaming wreckage, then back at Vernon, clearly thinking the man was in shock. A new figure arrived. Not a firefighter, not a policeman. A tall, stern-looking woman in a tartan skirt and a monocle, her hair in a tight bun. She moved with an authority that cut through the chaos. She spoke to the police officer, showed him something in her leather handbag. The officer's demeanor changed instantly. He nodded, stepped back. The woman's gaze swept the scene, sharp and missing nothing. It lingered on the Dursleys with clear distaste, then scanned the shadows of the gardens. Harry held his breath, pressing his face into the dirt. His heart hammered against his ribs. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him deeper than the night air, that she was not from Little Whinging. She was from his world. The world of the vanishing glass, of the people in cloaks he sometimes saw in his dreams. She was here because of the magic. Because of him. The woman, Professor McGonagall, though he did not know it, turned and spoke to a man who had appeared beside her, a man with long, silver hair and a beard that shone like the moonlit smoke. He wore robes of deep blue, embroidered with stars, and he leaned on a long, polished staff. His eyes, even from this distance, seemed to hold all the light of the fire and the coolness of the night sky within them. Albus Dumbledore observed the burning house, not with alarm, but with a deep, sorrowful understanding. He said something to McGonagall, then his gaze, gentle and all-knowing, shifted. It found the gap in the hedge. It found Harry's wide, terrified eyes staring back from the darkness. A silent communication passed between them. An acknowledgement. There was no anger in that look, no condemnation. Only a profound, weary sadness, and a flicker of something else, a spark of awe, quickly hidden. Dumbledore gave the faintest nod. Then he raised his staff, a wand, Harry realized, and gave it a subtle, complex twist. The world folded. It wasn't like moving. It was like being squeezed through a tight, dark tube, then spat out onto a cold, hard surface. The sounds of the fire, the sirens, the shouting, all vanished, replaced by a deep, echoing silence and the smell of old stone and dust. Harry retched, his empty stomach convulsing. He was no longer outside. He was in a vast, shadowy hall, lit by torches that flickered in sconces on towering walls. Starlight streamed through high, arched windows. And above him, a ceiling showed not plaster, but the night sky itself, clouds drifting lazily across a field of stars. He was naked, alone, and shivering on the floor of what could only be a castle. Footsteps echoed on the flagstones. Slow, deliberate. He looked up, pulling his knees to his chest, trying to cover himself. Albus Dumbledore walked towards him, his robes whispering on the stone. He stopped a few feet away, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't speak words of comfort. He simply looked down at the boy who had become a dragon, who had burned his only home to ashes, and who now trembled on the floor of a new, impossible world. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore said, his voice a low rumble that filled the silent hall. It held no warmth, no twinkle. It was the voice of a judge confronting a profound, unforeseen truth. "What have you done?" The words hung in the starlit air, heavy with the scent of smoke that still clung to Harry's skin. The cliffhanger wasn't a question of action, but of consequence. He was no longer the boy who lived in a cupboard. He was the boy who could become a dragon. And the wizard who knew everything, knew nothing about this. The silence in the great hall was a physical presence, thick and cold as the flagstones beneath him. Dumbledore's question echoed off the distant ceiling, bouncing among the stars painted, no, living, above them. Harry could only stare, his mouth dry, his body a map of new aches and old bruises. The residual warmth of the dragon fire was gone, leached away by the castle's ancient chill. He was a scrap of human misery on the vast stone floor. The word was a croak, torn from a raw throat. He had no answer that wouldn't sound like madness. "I got angry. I turned into a monster. I burned everything." Dumbledore did not press. He studied Harry with an intensity that felt like being dissected under a bright light. The headmaster's eyes, usually twinkling with kindly curiosity, were now chips of flint blue ice, scanning, assessing. They took in the soot smudges, the scrapes from the hedge, the way Harry's ribs stood out in sharp relief against his pale skin with each shivering breath. The scrutiny was worse than Uncle Vernon's rages. This was a seeing, a knowing that went straight through to the core of what had happened. With a slow, deliberate movement, Dumbledore drew his wand from within his sleeve. Harry flinched, a full-body recoil that made his shoulders slam against the cold stone behind him. He expected a curse, a binding, something to cage the beast. But Dumbledore merely gave the wand a gentle, fluid flick. A soft, woolen blanket, gray and thick, materialized in the air and settled around Harry's shoulders. The warmth was immediate, a shocking contrast that made his teeth start to chatter violently. A second flick, and a simple pair of cotton pajamas, a little too large, appeared folded beside him. "Dress," Dumbledore said, his tone permitting no argument. He turned his back, giving a semblance of privacy, his gaze fixed on the high, enchanted ceiling. Harry's fingers, numb and clumsy, fumbled with the clothes. The fabric was soft, alien against his skin after a lifetime of Vernon's itchy cast-offs. The pajamas hung off his frame, the sleeves covering his hands, the trousers pooling around his ankles. He pulled the blanket tight, burying his nose in it. It smelled of lavender and old books, a clean, safe smell that somehow made the tears prickle hotter behind his eyes. He would not cry. "Not here. You may turn around, headmaster," he whispered, the title feeling strange in his mouth. Dumbledore turned. His expression had softened a fraction, the stern judge giving way to the weary professor. "Come," he said, and began to walk towards the large doors at the end of the hall. His steps were silent on the stone. Harry scrambled to his feet, the blanket clutched like a shield, and followed, his bare feet slapping softly. He felt infinitesimally small trailing the tall, straight-backed figure. They did not speak as they traversed corridors. The castle was a sleeping giant, all shadow and suggestion. Armor stood sentinel in niches, their helmets following their passage with empty-eyed stares. Portraits snored in their frames, curls of painted smoke rising from a wizard's pipe. Staircases shifted in the periphery, but the one Dumbledore chose remained steadfast. Harry's mind was a whirlwind of panic and exhaustion, but one thought burned clear: he was not being taken to a cupboard. He was being led deeper into the heart of this impossible place. They stopped before a grotesque stone gargoyle that guarded a spiral staircase. Dumbledore did not speak a password. He simply looked at it, and after a moment, the gargoyle sprang aside, the wall behind it grinding open to reveal the ascending steps. The headmaster's office was a revelation of controlled chaos. It was circular, full of soft, humming silver instruments that whirred and puffed on spindly tables. Portraits of old witches and wizards dozed in heavy frames. A magnificent, claw-footed desk dominated the room, and behind it, on a perch of polished oak, sat a beautiful bird with crimson and gold plumage, watching Harry with bright, black eyes. Its gaze held a strange intelligence. A faint smell of lemon drops and burnt sugar hung in the air. "Sit, Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a comfortable armchair opposite the desk. He himself settled in the high-backed chair, steepling his fingers, the tips resting against his lips. Harry perched on the edge of the chair, unable to relax into its plush depths. The phoenix, for he somehow knew that's what it was, let out a soft, musical cry. A sense of calm, fragile but real, washed over him. His shivering subsided. "You have had," Dumbledore began, his voice now quieter, "a most remarkable and terrible night. Before we speak of what occurred, I must ask, were you injured? In any way that Madame Pomfrey, our healer, should see?" Harry shook his head mutely. His injuries were not of the body. They were the echoes of cracking bones, the ghost of fire in his throat, the scorch mark on his soul. "Very well." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Minerva, Professor McGonagall, is ensuring the situation in Little Whinging is contained. The fire, thanks to my intervention, was attributed to a faulty gas line. A tragic accident. Your relatives are unharmed, though considerably distressed." He said the last word with a faint, dry edge. "They are being relocated to a hotel for the evening, under a mild confundus charm to encourage their acceptance of this narrative. The statute of secrecy remains intact, if precariously." Harry absorbed this. Gas line. Accident. Lies. More lies, but these were to protect him, to protect this secret world. The Dursleys were safe. He didn't know how to feel about that. A part of him, the dragon part, hissed in disappointment. The boy part felt a hollow relief. He hadn't meant to kill them. He had just meant to make the pain stop. "Now," Dumbledore said, his eyes unwavering. "Tell me, in your own words, from the beginning." And so, haltingly, Harry spoke. He spoke of the cupboard, of the anger that was a constant companion, hotter and sharper than ever before. He described the pressure, the heat building behind his eyes, the smell of ozone. He told of the pain of the transformation, the singing bones, the stretching skin. He described the power in his new limbs, the clarity of his senses, the way the fire felt like an extension of his own fury. He did not shy from the truth. He told of Vernon charging, of the jet of blue-white flame, of watching the hatred in their eyes turn to pure terror. He told of standing in the inferno, feeling both triumph and a loneliness so vast it swallowed him whole. He did not look at Dumbledore as he spoke. He looked at his own hands, small and human again, resting in his lap. They seemed like pathetic, foreign things. When he finished, the office was silent save for the gentle whirring of a silver instrument that looked like a miniature galaxy. Dumbledore had not interrupted once. "An animagus transformation," Dumbledore said at last, the word heavy in the quiet room. "But not like any recorded in magical history. Animagi assume the form of terrestrial animals. A cat, a dog, a bird. The process is long, arduous, requiring immense skill and control. It is never triggered by raw emotion in a child. And it is certainly never a dragon." He stood and paced slowly to a high bookshelf, pulling down a heavy, leather-bound tome. He blew dust from its cover, the particles dancing in a shaft of moonlight. "Magic Most Extreme, a treatise on forbidden transfigurations, on the nature of therianthropic magic," he trailed off, flipping pages with a long finger. "Dragons are not animals, Harry. They are magical beings of immense, wild power. They are a force of nature. The human mind is not meant to encompass such a form. The magic required, it should have torn you apart." He closed the book with a soft thud and turned back to Harry. "And yet, here you sit. You transformed, and you returned. The ability to revert is, in some ways, more remarkable than the initial change. It suggests a level of innate control, or perhaps a unique magical symbiosis, that is, unprecedented." Harry finally found his voice. "What does it mean?" he asked, the question barely a whisper. "It means," Dumbledore said, returning to his chair, "that you are unique in ways we never anticipated. The magic that spared you from Lord Voldemort left its mark. We called it a scar." His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, hidden beneath his fringe. "But it appears it may have done more. It may have altered the very fabric of your magical core, woven something ancient into your being. A connection to a more primal, destructive magic. The magic of creation and ruin. The magic of fire." The phoenix on its perch trilled again, a mournful, beautiful sound. "I am afraid, Harry," Dumbledore continued, his voice grave, "that your path has just become exponentially more complex. You were already a symbol. A beacon of hope for our world, a target for the darkness that still lingers. Now you are also a walking miracle, or a walking catastrophe. The Ministry of Magic, should they learn of this, would panic. There are those who would wish to study you like a rare specimen. Others who would see you locked away as a dangerous creature. And there are those, the followers of Voldemort, who would desire this power for themselves, or who would seek to destroy it simply because it is extraordinary and not under their control. The weight of it settled on Harry's narrow shoulders, heavier than any load of Vernon's gardening equipment. He wasn't just an orphan. He wasn't just a wizard. He was a freak among freaks. A problem to be solved. What do I do? The helplessness in his own voice sickened him. For now, you remain here. At Hogwarts. The castle's ancient protections are the strongest in Britain. They can shield you, and shield others from you, while we attempt to understand this. Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. You must learn control, Harry. Absolute, ironclad control. The emotions that triggered this, they are not your enemy. Your anger is justified. Your pain is real. But in you, they are not just feelings. They are a catalyst for an uncontrollable force. You must learn to master them, or they will master you. And next time, the consequences could be cataclysmic. Control. The word was a cold stone in his gut. He'd spent his life controlling himself, stifling cries, hiding hurts, making himself small and quiet. Now he had to control a dragon. How? He breathed. We will begin with the basics. Acclumency. Harry blinked. Acclumency. The magical defense of the mind. It is a discipline of meditation, of mental fortitude. It teaches one to shield one's thoughts and emotions, to achieve a state of inner stillness. It is the first, essential step. Your mind must become a calm pool, not a stormy sea, lest the storm manifest in the world outside. Dumbledore sighed. I had hoped to spare you such advanced training for a few years yet. Circumstances, it seems, have forced our hand. I will be your instructor, for now. He rose again and moved to a cabinet, withdrawing a small, simple stone basin. He placed it on the desk. From his wand tip, he drew a silvery, gossamer thread of memory and let it fall into the basin, where it swirled like liquid mercury. But first, there is something you must see. Knowledge is the foundation of control. You must understand what you are, and from whence this connection may have sprung. He gestured to the basin. This is a pensive. It allows one to view memories. This is a memory of my own, from long ago. It concerns a wizard who studied dragon magic more deeply than any before or since. Hesitantly, Harry stood and approached the desk. The silvery substance swirled hypnotically. Place your face close to the surface, Dumbledore instructed. Do not be afraid. Harry took a breath, leaned over, and fell. The world dissolved into a blur of color and sound, then solidified. He was standing in a rocky, mountainous landscape under a bleak, gray sky. The air was cold and thin, and it reeked of sulfur and charred meat. Before him stood a younger Dumbledore, his hair and beard auburn, his face less lined but no less grave. Beside him was a wizard Harry didn't recognize, a thin, intense man with burning eyes, his robes singed at the edges. The Hungarian horntail is the most dangerous of all common breeds, Albus. The man was saying, his voice fervent. But it's fire, you see the blue at the heart of the flame. That is not mere heat. It is magical incineration. It does not just burn, it unravels. I believe a wizard, with the right affinity, could channel that principle. Galvin, young Dumbledore said, his voice calm but firm. This path is too dangerous. Draconic magic is not meant to be wielded by human hands. It is wild. It consumes. Your experiments have already cost 2 lives. A price for progress. Galvin cried, gesturing to a cave mouth that smoked ominously. We tame other magical creatures. We use their parts, their essences. Why should their greatest magic be beyond us? Imagine, Albus, a spell that doesn't stun or bind, but that utterly erases dark magic, dark creatures, even a dark lord's protections. The magic that could erase a Horcrux could also erase a soul, Dumbledore replied sadly. It is a power of absolute ends. There is no nuance in dragonfire. Only existence, or ash. The memory shifted. Now they were inside the cave, which was lit by the restless, fiery breaths of a gigantic, black-scaled dragon chained to the rock by thick, glowing bonds. Its eyes were pools of molten fury. Galvin stood before it, his wand raised, chanting in a guttural language. A tendril of the dragon's blue-tinged flame was being drawn, against its will, towards the tip of his wand. The air screamed with the strain. I can bind it. I can make it mine. Galvin shrieked over the roar. The dragon thrashed. One massive chain snapped, whipping through the air. Galvin's concentration broke. The bound flame recoiled, but not back to the dragon. It lashed out like a living serpent, wrapping around Galvin. He did not even have time to scream. He turned to a blackened statue, then crumbled into a pile of fine, dark ash that the cave winds scattered in an instant. Young Dumbledore raised his wand, not to fight the dragon, but to reinforce the remaining chains with a flash of golden light, his face etched with profound grief and failure. The scene faded. Harry stumbled back from the pensive, gasping, his heart hammering. The smell of ash was in his nose. He saw the man disintegrate, turning to nothing. Galvin Gentry, Dumbledore said quietly, banishing the memory back into his own temple with a tap of his wand. A brilliant, reckless man. He believed dragon magic could be harnessed as a weapon of light. He was wrong. The power is neutral. It is pure, destructive transformation. It does not discriminate. What you breathed tonight, Harry, was not ordinary fire. It was magical fire. The same nature as a horntail's flame, though I suspect yours is purer, somehow. More intrinsic. You did not harness it. You generated it. Harry looked at his hands again. They had made that ash. They could turn a living person to dust. The horror of it was a cold wave, washing away the last embers of savage satisfaction. He was not powerful. He was a loaded weapon with no safety. The connection, Harry whispered, understanding dawning with terrible clarity. You think, because I survived the killing curse, because of the Horcrux inside me, he couldn't say it. The idea that a piece of the darkest wizard's soul was nestled within his own was a horror he could barely touch. Dumbledore's face was grim. It is a theory. The curse that rebounded was of ancient, death-dealing magic. The magic you manifested is of ancient, primal creation and destruction. Opposites, and yet two sides of the same profound coin. In the cauldron of that fateful night, something may have been fused within you. A capacity that should not exist. He leaned forward, his blue eyes holding Harry's. This is why control is not a request, Harry. It is an imperative. You must learn to contain this. To understand it. Or the world will have no choice but to fear you, and to act accordingly. There was a soft knock on the office door. It opened before Dumbledore could call out, and Professor McGonagall entered. Her face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line. She looked at Harry, and for a fleeting moment, her stern expression faltered, showing a glimpse of something like pity and deep alarm. The Dursleys are settled, Albus, she said, her voice clipped. The Obliviators have finished with the neighbors. The incident is closed, officially. Her eyes returned to Harry. And the boy. He remains with us, Minerva. He will be staying at Hogwarts for the remainder of the summer. We have much to discuss regarding his unique circumstances. McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly, but she nodded. Where shall he sleep? The dormitories are empty. The room adjoining mine will suffice for now. It is secure, and I will be close at hand. This seemed to both reassure and concern her further. She gave a sharp nod. Very well. I shall have some proper clothes and toiletries sent up. She turned to leave, then paused, looking back at Harry. There was a long, heavy silence. Potter, she said finally, her voice unusually soft. What you did, it was a very grave thing. But you are here now. You are safe. Try to rest. Her words were meant to comfort, but they only highlighted the vast chasm between his reality and anything resembling safety. He was safe from the Muggles. But was Hogwarts safe from him? After she left, Dumbledore led Harry through a door beside the Phoenix's perch into a small, neat bedroom. It held a single four-poster bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a window looking out over the dark grounds and the Black Lake. It was 100 times larger than his cupboard. It felt like a cage of a different kind. We will begin Acclumency lessons tomorrow afternoon, Dumbledore said from the doorway. For tonight, sleep. Fox's song will guard your dreams from the worst of the echoes. Do not attempt to transform. Do not dwell on the fire. Focus on your breathing, in and out. Be still. He closed the door. Harry heard the faint click of a lock, not a physical one, but a whisper of magic sealing him in. Alone, he sat on the edge of the impossibly soft bed. He looked out the window at the starry sky, the same stars that had watched his home burn. He thought of the Dursleys in their hotel, confused and furious. He thought of the man, Galvin, turning to ash. He thought of the dragon's power, coiled inside him like a sleeping serpent. He brought his hands up before his face in the moonlight. They were just hands. Small. Vulnerable. He clenched them into fists, so tight his nails bit into his palms. A tiny, focused point of anger, of desperation. Burn, he thought, not at the world, but at his own helplessness. For a single, heart-stopping second, a wisp of smoke, fragrant with ozone and heat, curled from between his clenched fingers. No flame. Just smoke. A promise. A threat. He gasped, flinging his hands apart as if burned. The smoke dissipated. Control. It was going to be a long, terrifying road. He lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket over his head, making a dark, familiar cave. But the silence here was different. It was watchful. It was full of ancient magic and the weight of a headmaster's grave expectations. And deep within his chest, beneath the human heartbeat, something warm and vast and ancient shifted in its sleep, dreaming of fire and flight. The cliffhanger was not an external threat, but an internal one. The lock on the door was to keep the world out, and to keep him in. And in the dark, Harry Potter wondered, with a chill that had nothing to do with the castle's stone, which side of that door the real monster was on. The scent of lemon drops and old parchment did little to calm the storm inside him. Harry sat in the same armchair in Dumbledore's office, sunlight now streaming through the high windows, painting dust motes gold. It felt like a lifetime since he'd huddled here in the dark, not just hours. He'd slept in fits, his dreams a chaotic montage of soaring over mountains and the sickening crunch of his own bones reforming. He'd woken with the taste of smoke on his tongue. Dumbledore sat opposite him, not behind the imposing desk, but in a simpler chair, creating a fragile illusion of equality. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his perch, his head tilted. Acclumency, Dumbledore began, his voice measured, is not about suppression. It is not about building walls. Walls can be breached. It is about understanding the landscape of your own mind so thoroughly that an intruder finds no purchase. It is about becoming the master of your inner weather, so that no emotional storm can sweep you away without your consent. Harry nodded, though the words felt abstract, distant. His inner weather felt like a permanent hurricane. We will start with the most basic exercise, clearing the mind. I want you to close your eyes. Focus on your breathing, in and out. When a thought arises, a memory, a fear, a sensation, acknowledge it. Do not clutch it. Do not fight it. Simply note its presence, and let it pass, like a leaf floating down a stream. Your breath is the stream. Your focus is the banks. Your thoughts are the leaves. Harry closed his eyes. The darkness behind his lids was immediately crowded. The roar of flames, Petunia's scream, the feel of scales, the smell of the Dursleys' burning couch, the image of Galvin Gentry dissolving into ash. His breath hitched. A hot spike of panic shot through him. He clenched his fists. Let it pass, Harry, Dumbledore's voice was a soft anchor. The leaf on the stream. It is there. It is not you. Let it float by. He tried. He imagined a stream, cool and clear, somewhere in the forbidden forest he'd seen from his window. He saw a leaf, burning at the edges, sizzling as it touched the water. It wouldn't float. It hissed and stuck. I can't, he muttered, opening his eyes, frustration a sharp tang in his mouth. It's all fire. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Perhaps we begin with a more tangible focus. A single, simple object. From his pocket, he drew a small, smooth, gray stone. He placed it on the low table between them. Look at this stone. Study it. See every tiny pit, every variation in its color. Feel its weight in your hand. Think of nothing but the stone. Its history. Its silence. Its simplicity. When your mind wanders, and it will, gently bring it back to the stone. Not with force, with a whisper. Harry picked up the stone. It was cool, heavier than it looked. He traced a faint white vein with his thumb. He tried to think only of its solidity, its age. For 3 heartbeats, it worked. Then a whisper in his blood, this is not your nature. Your nature is to burn, to melt, to reduce stone to slag. Asterisk. The stone grew warm in his palm. Not from his body heat. From within. A faint, reddish glow emanated from its core, like an ember waking. Harry dropped it with a gasp. It clattered on the table, smoking slightly, the scent of heated minerals sharp in the air. Dumbledore did not look surprised. He looked profoundly weary. The connection is deep. Your magic, even at rest, resonates with transformative heat. Acclumency will be challenging, but all the more essential. He retrieved the stone, now cooling, and pocketed it. We will try again. But first, we must address the physical. You cannot master the mind if the body is a stranger. Your transformation was traumatic, instinctual. You must become acquainted with this new aspect of yourself, not as a monster, but as a part of your whole. In a controlled environment, a cold dread, different from the fear of fire, seeped into Harry's bones. You want me to change. Again. Not today. But soon. And not here. There is a place within the castle, a room that has been prepared. A place where you can do no harm, and no harm can come to you. For now, we continue with the stone. The next hour was a cycle of failure. The stone grew warm, then hot. A quill Dumbledore provided for focus charred at the tip without touching flame. Harry's frustration mounted, a tight ball of heat in his chest. Each failure felt like a confirmation of the thing he feared most, that he was fundamentally, irrevocably broken. A wrong thing. Finally, Dumbledore called a halt. Enough. You are exhausting yourself, and frustration is the enemy of control. There is another matter to attend to. He stood and moved to his desk, withdrawing a long, thin package wrapped in brown paper. He placed it in Harry's lap. Your Hogwarts letter arrived some weeks ago. It was delivered to Privet Drive. Professor McGonagall retrieved it from the ruins. His eyes twinkled faintly for the first time. Along with this, it seems to have avoided the conflagration. With trembling fingers, Harry tore the paper. Inside was a note, and beneath it, a long, slim box of polished wood. The note was on heavy parchment. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Asterisk. Term begins on September 1st. Asterisk. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. But it was the box that held his gaze. He opened the clasp. Nestled in deep purple velvet was a wand. 11 inches, holly, and containing a single feather. It lay there, inert, a beautiful, mysterious object. All witches and wizards of age purchase their wands from Mr. Ollivander on Diagon Alley, Dumbledore said. But in light of recent events, a visit to a public thoroughfare is inadvisable. I took the liberty of consulting with Garrick. He was most intrigued by your situation. He sent this. It is, he believes, the only wand that might suit you. Given your unique core. Harry's fingers hovered over it. He had never wanted anything so badly in his life. A wand. A real wizard's wand. A key to the world he was supposed to belong to. But after last night, after the smoking stone, he was afraid to touch it. What if it rejected him? What if it burst into flames in his hand? Go on, Dumbledore encouraged softly. He lifted the wand. It was warm, not with his heat, but with a gentle, living warmth. It felt balanced, perfect in his grip. A cascade of silver and gold sparks erupted from the tip, harmless and beautiful, showering the office like celebratory confetti. A sense of rightness, of connection, flowed up his arm. It was quiet magic, gentle magic, the opposite of everything he had done. Holly and phoenix feather, Dumbledore murmured. A combination that often chooses witches and wizards destined for perilous journeys. The phoenix feather is from Fox, you know. He gave only 2. This is its brother. Harry didn't understand the significance, but the wand's warmth was a comfort. It felt like an anchor to a world where magic was spells and levitation, not scales and annihilation. Thank you, he whispered, his throat tight. You will need it, Dumbledore said, his tone shifting back to business. For your lessons will not be only Acclumency. You must catch up on basic magical theory before term begins. Professor McGonagall will tutor you in Transfiguration fundamentals. Professor Flitwick in Charms. You have much to learn, and little time. The days that followed settled into a strange, tense rhythm. Harry's world became a triangle. The small bedroom, Dumbledore's office, and a stark, stone chamber deep in the dungeons that Professor Snape, a sallow, sneering man who seemed to look at Harry with particular loathing, had reluctantly prepared. The room was called the Reflection Chamber. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were made of a single, seamless piece of black, polished obsidian. It was unnervingly quiet, absorbing all sound. In the center was a circle of pale white marble. This was where Harry was to sit for his Acclumency lessons. The obsidian, Dumbledore explained, was magically treated to reflect and contain immense heat and magical energy. It was a prison and a practice room in one. Here, the lessons grew more intense. Dumbledore would sit across from him on the marble circle, their knees almost touching. "Today, I will attempt to enter your mind," Dumbledore said one afternoon, his voice echoing dully in the sound-absorbing space. "Do not resist with force. That will only cause you pain. Use the techniques. Focus on your breath. On an empty room, let my presence be another leaf on your stream. Your goal is not to eject me, but to make your mind a featureless plane where I can find nothing to grasp." Legilimens. It was not an invasion. It was a slow, inexorable tide. Harry felt the foreign presence, cool and probing, at the edges of his consciousness. He tried to breathe, to think of the gray stone. But the pressure sparked instant, defensive panic. Memories erupted like geysers. Vernon's face, puce with rage, the cricket bat raised. The blue-white jet of flame, the wallpaper curling to nothing. The sound of his own bones, a sickening, wet crackle. The dragon's sight, seeing the world in heat signatures, the Dursleys glowing with terrified warmth. He gasped, scrambling back on the marble, breaking the connection. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. A thin trickle of blood ran from his nose. The obsidian walls reflected a pale, terrified boy. Again, Dumbledore said, his expression unreadable. "The pain comes from the clash, Harry. From the resistance. You must learn to not resist. To be still." They tried again. And again. Each attempt left Harry more drained, his head throbbing, the coppery taste of blood in his mouth. The dragon magic within him stirred restlessly with each intrusion, a growl in the depths of his mind. It did not like being watched. After the mind lessons came the physical ones with Professor McGonagall. They took place in a small, spare classroom. She was brisk, no nonsense, but her sharp eyes missed nothing. "The essence of transfiguration," she said, placing a simple matchbox on the desk before him, "is not force. It is a precise, willful alteration of molecular structure. You must hold the image of the end result in your mind with absolute clarity. The incantation and wand movement provide the persuasive nudge. Now, watch. Vera Verto asterisk." With a crisp tap of her wand, the matchbox shimmered and transformed into a perfect, tiny porcelain thimble. Harry stared. It was beautiful magic. Exact. Clean. "Now you try. The incantation is Vera Verto. The wand movement is a clockwise spiral, ending with a tap. Focus. Clarity is key." Harry lifted his holly wand. He focused on the matchbox. He pictured the thimble. He tried to clear his mind, to hold the image steady. But beneath his focus, a whisper, "Why a thimble? Such a small, useless thing. You could turn it to molten glass. To a shard of diamond. To ash." Asterisk. The matchbox didn't become a thimble. It shuddered, turned a dull, heated red, and then with a small pop, erupted into a brief, intense flame before collapsing into a pile of blackened splinters and wax. McGonagall's lips tightened. She vanished the debris with a flick of her wand. "You are applying the wrong kind of will, Potter. You are forcing it with raw power. Transfiguration requires finesse. Control. Try again." But the results were variations on a theme. A button meant to become a beetle was left scorched and fused to the desk. A rat tail, which made Harry queasy, meant to transform into a bootlace instead crisped and shriveled, filling the room with an acrid smell. Each failure made McGonagall sterner, and Harry's shame hotter. Only with Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms master, did he find a sliver of success. Flitwick's classroom was warmer, cluttered with interesting objects. He chirped with enthusiasm. "Now, the levitation charm. A classic. Swish and flick, remember. Wingardium Leviosa." Harry, concentrating on the simple feather on his desk, managed a wobbly, trembling lift. It rose a foot into the air, swaying like a drunk butterfly. It was feeble magic. But it was magic that didn't burn, didn't destroy. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the effort of restraint, of channeling his magic through the narrow, precise conduit of the spell instead of letting it roar free. But the feather levitated. Flitwick beamed. "Excellent, Mr. Potter. A natural. See, control. Delicate application." But the victory was thin. After Flitwick, he would return to the obsidian chamber with Dumbledore, or to the stern gaze of McGonagall, and the contrast was crushing. He was a binary creature, the boy who could barely lift a feather, and the beast that could level a house. The isolation was a constant ache. He took meals alone in his room, food appearing on a tray. He wandered the deserted corridors sometimes, under the invisible, watchful eye of a castle that seemed to hold its breath around him. He saw ghosts floating through walls, but they gave him wide berth, their translucent faces curious and wary. He was a secret. A dangerous, summer secret. One evening, a week after his arrival, the loneliness became unbearable. He stood at his window, watching the sun set over the forbidden forest, painting the lake in fiery hues that made his stomach clench. He thought of the Dursleys, not with longing, but with a confused hatred. They were his only connection to anything resembling a normal life, however awful. Now that was ash. He was truly alone. The heat in his chest, a constant companion since. The fire swelled. It wasn't anger now. It was a desperate, aching need for something. For connection. For space. For a way out of his own skin. Without conscious decision, he found himself leaving his room, moving through the silent corridors not towards the dungeons, but upwards. He climbed staircases, his feet carrying him with a will of their own. He passed the door to the astronomy tower, the wind sighing through its open arches. He climbed further, up a narrow, spiraling stair he'd never seen before, until he reached a small, wooden door at the very top of a turret. It was unlocked. He pushed it open. He was on a tiny, circular parapet, the highest point of the castle he could find. The wind here was fierce, whipping his hair and pajamas, scouring him clean of the castle's enclosed, watchful air. The world sprawled below him, vast and breathtaking. The forest was a dark, living carpet. The lake a silver shield. The mountains purple shadows in the dying light. And the sky was an endless expanse of deepening blue, streaked with the last flames of the sun. Freedom. It called to the part of him that remembered soaring, that remembered the wind beneath vast wings. The heat in his chest became an itch in his skin, a pressure in his bones. The dragon instinct uncoiled, stretching, tasting the high, cold air. It wanted this. It wanted to leap, to fall, to catch the wind and own the sky. He gripped the cold stone of the parapet, his knuckles white. Control. You have to control it. But the instinct was powerful, primal. It wasn't about anger now. It was about yearning. The memory of flight was a siren song. His breath came in short gasps. The scales didn't break the surface, but he felt them, just beneath, a second skin waiting. His vision sharpened. He could see individual leaves on the distant trees, a thestral circling far over the forest, its skeletal wings stark against the sky. He was losing. The cool, logical part of his mind was being drowned out by a wild, ancient need. His fingers on the stone began to darken, the nails thickening, threatening to curve into claws. I see you have found my favorite thinking spot. The voice, calm and familiar, came from behind him. Harry whirled. Shame and panic flooding him, dousing the heat momentarily. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his robes billowing in the wind. He didn't look angry. He looked resigned. I didn't mean to, Harry stammered, dropping his hands, hiding them in his sleeves. The call of the heights, Dumbledore said, moving to stand beside him at the parapet, gazing out. It is strong in eagles. In phoenixes. In dragons. It is not a moral failing to feel it. It is your nature asserting itself. The challenge is to listen to the song, but not be compelled to jump from the cliff. It's getting harder, Harry confessed, the words torn from him by the wind. The feeling. It's always there. Like there's another heart beating inside me. And when I'm upset, or lonely, or even just still, it gets louder. The Acclumency isn't working. It is working, Dumbledore corrected gently. You are here, talking to me. You did not transform. That is victory. A small one, but vital. The mind and the body are linked. You are fighting a war on two fronts. It is time, he said, his voice firming, to open the second front. You cannot forever fear this part of yourself. You must meet it. In a place of safety. Harry's blood ran cold. The reflection chamber. No. The chamber is for containing your magic, not for understanding it. There is another place. The room of requirement. It is a room within Hogwarts that becomes what the seeker needs. I have instructed it. Tomorrow, we will go there. You will attempt to transform. Not from anger. From will. From acceptance. I don't know if I can, Harry whispered, terror and a treacherous thread of excitement twisting together in his gut. You must learn. Or the dragon will learn for you, at a time and place of its own choosing. And next time, I may not be there to redirect the gas lines." Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. The weight was heavy, but not unkind. "Come down from the heights, Harry. For tonight. The sky will wait." He led him back inside, away from the tantalizing void. That night, Harry didn't dream of fire. He dreamed of falling, endlessly falling, with the ground rushing up to meet him, and he didn't know if he would crash or learn to fly before he hit. The next afternoon, they stood before a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor. Dumbledore paced 3 times, thinking clearly, "I need a room where Harry Potter can safely explore his animagus form without danger to himself or the castle." A door shimmered into existence, ornate and heavy-looking. Dumbledore pushed it open. Harry stepped into a space that took his breath away. It wasn't a room. It was a landscape. A vast, circular arena of hard-packed earth, under a dome of enchanted sky that showed a neutral, twilight gray. The air was still and quiet. The walls, impossibly far away, were seamless, matte black stone that seemed to drink the light. The scale was disorienting. He could have fit the Dursleys' entire house inside with room to spare. The room can mimic environments, contain impacts, and repair itself, Dumbledore explained, his voice echoing slightly in the huge space. "It is as safe a place as can be made." Now, he turned to Harry, his expression solemn. "The goal is not to breathe fire. The goal is simply to change. To feel the process, to guide it. To make it a choice. Remember the Acclumency. Find your center. Your calm. Then, invite the change." Harry stood in the center of the arena, feeling absurdly small. He closed his eyes. He tried to find the quiet stream, the empty room. But his heart was a wild thing in his chest. Invite the change. How did you invite a hurricane? He thought of the dragon. Not the fury, but the sense of it. The power in its limbs. The clarity of its sight. The solid, undeniable reality of scales. He reached for that memory, not with panic, but with curiosity. At first, nothing. Then, a faint warmth in his sternum. Familiar, but not violent. It spread slowly, like ink in water. His skin prickled. The bone-deep ache began, but it was different, a stretching, a re-knitting that was intense, overwhelming, but not agony. He wasn't fighting it. He was allowing it. A gasp was torn from him as his perspective shifted. The ground rushed away, or he grew towards the fake sky. His clothes strained, then fell away as his body expanded. The sound of his own heartbeat became a deep, slow drum. The smell of the earth filled his nostrils, a thousand nuanced scents he could never name as a human. He opened eyes that were now large, pupils vertical slits. He was a dragon again. But this time, he was present. He looked down at one forelimb, flexing the black, scaly toes, watching the wicked claws extend and retract. He gave an experimental beat of his wings, vast, leathery things that sent a gust of wind swirling through the arena, stirring dust. The power was intoxicating. It hummed in every fiber, a song of pure, physical potential. Dumbledore stood far below, a tiny, robed figure, watching silently. Harry took a step. The earth shook. He took another, finding a strange, graceful rhythm in the powerful, quadrupedal gait. He wanted to run, to fly, to roar. The urges were there, but they were manageable. He was at the wheel. He turned his long neck to look at Dumbledore again. The headmaster gave a slow, approving nod. For what felt like an hour, Harry simply existed in the form. He explored the limits of his movement, the feel of his tail swishing behind him, the way his wings folded against his back. The constant heat in his human chest was here a comfortable, central furnace, banked and ready. He felt whole. The warring parts of himself, the frightened boy and the destructive beast, were, for this moment, integrated. He wasn't a boy hiding a monster. He was both. Finally, the strain of maintaining the form began to tell. It required magical energy, a constant, low-level effort. He thought of being small. Of hands. Of human breath. The reversal was easier this time. Less a wrenching collapse, more a gentle folding in. He shrank back to himself, naked and kneeling on the hard earth, panting. He was exhausted, but it was a clean exhaustion. He looked up at Dumbledore, who was walking towards him, a conjured robe in his hands. "Well done, Harry," Dumbledore said, and there was real warmth in his voice. That was control. That was a beginning. Harry took the robe, wrapping it around himself. He felt a fragile hope. Maybe he could learn this. Maybe he wasn't just a disaster waiting to happen. But as they left the room of requirement, the door fading back into wall, the real world pressed in again. The castle corridors felt narrower, the ceilings lower. The dragon's senses were gone, but the memory of that expansive power was a ghost in his muscles. The contrast was dizzying. Later, back in his bedroom, he picked up his holly wand. He tried the levitation charm on a pillow. It shot 6 feet into the air and slammed into the ceiling with a soft thump. Not delicate, not controlled. The dragon's strength had bled into his magic, upsetting the careful balance Flitwick had taught him. He stared at the wand, the instrument of precise wizardry. Then he looked at his own hand, the hand that had, hours before, been a scaled claw capable of rending stone. The two parts of him were not yet at peace. They were simply sharing space. And as he lay in bed that night, the memory of flight still singing in his blood, a new, chilling thought occurred to him. Learning control was one thing. But what happened when the world, the real world full of people like Malfoy and Snape and who knew what else, inevitably pushed him? What happened when the anger came again, the justified, human anger? Would the Acclumency hold? Would the choice remain his? Or would the dragon, now acknowledged, now practiced, see an enemy and decide to act on its own? The cliffhanger was not an external threat, but an internal bargain. He had touched the dragon, and it had touched him back. The line between Harry and the beast was no longer a wall. It was a border, newly drawn and frighteningly permeable. And he knew, with a certainty that stole his breath, that the first true test of which side of that border he stood on was not far away. Chapter 4 *. The fragile piece of controlled transformation shattered 2 days later, not with a roar, but with a whisper. It arrived at breakfast, not on Harry's solitary tray, but delivered by a stern-faced Professor McGonagall to Dumbledore's office. Harry was there for his now daily Acclumency session, the grey stone, now permanently slightly warm, cupped in his hands. He was getting marginally better. He could hold a thought of the stone for almost a full minute before the memories surged. McGonagall entered without knocking, her face parchment pale. She held a single envelope of expensive, creamy parchment. A living, wax seal, a miniature lion, serpent, badger, and eagle chasing each other in a circle, adorned it, indicating its origin, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Albus," she said, her voice tight. "A summons. From Amelia Bones herself. By order of the Ministry." Dumbledore took the letter, his face serene, but Harry saw the slight tightening around his eyes. He broke the seal with a thumb and read, his expression unchanging. He finished, folded the letter, and placed it neatly on his desk. "It seems," he said, his tone deceptively light, "that despite our efforts with the gas line, a certain magical law enforcement patrol officer was rather more observant than his colleagues." He filed a supplemental report noting, "anomalous magical residue consistent with high-level conjured flame, not combustibles." The report was buried, but it has been unearthed. The director is asking pointed questions. She requests my presence, and yours, Harry, for a preliminary inquiry this afternoon. The stone in Harry's hand grew searing hot. He dropped it with a clatter. It rolled under Dumbledore's desk, leaving a faint smudge on the rug. The heat in his chest, banked since the room of requirement, flared into a panicked inferno. "They know." The words were ash in his mouth. "They suspect something is amiss. They do not know what. Amelia is a fair woman, but she is bound by the law. And the law is very clear on underage magic, on reckless endangerment of muggles, and on the concealment of magical beasts of unknown classification." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "We will attend. Truthfully, but selectively. Selectively." McGonagall's voice was sharp. "Albus, they'll want to examine him. If they perform even a basic magical core assessment. Which is why they will not," Dumbledore interrupted calmly. "I will invoke his right to magical integrity until he is of age, or until a full Wizengamot hearing is convened, which will take time. This is a fishing expedition. Amelia is under pressure. The Whisper Network is abuzz with tales of a great fire in Surrey. Some of the whispers are darker, suggesting a powerful, untrained magical outburst. She must be seen to act." Harry's mind raced. The Ministry. Courtrooms. Assessments. They would see the dragon inside him. They would lock him away. He saw not the obsidian chamber, but a cell in Azkaban, the dementors sucking the warmth and the fury and the very life from him until he was a hollow, scaleless shell. "I won't go." The words were out before he could stop them, low and trembling. You must, Dumbledore said, his voice leaving no room for argument. To refuse a ministry summons is an admission of guilt. We will go together. You will say nothing unless I instruct you to. You will keep your mind as still as you are able. Do you understand? The Acclumency lessons took on a desperate, brutal urgency. Dumbledore pushed harder, his mental probes less like a tide and more like scalpels, seeking out the panic, the specific memories of the fire. They will have a legilimens, Harry. Not as skilled as Voldemort's, but competent. You must be able to shield not just your memories, but your surface thoughts. Your fear will betray you as surely as any image. The session was a torment. Harry's nose bled freely, spots dancing before his eyes. But he held. He created not a featureless plane, but a single, repeating image, the gray stone. He made it the only thought, building a fortress around it. When Dumbledore's probe came, it found stone, and only stone, over and over. The frustration, the fear, the dragon fire, he shoved them deep, into a vault he imagined lined with the black obsidian of the reflection chamber. Better, Dumbledore said at last, withdrawing. He looked older. It will have to suffice. At 2 o'clock, they stood in the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in formal robes of deep midnight blue. Harry wore new, plain black robes McGonagall had procured. They hung on him, making him look younger, more vulnerable. Take my arm, Dumbledore said. The sensation of apparition was even worse than the first time, a violent compression that left Harry gagging as they landed in a small, dismal alley littered with rubbish. Ahead was a red telephone box, distinctly out of place. The visitor's entrance, Dumbledore explained, guiding him forward. He dialed a short number on the broken phone, spoke quietly into the receiver, and the telephone box shuddered, descending into the earth with a grinding groan. The atrium of the Ministry of Magic was a blow to the senses after Hogwarts, ancient silence. It was vast, cavernous, a cathedral to bureaucratic power. The floor was polished dark wood, the walls lined with fireplaces that flared constantly as witches and wizards in formal robes flowed in and out. A gigantic fountain dominated the center, golden statues of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf spewing water into a pool below. The air smelled of ozone, flow powder, and anxiety. People stared. Whispers broke out like brushfire. Dumbledore. Is that Harry Potter? Heard about the fire. Their eyes were not friendly. They were curious, wary, some openly suspicious. Harry felt like a specimen pinned to a board. He kept his gaze fixed on Dumbledore's back, his mind chanting stone, stone, stone. They took a gilded elevator deep into the bowels of the ministry. The air grew colder. They stepped out into a corridor that was all black stone and torches in brackets. At the end was a heavy oak door with a brass plaque, Amelia Bones, Director, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Dumbledore knocked once and entered. The office was large, functional, and stern. No whirring silver instruments here. Books of law lined the walls. Behind a large, tidy desk sat Amelia Bones. She was a sturdy, square-jawed woman with short, gray hair and a monocle over one eye. She wore robes of deep burgundy. Her expression was not unkind, but it was unyielding. To her right stood a wizard Harry recognized with a jolt of nausea, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, in pinstriped robes and a lime green bowler hat, looking flustered and important. To her left was a tall, skeletal man with a sallow, sunken face and stringy, dark hair. His eyes were cold, his posture radiating a hungry intensity. He held a long, thin wand as if it were a quill, ready to take notes on the very air. Albus, Amelia Bones said, not rising. Mr. Potter, please, sit. 2 hard chairs faced the desk. Harry sat, feeling the skeletal man's eyes boring into him. He felt a faint, icy tickle at the edges of his mind. The legilimens. He focused on the stone. Smooth, cool, gray. Asterisk. This is an informal inquiry, Bones began, her voice crisp. But it is a matter of some seriousness. We have a conflicting report regarding the incident at number 4, Privet Drive. Official record states a gas explosion. A patrol officer's annotation suggests powerful, concentrated magical fire. Underage magic is prohibited. Destruction of Muggle property with magic is a serious offense. And the potential presence of an uncontrolled magical force requires investigation. You have invoked magical integrity for the boy, Albus, but I must ask him some questions. Fudge blustered, "Now, Amelia, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Harry Potter, a fine young wizard. A tragic accident, I'm sure." Bones ignored him. Her monocle gleamed as she fixed Harry with her gaze. "Mr. Potter, did you perform magic at Privet Drive on the night of July 31st? Harry's throat was sandpaper. He glanced at Dumbledore, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Yes," Harry whispered. A murmur from Fudge. The skeletal man leaned forward slightly. "What magic did you perform?" "Stone. I don't know. It was an accident. I was upset." "Upset," the skeletal man repeated, his voice a dry rustle. "A powerful word. Can you describe the nature of this accidental magic?" The icy probe intensified. It was searching for a crack. Harry saw, in a flash behind his eyelids, a wisp of blue flame. He slammed the vault door shut. "Obsidian. Cold. Stone. Asterisk. It was fire," Harry said, forcing the words out. "Just fire. It got out of control." "Just fire," the man echoed skeptically. "The residue suggests a thermal intensity comparable to a Hungarian horntail's tertiary breath. That is not just fire, boy. That is advanced, destructive conjuration. I didn't mean to." Harry's voice rose, the fear breaking through his control. The heat in his chest gave a warning throb. The torches in the wall brackets flared brighter for a second. Everyone noticed. Bones's eyes narrowed. The skeletal man's lips thinned in something like a smile. "Your magical core," the man said, "must be remarkably volatile. May I suggest a simple diagnostic charm? To ensure the boy's health is not at risk from such outbursts." "You may not, Mr. Rookwood," Dumbledore said, his voice like a steel cable snapping into place. It was the first time he'd spoken. The room seemed to chill further. "I have invoked his right to integrity. No spells will be cast upon Harry without my express consent, or that of the full Wizengamot. This inquiry is to ascertain facts, not to perform unsanctioned examinations." Harry's blood went cold. Rookwood. The name was a poison dart. A Death Eater. One who had escaped Azkaban. He was here, in the Ministry, performing legilimency for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The world tilted. "Augustus is a trusted consultant," Fudge said, puffing out his chest. "Expert in dark magical residue. His expertise is not in question," Dumbledore said, his eyes locked on Rookwood. "The propriety of his presence here, during an inquiry concerning Harry Potter, most certainly is." A tense silence stretched. Bones broke it. "The diagnostic is not necessary at this time. But the fact remains, Mr. Potter performed magic of an extreme and dangerous nature. The standard response would be a formal warning and monitoring. Given the scale, and the questions raised, I am compelled to assign a ministry representative to observe. To ensure no further accidents occur before his term begins." "That is entirely unnecessary," Dumbledore began. "It is procedure, Albus," Bones said firmly. "And given the circumstances, I will follow it. We have already arranged a suitable candidate. Someone who can provide both observation and remedial instruction and control." The door opened. Harry turned, and his stomach plunged into a void. The man who entered was tall, with greasy, black hair that framed a sallow, sneering face. His black eyes swept the room, lingering on Harry with a look of profound distaste before giving a curt nod to Bones and Fudge. "Professor Snape has graciously agreed to assist the ministry during the summer recess," Bones announced. "He will take up residence at Hogwarts to observe Mr. Potter and provide tutelage and magical restraint. His reports will be filed directly with this office." Snape. The man who looked at him as if he were something foul on his shoe. The man who was now to be his jailer, his spy. The heat in Harry's chest wasn't panic anymore. It was a roaring, defiant rage. This was a trap. A Death Eater legilimens on one side, a Death Eater spy on the other. They were circling him. "This is an outrage, Albus, you must see," Fudge was saying, but his voice was distant. Harry could feel Rookwood's mental probe, emboldened by the turn of events, scratching at his walls. He saw Snape's cold, triumphant eyes. The vault in his mind shook. The image of the stone cracked. Through the fissures, fire leaked. "They want to cage you. To study you. To take what is yours." The dragon instinct uncoiled, furious and protective. "Burn them. Burn this cold place to the ground." Asterisk. "No." Harry screamed it inside his own head. He pictured the obsidian walls of the reflection chamber, not around his memories but around the dragon itself. He shoved the fury down into the dark, sealing it away with every ounce of his will. He tasted blood in his mouth from the effort. He stood up. The chair scraped loudly on the stone floor. Everyone looked at him. "I understand, Madam Bones," he heard himself say, his voice strangely flat, devoid of all emotion. It was the voice of someone holding a dam shut with sheer force. "Professor Snape is welcome at Hogwarts." Dumbledore looked at him, a flicker of surprise and deep concern in his blue eyes. He saw the blood trickling from Harry's nostril, the unnatural stillness of his posture. The meeting ended with hollow formalities. Harry walked out of the office, back through the black corridors, into the elevator, across the roaring atrium, in a numb daze. The whispers followed him, but they were just noise. The only thing real was the inferno he had imprisoned within his own skull, pounding against its obsidian cage. They apparated back to Hogsmeade, the violent squeeze a welcome distraction from the internal war. They walked in silence up the path to the castle, the evening shadows long and deep. At the steps, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Augustus Rookwood is a dangerous man. His presence was a message. And Severus, his role is more complex than it appears. You must trust that I have reasons for allowing this." Harry stopped and turned to look at him. The last of the sunset painted the headmaster in red and gold, like a figure carved from living flame. The control, the Acclumency, the careful lies, it all felt like a fragile dam against a coming flood. "You have reasons," Harry said, his voice still eerily calm. "But he's going to be watching me. Every moment. Looking for a mistake. And Rookwood, he was in my head. He knows there's something to find. He knows there is power. He does not know its shape. You shielded well, Harry. Better than I had hoped. For how long?" The question hung in the cool air. "Snape hates me. He'll be looking for any excuse. What happens when he finds one? What happens when I can't hold it in anymore?" He didn't wait for an answer. He turned and walked into the castle, leaving Dumbledore standing on the steps, a tall, lonely silhouette against the dying light. Snape arrived at dinner. He swept into the great hall, where Harry now ate at the staff table under McGonagall's watchful eye, his robes billowing like dark wings. He acknowledged Dumbledore with a curt nod, ignored McGonagall's frosty stare, and took a seat directly opposite Harry. "Potter," he said, his black eyes boring into him. "Our supplemental lessons will begin tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the dungeons. Do not be late." He said nothing else throughout the meal, but his presence was a suffocating weight. Every bite of food tasted like ash. Harry could feel the man's hatred like a physical chill, counterpoint to the ever-present heat in his own core. That night, in his bedroom, the dam cracked. It wasn't a full transformation. It was a leakage. He was lying in bed, staring at the enchanted ceiling, tonight showing a slow, swirling nebula trying to quiet his mind. He thought of Snape's sneer, of Rookwood's invasive chill, of the feeling of being a bug under a microscope. A wave of helpless anger washed over him. He didn't want to burn anything. He just wanted to be left alone. He wanted to not be a problem, a symbol, a monster. As the anger crested, the skin on his forearms shimmered. Not with scales, but with a faint, heat-hazed distortion. The tips of his fingers blackened, just for a second, the nails hardening into something sharper. A low, sub-vocal growl vibrated in his chest, a sound no human throat should make. He sat bolt upright, clutching his arms to his chest, panting. The changes receded, but the evidence was there, a lingering warmth in his palms that made the sheets feel cool, a metallic taste in his mouth like struck flint. He hadn't lost control. Not completely. But the dragon was no longer a separate thing he could choose to become. It was leaking through the cracks in his humanity, responding to his emotions without his consent. Snape was coming in the morning. Snape, who would be watching for the smallest sign of oddity. Snape, who would report everything to the Ministry, to Rookwood. Harry got out of bed and went to the window. He looked out at the forbidden forest, a deeper black against the night sky. The urge to flee, to transform and vanish into those dark trees, was so powerful it stole his breath. But he couldn't. He was trapped. By Dumbledore's protection, by Snape's surveillance, by his own terrible power. He rested his forehead against the cool glass. His breath fogged it. In the center of the fog, without him willing it, a single, perfect scale-shaped patch of clarity formed, as if the heat from his skin had etched the outline of what lay beneath. He was a boy. He was a dragon. And he was caught in a web of politics and fear, with a hunter now installed in his home, waiting for the beast to make a mistake. The cliffhanger was a ticking clock. Morning was coming. Snape was waiting. And the dragon, stirred by anger and cornered by fear, was no longer content to sleep. It was whispering, testing its bonds, reminding Harry that the cage he had built in his mind was not made of obsidian, but of glass. And glass, as he knew all too well, could not withstand the heat. The dungeon classroom was a cave of shadows and chill. The air smelled of pickling potions and dust, a stark, unpleasant contrast to the morning sunlight warming the castle grounds above. Harry stood just inside the door, his school robes feeling like an ill-fitting disguise. At the front, behind a heavy oak desk, Severus Snape waited, a vulture perched on a barren branch. "Close the door, Potter," Snape said, his voice barely louder than the drip of a tap somewhere in the gloom. "We would not want to disturb the castle with our remedial work." Harry pushed the heavy door shut with a thud that echoed in the silence. The sound felt final, like a cell door closing. "Come here." Harry walked forward, stopping a few feet from the desk. Snape's black eyes traveled over him, lingering on his hands, his face, as if cataloging flaws. "The headmaster," Snape began, steepling his long, pale fingers, "believes you require specialized instruction and control. The ministry, in its infinite wisdom, has seen fit to assign me as your tutor. Let us be clear. I derive no pleasure from this task. You are a volatile, arrogant, and dangerously unstable boy whose magical tantrum has drawn unwelcome attention to this school. My objective is not to nurture your peculiar talents. It is to ensure you do not inadvertently reduce the Gryffindor Tower to a smoldering crater before the term even begins. Do you understand?" Each word was a needle, designed to prick and inflame. Harry felt the familiar heat stir in response, a low burn in his gut. He focused on his breathing. In, out. Stone. Asterisk. Yes, sir. We will begin with the most fundamental principle of magical restraint, Acclumency. Harry's head jerked up in surprise. Professor Dumbledore is already teaching me. Professor Dumbledore, Snape cut him off silkily, has other, more pressing concerns than babysitting your chaotic mind. And his methods, while theoretically sound, lack a certain, pragmatic rigor required for one of your predispositions. A thin, cruel smile touched his lips. I assure you, Potter, my instruction will be far less gentle. Legilimens. There was no warning, no gradual pressure. It was a mental battering ram, brutal and invasive, smashing through the fragile, stone, facade Harry had built with Dumbledore. Images, raw and unbidden, exploded into the space between them. The cupboard door splintering, not from a kick, but from a scaled shoulder. Vernon's face, not just angry, but etched with primal, animal terror. The blue-white flame, not as a memory, but relived, the heat searing his mind. The weight of wings, the freedom of the sky in the room of requirement. No! Harry cried out, physically stumbling back, clutching his head. The pain was blinding, a white-hot spike driven between his eyes. He felt violated, laid bare. Snape broke the connection, his expression one of cold distaste. Pathetic. Your mind is a sieve. A screaming, undisciplined child. Dumbledore has taught you to build a garden wall. I will teach you to forge steel. Again, legilimens. Again, the assault. Harry tried to rally, to picture the obsidian vault, but Snape's attack was relentless, probing at the cracks, seeking the heat, the fury. He found the memory of the ministry, of Rookwood's chill, of the trapped, cornered feeling. He lingered there, amplifying the helplessness. Your anger is a weakness, Snape's voice hissed in his mind, a venomous echo. It is a lever. Anyone with the skill can use it to pry you open. To make you betray yourself. Harry fell to his knees, gasping, his vision swimming. Blood, warm and metallic, trickled from both nostrils now, dripping onto the cold stone floor. Get up. Snape's command was devoid of pity. Your enemies will not wait for you to compose yourself. The Dark Lord's legilimency will make this feel like a lover's caress. You will learn to shield under duress, or you will die screaming your secrets. Again, the lesson was an hour of sustained torture. By the end, Harry was trembling, drenched in cold sweat, his head a throbbing vessel of agony. He leaned against a desk for support, his knuckles white. Snape watched him, a faint, satisfied gleam in his eyes. We will resume tomorrow. Same time. I suggest you practice. The pain will only increase until your defenses do. Harry stumbled from the dungeon, the cheerful sounds of the castle, the chatter of a few early arriving house elves, the distant melody of a ghost, feeling like a mockery. He didn't go to his room. He couldn't bear the enclosed space. He made his way to the 7th floor on shaking legs, to the blank stretch of wall. I need a place to hide, he thought desperately, pacing 3 times. The door appeared. He slipped inside. It was not the vast arena. It was a small, round room, warm and dim, lit by a fire that crackled in a hearth. The walls were lined with deep, comfortable chairs and bookshelves. It was quiet. It was empty. It was exactly what he needed. He sank into a chair by the fire, pulling his knees to his chest, letting the tremors subside. Snape wasn't teaching him control. He was breaking him down. And it was working. The carefully constructed compartments in his mind were shattered. The dragon, agitated by the violent intrusion and the surge of humiliated rage, was a restless, seething presence beneath his skin. He could feel it, like a second heartbeat, faster and hotter than his own. He must have dozed, for the next thing he knew, the fire had burned low and a soft voice was saying his name. Harry. He started, uncoiling from the chair. Hermione Granger stood in the doorway of the room of requirement, her bushy hair backlit by the torches in the corridor, her face a mixture of shock and concern. Behind her, Ron Weasley gaped, his freckles standing out starkly on his pale face. Blimey, Harry. Ron breathed. We heard rumors that there'd been a fire at your Muggle relatives. That you were here early. We came to find you, the house elves said you might be up here. Harry stared, utterly blindsided. His first, overwhelming emotion was not joy, but panic. They couldn't be here. They couldn't see him like this, raw, bleeding from the mind, vibrating with unstable magic. They were normal. They were safe. What are you doing here? He managed, his voice hoarse. Our parents brought us early, Hermione said, stepping fully into the room, her eyes scanning him with clinical worry. Professor Dumbledore sent letters, asking if we'd come before term 2, to help you settle in. He said you'd had a difficult summer. Her gaze fixed on the dried blood beneath his nose. Harry, what's happened? You look awful. It's nothing, Harry said quickly, wiping his face with his sleeve. Just, nosebleed. Ron wasn't fooled. He stepped in, closing the door behind him. The room seemed to expand slightly to accommodate them. It's not nothing. The rumors are mad, Harry. Some people are saying you blew up your aunt and uncle's house. That it was dark magic. The words hung in the air. Dark magic. Is that what it was? It hadn't felt dark. It had felt like freedom. Like justice. But seeing their horrified, uncertain faces, he wondered. It wasn't like that, he said, the words feeling inadequate. There was a fire. It was my fault. But it was an accident. The lie, practiced with Dumbledore, felt like ash on his tongue. Hermione sat in the chair opposite him, her expression earnest. Professor Dumbledore said you might need friends right now. That you're dealing with something unusual. With your magic. Harry laughed, a short, bitter sound. Unusual. Yeah, you could say that. He looked at them, Ron, loyal, brave, confused, Hermione, brilliant, worried, determined. They were his first real friends. The only people who had ever chosen him. The desire to tell them, to unburden himself, was a physical ache. But the memory of Galvin Gentry's ash, of the Ministry's cold eyes, of Snape's brutal probing, sealed his lips. Telling them would put them in danger. From the Ministry. From Snape. From him. It's been a lot, he said finally, deflating. The Dursleys, it got bad. And my magic, it's been a bit wild. Dumbledore's been giving me lessons. Wild how? Ron asked, curiosity overcoming his worry. Did you make something big explode? Because that's brilliant. Ron. Hermione chided. She leaned forward. Harry, whatever it is, we can help. We're your friends. Her kindness was a dagger to his heart. He couldn't bear it. The heat in his chest swelled, a sympathetic response to his emotional turmoil. The fire in the grate, which had been dying, suddenly roared to life, flames leaping 3 feet high, not orange and yellow, but with a core of shimmering, dangerous blue. Ron yelped, jumping back. Hermione's eyes went wide with something beyond surprise, with a dawning, intellectual fascination mixed with fear. Harry, she whispered, staring at the blue-tipped flames. That's not a standard charm. The color, the thermal signature is all wrong. Harry clenched his fists, forcing the magic down, thinking of cold streams, of gray stone. The flames subsided, returning to normal. But the evidence was there. The room was suddenly much warmer. See, he said, trying for levity and failing miserably. Wild. Ron was staring at him as if he'd grown another head. How'd you do that? Without a wand? I don't know, Harry said truthfully, desperately. It just happens. When I'm upset. Or angry. Or anything, really. That's why Dumbledore has me here. That's why Snape is giving me lessons. Snape. Ron's horror was genuine. You're having extra lessons with Snape. Blimey, no wonder you look like you've been dueling a troll. He's helping with control, Harry said, the light tasting even worse. Hermione was quiet, her mind visibly whirring. Spontaneous, wandless conjuration of high-temperature flame. Emotional catalyst. It's almost like an obscurial, but you're not suppressing your magic, you're manifesting it in an extreme form. She met his eyes, and hers were full of a terrifying, insightful compassion. Harry, this is serious. This is advanced, dangerous magical theory. You could hurt yourself. Or others. I know, he said, the words a mere breath. I know. An awkward silence fell, filled by the crackling of the now normal fire. The joy of reunion was poisoned by the unspoken truth hanging in the air between them. He was different. He was dangerous. And they could both feel it. It was Ron who broke the silence, with typical, blunt loyalty. Well, whatever it is. You're still Harry. You're still our mate. And if Snape's being a git, we'll help you deal with him. Right, Hermione. Hermione nodded, but her eyes were still shadowed with worry. Of course. We'll help you study. We'll find books. There has to be something in the library. Their support was a lifeline, and it almost broke him. He wanted to clutch it, to pull himself back to the normal world they represented. But the dragon inside him stirred, a possessive, jealous heat. They will try to put out your fire. They will try to make you small again. Thanks, he mumbled, looking away. They spent the rest of the afternoon in the room of requirement, which had provided a worn wizard's chess set for Ron and a stack of dusty, promising-looking books for Hermione. Harry tried to relax, to pretend everything was normal. But every laugh felt strained. Every time Ron made a joke, Harry's reaction was a beat too slow, filtered through a layer of constant, vigilant control. He was monitoring his own temperature, his own emotions, like a potion about to boil over. When evening came, they left for the Great Hall. The sight of the long house tables, empty save for the staff at the high table, was a lonely one. Snape was there, of course. His eyes tracked Harry as he sat with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table. The message was clear, I am watching. Dinner was a quiet affair. Ron talked Quidditch, Hermione theorized quietly about possible magical disciplines that could cause Harry's symptoms, and Harry pushed food around his plate. The presence of his friends was both a comfort and a source of acute anxiety. They were a tether to humanity, but they were also hostages to fortune. Later, in the Gryffindor common room, they had been given special permission to use it. The reality of his new life settled in with a crushing weight. Ron and Hermione were playing chess by the fire. Harry sat apart, staring at his hands. He thought of Snape's lesson. The brutal efficiency of the attack. Snape wasn't just teaching him to shield, he was teaching him that his mind was a battlefield, and he was losing. The dragon magic, provoked by the assault, had become more integrated, more reactive. The line was blurring faster than he could redraw it. He needed an outlet. A way to master this that wasn't Snape's brutalization or Dumbledore's gentle, distant guidance. He needed to understand it. Hermione, he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the quiet click of chess pieces. She looked up. The library. The restricted section. Are there books on dragons? Not just Kara, but their magic. Ron groaned. Not more studying, Harry. You've got Snape for that. But Hermione's eyes lit with a familiar fervor. Dragons. Their magical properties are a specialized field. Mostly in the restricted section. Dragon breeding for pleasure and profit is mostly rubbish, but there's a theoretical text by, what was his name, Galvin something. Galvin Gentry, Harry said, the name cold on his lips. Yes, on the primal conflagration, a theoretical analysis of draconic magic. It's supposed to be highly controversial. Almost heretical. Why? Harry met her gaze. I need to read it. He saw the understanding dawn in her eyes, followed by a flicker of fear. She was connecting dots, the blue flame, his urgency, the dangerous book. But her loyalty, and her insatiable curiosity, won out. She nodded slowly. All right, I'll try to get a note from Professor McGonagall. She might allow it, given everything. The next few days passed in a strange, dual rhythm. Mornings were the dungeon with Snape, a daily ordeal of mental battering that left Harry hollowed out and trembling, but also, incrementally, tougher. His shields, born of desperation, became less like walls and more like shifting sands, frustrating Snape's direct attacks. He learned to divert, to hide key memories in irrelevant sensory details, the smell of burning toast layered over the memory of dragonfire. It was exhausting, soul-wearying work. Afternoons were with Ron and Hermione, a balm and a torment. They tried to act normally. They explored the grounds. They talked. But the subject of Harry's magic was a chasm they all skirted. Hermione, true to her word, secured a note from a reluctant McGonagall. The book by Galvin Gentry, however, was not in its place in the restricted section. It had been removed. Dumbledore, likely, Hermione said, frustration in her voice. Or Snape. Harry wasn't surprised. The path to understanding was being blocked. He was left with only the practice, the painful, internal struggle. One evening, after a particularly vicious session with Snape that had ended with Harry vomiting into a basin from the psychic feedback, he couldn't take it anymore. The pressure was too great. He needed the room, not to hide, but to be. He didn't go to the version with the comfy chairs. He paced, thinking, I need to fly. Asterisk. The door appeared. He entered the vast, gray-domed arena. He didn't hesitate. He focused, not on anger, but on the sheer, desperate need for release, for a perspective beyond the dungeon's crushing walls and Snape's invasive eyes. The transformation was smoother this time, a painful but fluid unfolding. The dragon stood in the arena, wings flexing. He beat them once, twice, lifting his massive body off the ground. The downdraft stirred a minor cyclone of dust. He rose, circling the enclosed space. The enchanted ceiling was high, but it was still a ceiling. It was not the sky. The flight was constrained, a parody of freedom. A glorified cage. A wave of bitter frustration washed through him. He opened his mouth and roared. It was not a sound of fire, but of pure, resonant power. The stone of the walls trembled. The very air vibrated. And from his maw, not a focused jet, but a cloud of shimmering, superheated air erupted, distorting the light like a mirage. It hit the far wall, and the black stone glowed cherry red for an instant before cooling, leaving a scorched, glassy patch. He had done it without rage. From frustration. From a need to express the inexpressible. The control was different, but it was still his. He landed, the impact shuddering through the earth. As he folded his wings, a small, sharp voice cut through the arena's stillness. I knew it. Harry's head snapped around. His dragon sight, sharper than human vision even in the dim light, picked out a small figure standing in the doorway he had left ajar. The figure was backlit, but the bushy hair was unmistakable. Hermione. She stood frozen, one hand covering her mouth, her eyes enormous. She wasn't screaming. She was, analyzing. He could see the shock, yes, but overriding it was a staggering, overwhelming wave of comprehension. The blue fire. The wild magic. The secrecy. It all clicked into place with terrible, elegant logic. Horror, cold and absolute, doused Harry's internal furnace. He scrambled to change back, the process rushed and painful. He collapsed onto the hard earth, human, naked, and utterly exposed. Hermione didn't run. She walked forward slowly, her steps echoing. She stopped a few feet away, looking down at him, then at the scorched, glassy mark on the wall, then back at him. Her face was pale, but her gaze was steady. A dragon, she whispered, the word full of awe and dread. You're an animagus. But, that's not possible. Harry could only stare, waiting for the revulsion, the fear, the rejection. Instead, Hermione did something utterly unexpected. She shrugged off her own robes, leaving them in her simple school dress, and knelt beside him, wrapping the robes around his shoulders. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was firm. Harry, she said, her eyes locking with his. How long? The cliffhanger was not a threat, but a terrible, vulnerable truth finally laid bare under the gaze of a friend. The secret was out. The dragon was seen. And in Hermione's eyes, Harry saw not a monster, but a puzzle of impossible, terrifying magic. And the beginning of a choice: would she help him solve it, or would she run to the authorities? Her next words would determine everything. Chapter 6 *. The silence in the room of requirement was absolute, broken only by the ragged sound of Harry's breathing. Hermione's robes were a soft, woolen weight around his shoulders, smelling of parchment and the faint, floral scent of her soap. The kindness of the gesture, after what she had just witnessed, was more disorienting than her fear would have been. "How long?" she asked again, her voice low but insistent. Harry swallowed, his throat dry as the arena's dust. "Since the end of July. The night of the fire." He saw her brilliant mind working, reconstructing the story with this new, impossible variable. "The fire wasn't an accident. It was you. Transforming." He nodded, a tight, miserable jerk of his head. "I didn't mean to. I was angry. It just happened." Hermione sat back on her heels, her arms wrapped around herself. She looked from him to the vast, domed ceiling, to the scorch mark on the wall. "This explains the Ministry's interest. Snape's lessons. The secrecy." Her brow furrowed. "But Harry, dragons aren't animagus forms. It's not biologically or magically possible. The human mind can't sustain the transformation. The magical core would rupture. There are laws of transfigurative mass energy equivalency that—" "Hermione," he interrupted, a spark of his own frustration cutting through the shame. "I don't know about laws. I just know it happens. It hurts. And then I'm that." He gestured weakly towards the space where the dragon had been. She blinked, pulling herself back from theoretical cliffs. "Right. Of course. Empirical evidence overrides theory." She took a deep breath, her expression shifting into one of fierce, determined focus. It was the look she got right before tackling a particularly difficult essay. "All right. We need information. Galvin Gentry's book is gone. But there must be other sources. Obscure texts. Journals. The library's catalog is charmed, but if I cross-reference mentions of draconic affinity, soul magic hybridity, primal animagus theory," she was muttering to herself now, plans formulating at lightning speed. You're not going to tell anyone?" The question burst from him, raw with hope and fear. Her eyes snapped back to his, wide with offense. "Of course not. Harry, it's unprecedented. It's dangerous. And telling anyone official would mean, well, you heard what they wanted to do at the Ministry. They'd treat you like a creature. They'd lock you up." She bit her lip. "But Ron, no." The word was sharp. "Not yet. Harry, he's your best friend. He deserves to know. And we'll need his help. He'll look at me like I'm a monster." The memory of Ron's startled jump from the blue fire was etched in his mind. "He's Ron," Hermione said, with a simplicity that brooked no argument. "He might gawp and say something stupid, but he'll come around. He's family." She stood, brushing dust from her knees. "We can't do this alone. And we are going to do this. We're going to figure it out, Harry. Together." The "we" settled over him like a shield. He wasn't alone with the secret anymore. The burden, for the first time, felt fractionally lighter. He pulled her robes tighter and stood, his legs still unsteady. "Snape," he said, the name a dark cloud. "He's digging. Every day. If he finds out, then we make sure he doesn't find out," Hermione said, her jaw set. "Your Acclumency has to be perfect. We'll practice. Properly. I've read about it. We'll find methods Snape wouldn't think to use." She paused, looking at him critically. "And you need to understand what you are. Not just feel it. Knowledge is control. Meet me in the library tomorrow after your lesson with him. Bring a list of everything you experience. The sensations before, during, after. Every detail." It was a plan. A fragile, desperate plan, but it was action. It was hope. The next morning in the dungeons, Snape seemed even more predatory, as if he could smell the new secret in the air. His legilimency attack was a focused drill, aiming for the memory of the previous night, for any hint of Hermione's presence. "You are hiding something, Potter," Snape hissed as Harry grunted under the assault. A new anxiety. A fresh guilt. "What have you done?" Harry thought of the grey stone, but he layered it now with Hermione's voice reciting a random passage from A History of Magic. He buried the memory of the dragon's roar under a fabricated memory of a nightmare about dementors. It was messy, but it held. Snape withdrew with a sneer of frustration. "Marginally less inept. Do not mistake survival for competence. Afterwards, Harry went to the library, not to the main tables, but to a secluded corner Hermione had already commandeered, hidden behind a shelf of massive, leather-bound volumes on centaur divination. A stack of books teetered beside her. These are the best I could find without raising suspicion, she whispered, pushing a tome towards him. Magical Maladies and Metaphysical Mutations has a chapter on Therianthropic Instability. The Animagus Primer, beyond the basics mostly speculation, but there's a footnote about legendary forms. And this, she said, lowering her voice further, is a personal journal of a 14th-century alchemist who claimed to have communed with a Welsh green. It's mostly nonsense about converting lead to gold using dragon's breath, but there might be something in the descriptions. Harry stared at the mountain of text. Hermione, I can't. You don't have to read it all. I will. You tell me what to look for. She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. Now, your list. Haltingly, he described it. The building heat, like a pot coming to a boil. The pain of bones reshaping, liquid ache, was the best he could manage. The sensory overload, smells so vivid they had taste, sounds layered with meaning. The fire in his belly, not a metaphor, but a physical, magical reservoir. The emotional catalyst, anger yes, but also fear, loneliness, even a powerful yearning. Hermione scribbled notes, her quill flying. Fascinating. The emotional spectrum is broader than typical obscurial manifestation. The sensory enhancement suggests a neurological transfiguration alongside the physical. The fire is a magical reservoir, that could be key. If it's a source, not just an effect, then perhaps you can learn to draw on it without the full transformation. She was in her element, and her calm, academic dissection of his terrifying reality was strangely soothing. It made it a problem to be solved, not a curse to be borne. Ron found them 2 hours later, his face a mask of confusion and mild betrayal. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. What's with all the secrecy? His eyes landed on the books. Blimey, Hermione, it's the holidays. Give it a rest. Ron, Harry said, before Hermione could speak. We need to tell you something. And you have to swear not to freak out. Ron's expression turned from annoyed to apprehensive. He pulled up a chair. All right. What is it? Is it about the fire? Harry took a deep breath. He looked at Hermione, who gave him an encouraging nod. In a low, steady voice, he told Ron everything. The anger, the transformation, the burning house, the ministry, the dragon in the room. Ron listened, his face progressing through stages. Disbelief, shock, dawning horror, and then, as Harry described his feelings of isolation and fear, a stubborn, red-haired resolve. When Harry finished, Ron was silent for a long moment, staring at the grain of the wooden table. So, Ron said slowly. You can turn into a dragon. A proper, fire-breathing dragon. Yes. And you burned down the Dursleys' house. Not on purpose. But yes. And the Ministry and Snape are after you about it. Yes. Ron looked up, his blue eyes wide. That's the most brilliant thing I've ever heard. Harry stared. What? A dragon, Harry? You're a ruddy dragon. Do you have any idea how cool that is? The awe in his voice was genuine. Then his expression sobered. Course, it's also dead scary. For you, I mean. And the burning bit's a bit much. But still. He leaned forward, a grin spreading. Can I see? Hermione swatted his arm. Ron, this isn't a show. It's serious. He could be expelled, arrested, studied. I know, Ron said, deflating slightly. But it's still brilliant. And of course I'm in. What's the plan? The relief that flooded Harry was so profound it felt like weakness. He hadn't realized how terrified he'd been of losing Ron until that moment. Hermione's researching. We're trying to understand it so I can control it. Right. Research. Good. Ron nodded, though books were not his preferred weapon. What else? Do you need to practice? I don't know, chuck stones at you while you're in dragon form. See if your scales deflect them. Despite everything, a laugh choked out of Harry. It felt strange and wonderful. Maybe later. First, we need to not get caught. The trio fell into a new, intense rhythm. Mornings were Harry's private hell with Snape. Afternoons were research sessions in the library, with Hermione cross-referencing and theorizing, Ron acting as lookout, and Harry trying to articulate the inarticulate. Evenings, often in the room of requirement, were for practical experimentation. The room became their laboratory. At Harry's request, it sometimes provided the vast arena. Under Hermione's stern supervision, we must be systematic. He practiced the transformation itself, aiming for speed, smoothness, and crucially, reversion. He learned that fighting the change made it painful and chaotic. Yielding to it, directing it with a calm, focused intent, was the key. It was Acclumency applied to the body. Ron, true to his word, did eventually throw things. Once Harry was fully transformed, Ron, from a safe distance, behind a magically reinforced barrier the room provided, would levitate stones, conjure weak stinging hexes, or create loud noises. The goal was to test the dragon's instincts and Harry's ability to remain in control under stimulus. The first time a stinging hex pinged off his scales, the dragon's head snapped around, a deep growl building in its chest. Harry felt the surge of defensive fury, the impulse to bathe the source in flame. But he held it. He focused on Ron's face, pale but determined behind the barrier. Friend. Not food. Not threat. He forced the head to turn away, breathing a controlled plume of smoke instead of fire. Bloody hell, Ron breathed afterwards, equal parts terrified and impressed. You were huge. And you listened. Other times, the room became a quiet, shielded space for mental drills. Hermione, using techniques from a book on medieval meditation, guided Harry through exercises far gentler than Snape's. She had him visualize his magic not as a raging fire, but as a river of molten gold flowing through his body. He learned to sense its currents, to build mental dams and channels. He practiced holding a single, complex image in his mind while she verbally tried to distract him with sudden questions or noises. It was hard work, but it was their work. And it was yielding results. Harry's control, both mental and physical, grew stronger. The leakage, the random scales, the heat haze, subsided. In the dungeons, he became a fortress, his mind presenting Snape with endless, boring corridors of memorized potion recipes and Quidditch statistics. But the dragon was not a tame thing. One evening, during a transformation practice, Hermione suggested an experiment. The fire, she said, her notebook ready. You say it's a reservoir. Can you access just a part of it? Without the full change. A localized manifestation. Harry, in human form, stood in the center of the arena. He focused on his hand. He reached for the molten gold river inside him, visualizing a trickle flowing down his arm, pooling in his palm. He willed it not to transform his flesh, but to express itself. His hand grew unbearably hot. The air above his palm shimmered. A small, perfect sphere of blue-white flame, no larger than a snitch, coalesced above his skin. It hovered, silent and terrifyingly beautiful, radiating intense heat. Hermione gasped, her quill frozen. Ron took an involuntary step back. The concentration required was immense. Harry felt the sphere pulling at his magic, hungry and wild. It wanted to grow, to explode, to consume. He held it, his arm trembling with the strain. For 10 seconds, 20. Then, a stray thought, the memory of Snape's sneer, flickered through his mind. The sphere pulsed, flared, and with a sound like a cracking whip, it shot a lash of fire that scorched a deep groove in the earth 5 feet away before winking out. Harry collapsed to his knees, panting, his hand blistered and smoking. Hermione was at his side in an instant, pulling out her wand. A pisky. The blisters healed, but the skin remained an angry red. That was incredible, Harry. And exactly what we need to avoid. You channeled it, but your emotional control isn't yet fine enough to sustain it. The link is still too direct. Harry stared at the blackened groove in the hard-packed earth. A tiny, controlled burst, and he'd still caused damage. The dragon's power didn't do tiny. It did absolute. It's not enough, he said, despair creeping back in. I can build walls in my mind. I can change shape in a room. But out there, if something makes me angry, or scared, it'll all come out. And I won't be able to stop it. Ron clapped a hand on his shoulder. Then we don't let anything make you angry. We'll be your emotional bodyguards. Hermione, however, was looking at the scorch mark with a different expression. No, Ron, we can't shield him from the world. The world will come. We need a safety valve. A controlled outlet that isn't destruction. She turned to Harry, her eyes alight. Your magic is fire. Primal, transformative fire. What if you could transfigure with it? Not just burn. What if you could use that heat to change things, instead of erase them? The idea was a spark in the dark. Transfiguration with dragonfire. Not vanishing, but altering. It was what he had failed so miserably at with McGonagall, but that was with a wand, with standard spells. This would be direct. Instinctual. They tried. The room provided a block of rough granite. Harry, focusing all his Acclumency calmed will, approached it. He placed his hands on the cool stone. He reached for the river of gold, not to draw it out, but to push it into the stone. He didn't want to burn it. He wanted to soften it, reshape it. Heat flowed from his palms. The granite didn't catch fire. It began to glow, a deep, internal red. It became malleable, like clay. Harry, his eyes shut tight, pictured a simple shape, a sphere. He poured his intent into the heat. Slowly, under his hands, the granite slumped and reformed. The heat receded. Where there had been a rough block, there sat a perfect, smooth sphere of dark stone, still warm to the touch. He opened his eyes. He stared at the sphere. He had not destroyed. He had created. A triumphant smile broke across Hermione's face. Yes, Harry, that's it. You redirected the transformative property. The fire doesn't have to be an end. It can be a means. For the first time since the initial transformation, Harry felt a surge of something other than fear or anger towards the power inside him. It was possibility. A fragile, terrifying possibility. The next day, however, the real world intruded with brutal force. The Hogwarts Express was due in 2 days, bringing the rest of the students. The castle was stirring, professors returning, the air thickening with anticipation. And with the crowd would come eyes. Hundreds of them. In the dungeon, Snape seemed to sense the impending shift. His lesson was the most vicious yet. He didn't just probe, he attacked with verbal barbs designed to provoke, to find the chink. Tell me, Potter, he whispered as Harry strained to hold his shields. Do you dream of the fire? Do you relish the memory of their terror? The power of life and death at your whim. It is a taste of true power, is it not? The kind your father never had, for all his arrogance. Rage, hot and immediate, boiled up. Harry's father, a blank space, a stolen life. Snape's hatred was a constant, but this was a deliberate strike at a fresh wound. The mental vault shook. A flash of dragon fire, not memory but impulse, flickered in his mind's eye. Snape pounced. Ah, there it is. The beast. It likes the anger. It feeds on your weakness. Harry fought back, shoving the image away, layering it with the tedious steps of brewing a forgetfulness potion. He held, but it was a near thing. When Snape released him, Harry was drenched in sweat, his skull feeling fractured. You are making progress, Snape said, his voice dripping with contempt. In learning to hide your true nature. A useful skill for a snake. Pity you or a Gryffindor. The hypocrisy will eat you alive. Harry left the dungeon, the words festering. The beast. Your true nature. Asterisk. He went to the room of requirement, needing the arena, needing the dragon's form to work out the fury physically, to channel it into something other than punching a wall. But when he arrived, the door was already there. And it was slightly ajar. A cold dread seeped into him. He pushed it open. The room was not the arena. It was a perfect replica of the Slytherin common room, low, greenish light, leather armchairs, windows looking out into the deep, dark lake. And sitting in a high-backed chair by the fake window, staring at a fake Grindylow flitting past, was Draco Malfoy. He turned as Harry entered, a slow, malicious smile spreading across his pointed face. He held a small, ornate mirror in his hand. Potter, Malfoy drawled. Fancy meeting you here. I was just trying to find a quiet place to fix my hair before the train arrives. This room is quite useful, isn't it? It gives you what you need. Or, his smile widened, what you want. Like a nice, private chat. Harry's blood turned to ice. How long had Malfoy been here? What had he heard? What had he seen? Get out, Malfoy. Or what? Malfoy stood, pocketing the mirror. You'll set your little friends on me. Weasel and the mudblood. Or maybe, he took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with cruel curiosity. Maybe you'll do something else. Something you've been practicing. I've heard stories, Potter. Whispers in the ministry from my father's friends. About a fire that wasn't a fire. About a boy with a temper, and a talent for burning things down. He was fishing, but he was too close to the truth. You don't know what you're talking about, Harry said, his voice low. The heat in his chest was a live coal. The dragon instinct, already agitated by Snape, rose, sensing a threat, a challenge. Don't I? Malfoy circled him. Why are you here so early, Potter? Why is Snape giving you private lessons? Why does everyone look at you like you're about to explode? He stopped, his face inches from Harry's. What are you hiding? The proximity, the smug invasion, the sheer Malfoy-ness of it, was the final straw. The careful control of the last week, the exhausting discipline, shattered. Harry didn't transform, but his hand shot out and grabbed Malfoy's wrist. It wasn't a human grip. The heat that flooded into his fingers was instantaneous, intense. Malfoy yelped, trying to pull away, but Harry held fast. The smell of scorched fabric filled the air, then the acrid scent of burning flesh. Malfoy screamed, a high, genuine sound of pain. Harry looked down. His own hand was normal, but where it gripped Malfoy's robes and the skin beneath, the material blackened and crisped. A red, blistering handprint was seared into Malfoy's pale wrist. Horror doused the rage. Harry let go as if electrocuted. Malfoy stumbled back, cradling his injured arm, his face white with pain and shock. You burned me. He hissed, tears of pain and fury in his eyes. My father will hear about this. They'll expel you. They'll lock you up. He turned and fled, clutching his wrist, the door slamming shut behind him. Harry stood alone in the fake Slytherin common room, the smell of burnt skin in his nostrils. He looked at his hand. It was just a hand. But it had become a weapon. He had broken his control. He had hurt someone, intentionally, with the dragon's power. And Malfoy knew. He didn't know everything, but he knew enough. He had evidence. The safety of the summer was over. The castle was about to be flooded with students, with eyes, with whispers. And Draco Malfoy, with a fresh burn and a story, would be at the center of it all. The cliffhanger was a spreading stain. The secret was no longer contained to his two best friends. It was in the hands of his enemy. And as Harry stared at the door through which Malfoy had fled, he knew the fragile peace was over. The dragon was out of the bag. Chapter 7 *. The phantom smell of scorched wool and seared flesh clung to Harry long after he left the room of requirement. It followed him through the echoing corridors, a ghost of his own failure. His hand, which had seemed so ordinary after the act, now felt alien, a loaded weapon that had discharged without his full consent. The heat in his chest was a subdued, guilty thrum. He didn't go to find Ron and Hermione. He went to the highest parapet, the one Dumbledore had found him on. The wind was stronger now, smelling of incoming rain and the damp earth of the grounds. It did not scour him clean. It just made him colder. He had crossed a line. Not the line of destruction, he had crossed that in little whinging. This was the line of intent. In the Dursleys' house, the fire had been an explosion, a reaction. Against Malfoy, it had been a focused act. A choice. A cruel, brutal choice made in a heartbeat of rage. The dragon's power had answered his anger not with a cataclysm, but with a precise, punishing cruelty. It was a dark mirror of the control he'd been striving for. What am I becoming? The question had no answer in the wind. He was still there when the first heavy drops of rain began to fall, spattering the stone. He heard footsteps on the spiral stair behind him, not the soft tread of Dumbledore, but the quicker, lighter steps of Hermione, followed by Ron's heavier ones. Harry. Hermione's voice was breathless with worry. She emerged onto the parapet, her hair already frizzing in the damp. We've been looking everywhere. What happened? You missed lunch. Ron just looked at him, his expression grim. Malfoy's in the hospital wing. Pomfrey's fixing him up. He's screaming about you attacking him. Saying you used some kind of dark charm, burned him. Harry didn't turn. I did. The admission hung between them, stark and ugly. Why? Hermione asked, not with accusation, but with a desperate need to understand. He was in the room. He knew something. He was baiting me. And I lost it. Harry finally turned to face them. The rain streaked his glasses. I just grabbed him. And the heat, it came out. I didn't even mean to burn him. Not like that. But I didn't not mean it either. Ron whistled low. Blimey. A handprint burn. That's hardcore, mate. Even for Malfoy. He shook his head. But he'll run straight to Snape. And Snape will run to the Ministry. I know. Hermione stepped closer, her face pale but set. Then we need a story. A good one. And we need it now, before Snape comes looking. They concocted it back in the room of requirement, which now provided a quiet, tense study. The story was thin, but it was all they had. A fight, yes. Malfoy had provoked him about his parents, about Sirius. Harry had lunged, they'd grappled, and Malfoy had stumbled into one of the enchanted sconces in the room, which had flared up magically, burning him. A tragic accident during a scuffle. Harry had panicked and run. It's weak, Hermione fretted, chewing on the end of her quill. Snape will know Malfoy wouldn't just stumble. And the burn pattern. It's what we've got, Ron said firmly. We stick to it. No deviations. Snape can't prove otherwise unless Malfoy was secretly carrying a secrecy sensor, which he wasn't. The summons came just before dinner. Not from Snape, but from Professor McGonagall. Her note was terse, my office. Immediately. Asterisk. Her office was smaller than Dumbledore's, tidier, but no less imposing. She stood behind her desk, her lips a thin line. Snape stood too. The side, a specter of silent accusation, his arms crossed. And in a chair, his left wrist heavily bandaged, sat Draco Malfoy, a masterpiece of wounded indignation. Potter, McGonagall said, her voice like cracking ice. Explain. Harry told the story they'd prepared. He kept his voice flat, his eyes on McGonagall, avoiding the twin pits of Snape's and Malfoy's gazes. When he finished, the silence was profound. Lies. Malfoy spat, leaping up. He grabbed me. His hand was like a hot iron. He did it on purpose. It was dark magic, I felt it. Professor, Harry said, forcing calm. We fought. It was stupid. He said things about my dead parents. I shoved him. He fell against the wall sconce. It flared. That's all. The sconces in the room of requirement are non-thermal illumination charms, Potter, Snape said silkily. They provide light. They do not provide third-degree burns. This one did, Harry insisted, his heart hammering. The room changes. It must have been a different kind. A convenient fantasy, Snape murmured. McGonagall looked from Harry to Malfoy, her expression unreadable. The nature of the injury is unusual, she admitted. Madame Pomfrey confirms it is a magical burn, not a conventional one. However, the precise cause is inconclusive without witnesses or residue analysis of the location, which, given the room's nature, is impossible. She fixed Harry with a stern look. Fighting is a serious offense, Potter. 20 points from Gryffindor, and you will serve detention with Professor Snape for the next week. Your behavior, given your current circumstances, is exceptionally foolish. Harry's stomach dropped. Detention with Snape. A week of evenings in the dungeons, under his direct, vengeful supervision. But Professor Malfoy whined. He attacked me. And you, Mr. Malfoy, provoked him with cruel remarks about his deceased family, McGonagall said sharply. 10 points from Slytherin for inflammatory behavior. You are both guilty of conduct unbecoming. The matter is closed. Malfoy looked mutinous, but a glance from Snape silenced him. Snape's eyes, however, remained locked on Harry, glittering with a cold, satisfied light. He had not gotten a confession, but he had gotten something better. Unrestricted access to Harry, in the dungeons, after hours, for a week. It was a hunter being given the keys to the pen. Detention begins tonight, Potter, Snape said. 8 o'clock. Do not be late. The first detention was an exercise in psychological torture. Harry was set to scrubbing cauldrons, not with magic, but with a rough brush and a foul-smelling, gelatinous potion that ate through grime and skin alike. His hands were raw and stinging within minutes. Snape sat at his desk, grading papers, speaking only to issue curt, demeaning orders. Your ineptitude extends to manual labor, I see. Apply more pressure. The residue is akin to the sentimental sludge clogging your mind. Harry scrubbed, the acidic smell burning his nostrils. The physical discomfort was a background hum to the sharper agony of Snape's presence. He could feel the man's attention on him, a constant, probing pressure. He kept his mental shields high, imagining the obsidian walls, cool and impenetrable. After an hour of silence, Snape spoke without looking up. The burn on Mr. Malfoy's wrist is curious. The healers noted a cellular degradation pattern consistent with extreme, rapid thermal transfiguration. Not mere burning. Unraveling. He set down his quill and finally looked at Harry. Such an effect is noted in only a handful of recorded magics. Dragonfire is one. Harry didn't flinch. He focused on the blackened crust at the bottom of a cauldron. I don't know anything about that, sir. Of course not, Snape said. Standing and gliding closer. He circled Harry like a shark. You are merely a boy with a regrettable temper and curiously volatile magic. A boy who spends an inordinate amount of time in the room of requirement with his confidants. Practicing control. The word was a sneer. Harry kept scrubbing. What do you practice in there, Potter? Charms, defense, or something more bestial? The brush slipped, scraping his knuckle. A bead of blood welled, mixing with the gray potion. The pain was sharp, clean, human. Just studying, sir. Snape stopped directly behind him. Harry could feel the chill of his presence. The mind reveals what the mouth denies. Legilimens. It was not the brutal battering ram of their lessons. This was a subtle, insidious probe, slipping into the cracks of his focus on the physical pain. Snape wasn't looking for the dragon. He was looking for the room. For Hermione's theories, for Ron's presence. Harry saw a flash of the granite block turning to a sphere. He slammed a door on it, shoving the memory deep, and thrust forward the most boring, repetitive image he could conjure, the pattern of the bubbles in the cauldron cleaner, over and over. Snape withdrew with a soft hiss of annoyance. You learn. I will grant you that. But you are protecting something. And I will discover what it is. Every night, Potter. We have all week. The week that followed was the longest of Harry's life. Days were a blur of anxious anticipation. The Hogwarts Express arrived, disgorging a tide of students into the castle. The Great Hall erupted with noise and life at the start of term feast. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, feeling like an imposter. The whispers were there, about the fire, about his early arrival, about Malfoy's bandaged wrist. He saw the curiosity in people's eyes, the speculation. He felt like a dangerous exhibit in a zoo. Nights belonged to Snape. The detentions varied, sorting rotten, stinging nettles, cataloging jars of grotesque preserved organs, transcribing Snape's own cramped, spiteful notes on the worst failures of past potion students. And always, the verbal barbs, the psychological needling, and the occasional, treacherous legilimency probe. Harry's shields grew stronger out of sheer desperation, but the constant vigilance was eroding him. He was sleeping poorly, his dreams fraught with images of melting stone and Snape's endless, sneering face. The one reprieve was his lessons with Dumbledore. They had moved from the stone to a small, silver bell. Harry's task was to clear his mind so completely that the bell, when struck, would produce no echo in his thoughts. It was an exercise in pure stillness, and after the storm of Snape's dungeons, it felt like sanctuary. Dumbledore asked no probing questions about Malfoy, but his eyes were heavy with unspoken knowledge. The mind is not a fortress to be perpetually at war, Harry, he said gently during one session. It is a garden. You must learn to tend it, to welcome the calm, so that when storms come, the roots are deep and the soil holds. But Harry's soil felt scorched. His roots felt like they were made of fire. The incident that shattered the precarious balance happened on the fourth night of detentions. Harry was in the potions storeroom, inventorying venomous tentaculous spines under Snape's watchful eye. He was tired, his mental defenses frayed from a day of dodging whispers and a double potions class where Snape had publicly mocked his ham-fisted technique. Snape, perhaps sensing his weariness, chose that moment to strike not at Harry, but at the one person guaranteed to break through his guard. I had a conversation with Miss Granger today, Snape said idly, examining a spine Harry had just counted. About her summer reading. She has developed a most peculiar interest in draconic magical theory. A passing fancy for a muggle born, would you not agree? Harry's hand stilled. The mention of Hermione, of her research, was a spike of pure alarm. His shields, focused on repelling direct attacks, wavered. Snape's mental probe slid in like a knife through silk. It wasn't seeking the dragon. It went straight for the memory of the library, of Hermione whispering, Galvin Gentry's book is gone. Asterisk. And from there, it was a short, devastating step. Snape saw, through Harry's own fear, a flash of Hermione's face in the room of requirement, her eyes wide, not with horror at a monster, but with intellectual fervor, saying, you redirected the transformative property. Asterisk. The connection was made. Snape didn't see the dragon, but he saw the knowledge of it. He saw Hermione's comprehension. He saw the conspiracy. He broke the connection physically, stepping back as if from a contagion. His face, for the first time Harry could ever remember, was not filled with sneering contempt, but with stunned, genuine shock. And beneath the shock, a dawning, horrified understanding. She knows, Snape whispered, the words barely audible. The mudblood knows. The epithet, the violation, the sheer terror for Hermione's safety, exploded in Harry's chest. The heat, banked and controlled for days, erupted. He didn't transform, but the storeroom around him seemed to inhale. Every glass jar on the shelves rattled. The temperature spiked 20 degrees in an instant. The venomous tentacular spines in the box before him blackened, curled, and turned to ash. The air itself shimmered, warping the light. Harry stood, breathing heavily, his fists clenched at his sides, staring at Snape with naked, fiery hatred. Snape recovered quickly, his shock hardening into a mask of cold fury. He raised his wand. Finite incantatum. The wave of counter-magic washed over Harry, damping the external heat, but it couldn't touch the inferno inside. The jars stopped rattling. You foolish boy, Snape hissed, his eyes blazing. You confided in her. You have placed a target on her back as large as the one on your own. Do you have any concept of what you have done? Stay away from her, Harry growled, the voice not entirely his own. A deeper resonance vibrated in his throat. Snape took a step closer, unafraid. Or what? You will burn me, as you burned the Malfoy brat. You will prove to the world exactly what you are. A dangerous animal that needs to be put down. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper. You have just ensured that Granger will be watched. Every move, every book she borrows, every conversation. The Ministry's eyes are not blind, Potter. And now they will be on her. Because of your sentimentality. The words were a different kind of fire, freezing him from the inside out. The dragon's heat receded, replaced by a cold, sick dread. He had protected nothing. He had endangered everything. Get out, Snape said, turning his back, a gesture of utter dismissal. Your detention is over. I have a report to write. And you have a friend to warn. Harry stumbled from the dungeons, his mind reeling. Snape knew Hermione knew. The Ministry would be informed. Hermione would be questioned, possibly obliviated, or worse. All because he couldn't keep his mind shut. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, by the fire. They took one look at his face and ushered him to a deserted corner. Snape, Harry gasped, the words tumbling out in a low, frantic whisper. He knows you know, Hermione. He saw it in my mind. He's going to report it. They'll come for you. Hermione's face went parchment white, but her eyes hardened. How much does he know? That you know something. That you're researching. That we've been in the room. He called you. Harry couldn't repeat the word. Right, Hermione said, her voice surprisingly steady. She began pacing, a short, tight path. He has suspicion, not proof. He can't report. Granger has theories without explaining what the theories are about, which he doesn't fully know. But he'll watch me. And he'll look for proof. She stopped, turning to Harry. We have to stop the research. No more library. No more notes. We go dark. But we're just getting started. Ron protested. We don't have a choice. Hermione shot back. If they find my notes, it's over. For all of us. She looked at Harry, her expression softening with a terrible pity. Harry, you have to be perfect now. More than ever. No slips. No flashes of heat. Nothing. You have to be the most ordinary, boring, in-control wizard at Hogwarts. The irony was bitter. After weeks of striving for control to protect himself, he now had to achieve absolute mastery to protect her. The weight was colossal. The next day, the atmosphere had changed. It was subtle, but Harry felt it. In the halls, Professor Vector, the arithmancy teacher, seemed to linger when she passed Hermione. In the library, Madame Pants watched their usual corner with unusual intensity. And in potions, Snape's gaze was a constant, heavy weight on the back of Harry's neck, and when it flicked to Hermione, it was with a cold, calculating scrutiny that made Harry's blood boil. Hermione played her part flawlessly. She buried herself in standard schoolwork, her essays longer and more detailed than ever. She openly complained about the difficulty of transfiguration theory, asking McGonagall questions in front of the whole class about cross-species switches, steering interest firmly away from anything draconic. She was acting, and she was brilliant at it. But the pressure on Harry was unsustainable. The need to be invisible, to contain the ever-present heat while under a microscope, was a constant, grinding strain. The dragon, stirred by the perceived threat to its pack, for Hermione and Ron had become that was restless, pressing against his skin. He took to walking the grounds at night, just to move, to breathe air that wasn't thick with watchfulness. It was on one such walk, near the edge of the forbidden forest, that the confrontation he dreaded finally found him. He wasn't alone. He heard the soft crack of a twig and turned, his wand leaping to his hand. Draco Malfoy stepped out from behind a thick oak, not with his usual cronies, but alone. His wrist was unbandaged now, but a livid, red scar, perfectly hand-shaped, was visible in the moonlight. His face was pale, his expression not one of sneering triumph, but of something colder, more determined. "Potter, what do you want, Malfoy?" Harry's voice was flat. He was too tired for this. "I want to know what you are," Malfoy said, not moving closer. "My father has friends in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. They've been whispering about an anomalous magical event in Surrey. About residue that doesn't match any known spell. And now Snape is watching Granger like she's about to sprout wings." He took a step forward, his eyes glinting. "You're not just a freak with a dodgy temper, are you? It's something else. Something big." Harry said nothing. The forest was very quiet. Malfoy's lip curled. "You burned me. And it wasn't a spell. I felt it. It was like holding my hand in a volcano. That's not wizard magic, Potter. That's something older." He was closer than was safe. Harry could smell his cologne, a cloying, expensive scent. The dragon instinct stirred, recognizing a persistent threat. He will not stop. He will pry and poke until he finds the truth. He will use it against you. Against Hermione. Asterisk. The thought of Hermione, of the danger he had already brought to her, fused with the old, deep hatred for Malfoy and everything he represented. The heat rose, not in a burst, but in a slow, deadly tide. His vision sharpened. The scar on Malfoy's wrist glowed like a beacon in his sight, a testament to his power, a promise of what he could do. "Stay away from me," Harry said, his voice low, the words tasting of smoke. "Stay away from my friends." Malfoy, emboldened by Harry's lack of denial, sneered. "Or what? You'll give me a matching one on the other wrist. Go on, then. Show me what you really are." It was a challenge, a dare. And in that moment, exhausted, cornered, and terrified for those he loved, Harry wanted to accept it. He wanted to show Malfoy the dragon, to see that smug face dissolve into primal, unimaginable terror. The heat pooled in his chest, ready to be shaped, to be unleashed. He took a step forward. Malfoy's confidence flickered, seeing something in Harry's eyes that wasn't human anger. But before Harry could act on the terrible impulse, a new voice cut through the cold night air, sharp with authority. "Mr. Malfoy. A little late for a stroll, is it not?" Professor McGonagall emerged from the path, her tartan dressing gown pulled tight, her wand held ready. Her gaze swept over them, missing nothing. Malfoy's aggressive posture, Harry's rigid, predatory stillness, the tension so thick it seemed to crackle. "Professor," Malfoy said, his voice shifting to a wounded tone. "I was just." "Return to the castle at once," McGonagall interrupted. 50 points from Slytherin for being out of bounds after curfew. "I will speak with Professor Snape about your nocturnal habits." Malfoy shot Harry a look of pure venom, but he slunk away, back towards the castle lights. McGonagall turned to Harry. Her expression was unreadable in the moonlight. "And you, Potter. Explain." The lie was ash in his mouth. "I couldn't sleep. I was walking." She studied him for a long moment. The silence stretched, filled with the sounds of the forest and the distant rush of the lake. When she spoke, her voice was quieter, laced with something that might have been sorrow. "The path you are on is a narrow one, Potter. And it is lined with fire. I suggest you choose your steps, and your adversaries, with great care. Now, back to the castle. 50 points from Gryffindor. Do not let me find you out here again." He walked past her, towards the castle. As he passed, she spoke again, so softly he almost missed it. "The mightiest of trees can be felled by the smallest of flames, if those flames are allowed to burn unchecked at its roots." He didn't look back. He knew what she meant. His roots were his friends. And Malfoy, Snape, the Ministry, they were all holding torches. He reached the castle doors and looked back once. McGonagall was still standing at the forest's edge, a small, straight-backed silhouette against the vast darkness. She wasn't looking at him. She was looking into the forest, as if searching for something she feared was already loose. Harry pushed the door open and stepped into the warm, lit entrance hall. The contrast was jarring. He was safe inside the walls. But the walls felt less like protection and more like the sides of a cauldron, and the heat within him was rising, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep the lid on. The cliffhanger was a choice suspended. He had almost revealed himself to Malfoy. He had been ready to unleash the dragon out of fear and rage. The only thing that had stopped him was a professor's timely interruption. Next time, there might be no interruption. Next time, the dragon might not ask for permission. Chapter 8 *. The near revelation to Malfoy left a chemical aftertaste in Harry's mouth, part shame, part thwarted fury. McGonagall's quiet warning echoed in the silent spaces between his thoughts. The smallest of flames at its roots. His roots were Ron and Hermione, and he had already doused them in risk. The need to protect them now warred with the dragon's instinct to eliminate threats, an instinct that had nearly turned Malfoy into a smoldering lesson. Classes began in earnest, a torrent of routine that did nothing to soothe the undercurrent of dread. Potions was a particular kind of hell. Snape's surveillance was a palpable force, a cold draft that followed Harry and Hermione from the moment they entered the dungeon. He no longer baited Harry directly. Instead, his attacks were surgical, aimed at Hermione. Miss Granger, he would drawl, materializing behind her as she carefully diced daisy roots. A question on the theory of ingredient substitution in stimulant potions. Specifically, the use of powdered dragon claw as a potential, if volatile, replacement for scarab beetle wings. Given your extensive extracurricular reading, perhaps you could elucidate the risks. The entire class would fall silent. All eyes would turn to Hermione, who would pale but launch into a perfectly cited, textbook answer, deliberately missing the implied hook about dragons. She was a fortress of academic normalcy, but Harry saw the faint tremble in her hand as she held her knife. Snape would listen, his expression one of bored contempt, then say, adequate. If unsurprisingly derivative. 5 points from Gryffindor for the unnecessary verbosity. The punishment was always for her, a constant reminder that she was in his crosshairs. The pressure was changing her. The vibrant, sometimes overbearing enthusiasm was sanded down into a brittle, hyper-focused efficiency. She stopped suggesting visits to the library altogether. Her notes on Harry's condition, what few remained, were vanished each night. The conspiracy of three became a conspiracy of silent looks and tense, coded conversations in crowded corridors. For Harry, the magical world itself became a minefield. Every lesson was a test of restraint. In charms, when Flitwick had them practicing the fire-making spell, Incendio, Harry's wand produced not a cheerful jet of flame, but a thin, blue-tinged line of fire that shot across the room and vaporized a practice candle, leaving only a puff of smoke and a small, glassy crater in the stone wall. Flitwick had blinked, adjusted his spectacles, and said, My, Mr. Potter. Quite a potent iteration. Do try to moderate the output. Let's aim for ignition, not incineration. In Transfiguration, McGonagall had them transforming mice into snuffboxes. Harry's mouse, after a moment of terrified squeaking, didn't become a box. It shuddered, its fur receding into a smooth, obsidian shell, its eyes becoming tiny, red jewels. It was a perfect, miniature sculpture of a mouse, carved from black glass, still warm to the touch. It was beautiful and utterly wrong. An interesting interpretation, Potter, McGonagall had said, her lips tight. The transfiguration is permanent and exhibits a stylistic flair. However, the goal was functionality, not artistry. See me after class. Alone in her office, she had not chastised him. She had simply looked at the glass mouse, then at him, her eyes weary. The magic is seeking expression, Mr. Potter. It is rejecting the mundane paths. This is a warning. You must find a channel for it, or it will find its own. And its own channels are rarely sociable. But what channel was there? The room of requirement felt monitored. The forbidden forest was forbidden for a reason. He was a pressurized vessel with no release valve. The answer, bizarrely, came from the last person he would have expected, Gilderoy Lockhart. With Dumbledore's apparent inability to find a defense against the dark arts teacher, a fact whispered about with increasing anxiety, the headmaster had taken to giving occasional lectures himself. But one Tuesday, it was announced that a special guest would be giving a seminar on practical defensive application. The Great Hall buzzed with speculation. When Lockhart strutted in, resplendent in robes of peacock blue, his white teeth flashing in a dazzling smile, the buzz turned to a groan of collective dismay from the older students. Lockhart, however, was undeterred. He launched into a lengthy, name-dropping anecdote about his supposed defeat of a Wagga Wagga werewolf, which had mostly involved a cleverly placed hair care potion. Harry was barely listening, tracing the grain of the desk with a finger that felt too warm. He was wondering how long it would be until Snape found a reason to give Hermione detention. And so, the key to defense, Lockhart was saying, striking a pose, is not brute force but style. Panache. The confidence to discombobulate your opponent with your sheer magical flair. Ron snorted softly next to him. Hermione, ever the academic, looked pained. To demonstrate, Lockhart proclaimed, I shall need a volunteer. Someone with a little pizzazz. Someone who already knows a thing or two about drawing attention. His eyes swept the hall and landed, with theatrical glee, on Harry. Harry Potter. Come on up here, my boy. Let's give these students a show. A cold dread seeped into Harry's bones. Not in front of everyone. Asterisk. But Lockhart was beaming, gesturing expansively. A murmur of interest rippled through the students. Ron gave him a sympathetic wince. Hermione's eyes were wide with warning. Trapped, Harry stood and made his way to the front of the hall. The attention of hundreds felt like a physical weight. Now, Harry, Lockhart said, throwing an arm around his shoulders, I understand you've had a spot of trouble with your magic lately. All that nasty business with the fire. Perfect. We shall use that. We'll show how raw power can be harnessed. Channeled. We'll do a simple disarming charm. You attack me with, oh, let's say a tickling hex. And I shall demonstrate the elegance of defense. He released Harry and took up a position 10 feet away, waving his wand with a flourish. On my count, Harry. 1, 2. Harry raised his wand, his mind blank with panic. A tickling hex. He couldn't think of the incantation. All he could feel was the oppressive attention, the memory of blue fire, the heat stirring in response to his anxiety. 3. Lockhart, clearly expecting a weak, childish spell, began a ludicrously complex pirouette, his wand tracing a glowing figure 8. Protega histrionicus. Harry, acting on pure, defensive instinct, didn't cast a tickling charm. He didn't cast anything. A surge of magic, hot and urgent, left his wand not as a spell, but as a wave of concussive, superheated air. It hit Lockhart's flashy shield charm. The Protega didn't shatter. It melted. The shimmering barrier dissolved like sugar in tea, and the remaining force struck Lockhart square in the chest. There was no flame, but the effect was dramatic. His peacock blue robes instantly lost their color, fading to a dull, singed gray. His perfectly coiffed hair was blown straight back, as if he'd stuck his head out of the Hogwarts Express at full speed, and then it began to smoke gently at the tips. He was lifted off his feet and deposited unceremoniously on his backside, skidding several feet along the dais. A stunned silence gripped the great hall. Then, a single, explosive guffaw. From Ron broke it, followed by a wave of incredulous laughter and gasps. Lockhart sat up, dazed, patting his smoldering hair. His smile was wobbly. Well, I say, quite a robust interpretation of the tickling charm, Harry. You certainly have power. Raw, untamed power. The very thing we must learn to coax, not club. But no one was listening to him. They were all staring at Harry, who stood frozen, his wand still raised. He saw the expressions, amazement, fear, curiosity. He saw Malfoy, across the hall, leaning forward, his eyes alight with vicious understanding. He saw Snape, at the staff table, his face a mask of cold fury. And he saw Dumbledore, at the center, his expression inscrutable. He had done it again. In front of everyone. He had used the dragon's magic, not as a dragon, but through his wand. It was a revelation, and a catastrophe. He fled. He didn't wait for dismissal. He turned and walked quickly from the great hall, the laughter and whispers rising behind him like a chasing tide. He didn't stop until he reached the second-floor girls' bathroom, the one haunted by moaning Myrtle. It was deserted, damp, and quiet. Ooh, what's the matter? Myrtle's voice wailed from a cubicle. Another little crisis. Come to share my misery. Go away, Myrtle, Harry muttered, sinking onto a cold, damp patch of floor, his back against a cracked sink. But the solitude was short-lived. The door creaked open. Hermione slipped inside, her face tense. "Harry," she said, kneeling beside him. That was wand-based manifestation. You channeled it through a focus." "I lost control," he said, his voice hollow. "Again. In front of the whole school. But don't you see?" Hermione's voice held a spark of her old, analytical fire. "You used your wand. You directed it. It wasn't an uncontrolled transformation or a skin contact burn. It was magic. Alien, powerful magic, but magic with a vector. That's a channel, Harry. That's what Professor McGonagall meant." He looked at her. "It melted his shield charm, Hermione. It nearly set him on fire." "That's not a channel, it's a weapon." "It's both," she insisted. "Every spell is a tool. It depends on how you use it. The incendio you cast in charms was too strong, but it was still incendio. The transfiguration was permanent and unusual, but it worked. Your magical core is expressing itself through the standard forms, but it's augmenting them. Overcharging them. We need to study that. Not the transformation, but the translation of your dragon core, into standard spellwork." It made a terrible kind of sense. The dragon wasn't a separate thing. It was the source of his magic now. The river of molten gold was flooding the channels meant for gentle streams. He couldn't stop the river. He had to learn to build bigger, stronger channels. "How?" he asked, the word a plea. Hermione's eyes gleamed. "We experiment. Carefully. In the room. With spells. We see what happens. We map the augmentation. We learn the limits." It was a dangerous path. But it was a path forward, away from the binary choice of total suppression or catastrophic release. They began that night. Ron stood guard outside the room, which had become a dedicated, soundproofed spell range. Hermione had devised a list of basic charms, ordered by complexity and potential for harm. They started with Lumos. Harry's wand tip didn't just glow. It blazed like a miniature sun, forcing them all to squint, casting sharp, black shadows. The light was whiter, purer, and it left a faint afterimage when he ended the spell. Wingardium Leviosa on a practice dummy didn't just lift it, it shot it to the ceiling with such force the dummy's head cracked against the stone. Alohomora on a complex, magically locked chest didn't click the lock open, it caused the entire brass mechanism to glow red hot and then fuse into a solid, useless lump. Each spell was a revelation of overwhelming power and a lesson in catastrophic subtlety. Harry's magic didn't do gentle. It did absolute. A shield charm, Protega, didn't just deflect a stinging hex from Hermione, it reflected it with triple the force and a splash of searing heat that scorched the wall behind her. "It's like you're casting everything through a layer of dragon fire," Hermione breathed, after a particularly close call with a ricocheting flipendo. "It imbues the magic with transformative, destructive properties. Even a simple charm becomes potentially lethal." The implications were staggering. And terrifying. He could never duel another student. A disarming charm could sever a limb. A body bind could petrify someone into actual stone. But amidst the terror, there was a flicker of grim potential. This was a power Voldemort did not have. This was a power that could break things he protected. It was a dark, uncomfortable thought, but it nestled in his mind. The experiments had to be secret, but the aftermath of the Lockhart incident was very public. Harry became a different kind of legend. Not just the boy who lived, but the boy who melted Lockhart's hair. The story grew with each telling. He was prodded for details in the corridors, regarded with a new, wary respect by some, outright fear by others. Seamus Finnegan asked him, in a hushed voice, if he'd teach him that fire blast thing. Dean Thomas simply gave him a wider berth. The teachers were no less affected. Flitwick began giving him cautious, supplementary instructions on magical dampening. Sprout avoided asking him to handle Devil's Snare. And Snape's hatred calcified into something colder, more deliberate. He no longer taunted Hermione in class. He simply watched Harry, his black eyes noting every movement, every flicker of expression, as if compiling a dossier. The breaking point came in late October. Harry, exhausted from a night of fraught spell practice and another round of Snape's detentions now repurposed for remedial potion stability exercises, was in the common room late. The fire was low. He was trying, and failing, to read a chapter on the uses of Newt spleen. His eyes kept closing. He felt a presence beside him and looked up. It was Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister. She'd been oddly quiet since starting at Hogwarts, pale and jumpy. Now, she was staring at him with an intensity that was unnerving. "Harry," she whispered, her voice thin. "You have to help me." "Ginny, what's wrong?" "It's talking to me," she said, her eyes wide and glassy, not quite focusing on him. "In my head. It's so cold. It hates the warmth. It hates you. It says you smell of fire. It wants the fire to go out." A chill that had nothing to do with the dying embers shot down Harry's spine. "What's talking to you, Ginny?" She didn't answer. Her gaze drifted to the fireplace. "It's in the walls. It writes in my book. It tells me things. Bad things." She wrapped her arms around herself, shivering violently. "I'm so cold, Harry. All the time." Before he could respond, she turned and scurried up the stairs to the girls' dormitories, leaving him alone with a dread that was entirely new. A voice in the walls. A book. A hatred of warmth, of fire. "It says you smell of fire." Asterisk. The pieces, jagged and dark, began to click together in his mind. The Chamber of Secrets. The monster. The attacks last year that had been pinned on him. They were starting again. And whatever was behind it, whatever was whispering to Ginny, sensed him. Not as Harry Potter, but as a source of heat, of dragon fire. An opposite. A threat. He got up, his fatigue forgotten. He needed to find Ron and Hermione. He needed to tell Dumbledore. But as he turned, he saw a flicker of movement in the shadows of the stairwell leading to the boys' dorms. A pale, pointed face, half hidden. Draco Malfoy. He wasn't supposed to be in the Gryffindor common room. He must have followed Ginny, or been lurking. Their eyes met in the semi-darkness. Malfoy's expression was not one of his usual sneers. It was a look of dawning, horrified comprehension. He had heard Ginny's whispered confession. He knew about the voice. He knew about the book. And now he knew that Harry knew. Without a word, Malfoy melted back into the shadows and was gone. Harry stood frozen, the cold dread now a solid block of ice in his stomach. The chamber was open. Ginny was in danger. And Draco Malfoy, his enemy who already suspected too much about his own secret, was now in possession of another, potentially deadly one. Two colossal secrets, his and the school's, were on a collision course. And at the center of both, feeling the predatory gaze of a hidden monster and the vengeful scrutiny of a rival, was Ginny Weasley, growing colder by the day. The cliffhanger was a convergence. The dragon fire within him had drawn the attention of an ancient, cold-blooded evil. And the boy who hated him most now held the key to unleashing it. Harry's fight for control was no longer just personal. It was about to become a war on two fronts, and the first victim might be someone he called family. Chapter 9 *. The ice in Harry's gut from Ginny's whispered confession didn't thaw, it spread, a glacial fear leaching into his bones. The warmth of the common room fire felt mocking. It hates the fire. He slept fitfully, dreams of a vast, dark chamber and a voice like cracking stone whispering cold, so cold, intertwined with the memory of Ginny's glassy, terrified eyes. At breakfast, he watched her. She picked at her food, her face wan, dark smudges under her eyes. Ron, shoveling down sausages, seemed oblivious, complaining about the difficulty of their upcoming transfiguration essay. "Ron," Harry said quietly, under the clatter of cutlery. "Is Ginny okay?" "She looks ill." Ron glanced down the table. "She's always been a bit peaky. First-year jitters, Mum says. Probably missing home." "It's more than that," Hermione murmured, her own eyes tracking Ginny with concern. "She's lost weight. And she's not talking to anyone. Not even the other first-year girls." "She'll be fine," Ron said, though a faint frown creased his forehead. "Just needs to settle in." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione. They couldn't tell Ron. Not yet. Not without more. The specter of the Chamber of Secrets, of the petrifications and the terror of the previous year, was a ghost everyone wanted to believe was laid to rest. To suggest it was back, whispering to his little sister, Ron would panic. He'd go straight to McGonagall, to Dumbledore. And while that might be the right thing, it would also bring a storm of attention down on Ginny, and by extension, on Harry, whose connection to the case was already a stained part of Hogwarts history. And Malfoy was out there, a loose cannon armed with dangerous knowledge. They needed proof. And they needed to deal with Malfoy. The opportunity came in defense against the dark arts. Lockhart, still slightly singed from his seminar, had decided the best way to rehabilitate his image was with a practical workshop on dealing with non-corporeal pests. He'd enlisted a cage of agitated Cornish pixies, which he promptly released with a flourish. Chaos erupted. Pixies soared, pulling hair, stealing books, appending ink pots. Lockhart's attempts to corral them with poorly aimed charms only made things worse. In the pandemonium, Harry saw Malfoy, a sneer on his face as he watched a pixie tugging at a Gryffindor girl's braid. He wasn't participating, he was observing, aloof, from the edge of the room. Harry fought his way through the dive-bombing blue menaces towards him. A pixie latched onto his glasses, cackling. He swatted it away, his temper fraying. "Malfoy," he growled, grabbing the Slytherin's arm and pulling him into a relatively quiet corner behind a tipped-over desk. Malfoy wrenched his arm free, his eyes flashing. "Hands off, Potter. Or do you want to add assault to your list of offenses?" "You were in the common room last night," Harry said, his voice low and urgent. "You heard Ginny." Malfoy's expression shifted from anger to a cold, calculating gleam. "So what if I did? The Weasel's sister is barmy." Hearing voices. Writing in diaries. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Last time someone was writing on walls, you were the one everyone thought was doing it. "This is different," Harry insisted, a pixie whizzing past his ear. "She's in trouble. Real trouble. You know what it means." "Do I?" Malfoy leaned in, his voice a venomous whisper. "I know the Chamber of Secrets was opened last year. I know something petrified those mudbloods. And I know my father says the heir of Slytherin was never caught. And now the Weasley girl is hearing voices. And you smell of fire." He said the last word with a peculiar emphasis, his eyes boring into Harry's. "The thing in the walls hates fire," she said. "Interesting, isn't it, that it would pick the one person in the castle who's practically a walking furnace to complain about?" Harry's blood ran cold. Malfoy wasn't just making connections, he was weaving a narrative. "If you tell anyone, if you breathe a word about Ginny." "What?" Malfoy interrupted, a cruel smile touching his lips. "You'll burn me again. Go ahead. Do it in front of all these witnesses. Show them all exactly what you are. Or maybe," his smile widened, "you'll make a deal." "A deal? You stay away from me. You keep your freakishness to yourself. And you don't interfere with certain matters. And in return, I keep my mouth shut about the Weasley girl's little problem. And about my theories regarding you." It was blackmail. Clean and simple. Malfoy wanted a free pass. He wanted Harry neutered, out of his way, while he did what? What certain matters was he involved in? Before Harry could respond, a loud crack echoed through the room. Lockhart had finally managed a successful freezing charm, immobilizing the entire swarm of pixies midair. They fell to the floor with a collective thud, a tangled heap of frozen blue limbs. "There," Lockhart panted, smoothing his hair. "A textbook application. Observe, students, the power of calm authority." The class ended in disarray. Harry left with Malfoy's threat ringing in his ears, a cold counterpoint to the ever-present heat in his chest. The dragon stirred, angry at the constraint, at the bargain. "He seeks to chain you. To use your fear against you. Burn his words to ash. Asterisk. But he couldn't. Not without endangering Ginny. Not without exposing himself. He told Hermione everything in an abandoned classroom after dinner. Her face grew paler with each word. "He's leveraging both secrets against you," she said, her mind racing. "He'll use Ginny's situation to force your compliance, and your compliance to ensure you don't interfere with whatever he's planning. And he's planning something, Harry. The heir of Slytherin, if the chamber is linked to Salazar Slytherin's line, Lucius Malfoy has always claimed pureblood supremacy." "You think Malfoy's the heir?" Harry asked, aghast. "I think he might think he is. Or his father does. And Ginny's possession, or whatever it is, might be a tool for them." She chewed her lip. "We have to find that diary. The one she mentioned. It has to be the key. But how?" They couldn't confront Ginny directly without scaring her or alerting Malfoy. They couldn't search her things. And they couldn't watch her every moment. The answer came from an unexpected source, nearly headless Nick. The Gryffindor ghost, glum about the 500th anniversary of his botched beheading being overlooked, was floating mournfully near the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. "Ah, young Potter," he intoned. "A tragic day for commemorative dignity." "Nick," Harry said, an idea forming. You can go anywhere in the castle, right? Through walls. A dubious privilege of my state, Nick sighed. But yes, those solid objects offer a certain, resistive chill. Could you follow someone for me? Discreetly. Just see where they go, what they do. Especially if they go off alone. Nick's translucent chest puffed out slightly. A task. A mission. Of course, my dear boy. For the sake of poor, forgotten Sir Nicholas. Who is the subject of this spectral surveillance? Ginny Weasley. Nick agreed. For the next few days, the ghost became their invisible spy. His reports were fragmented, whispered in deserted corridors. Ginny wandered, often at odd hours. She visited the library but didn't read, just stared into space. She spent time in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, which made Harry's skin crawl with memory. And once, late at night, Nick reported seeing her in the third-floor corridor, standing before a stretch of blank wall, whispering to something she held in her hands, a small, black book. The diary, Hermione breathed when Harry told her. It has to be. But the third-floor corridor, that's nowhere near the rumors of the chamber's entrance. Meanwhile, Harry lived under the suffocating terms of Malfoy's unspoken deal. In potions, Malfoy now smirked openly when Snape berated Harry. He made snide comments about volatile elements and containment protocols, knowing Harry couldn't react. The dragon magic simmered, a pot perpetually on the verge of boiling over. Harry's control was stretched taut, a wire humming with dangerous tension. In their secret spell practices, his magic grew wilder, frustrated. A simple scourgify to clean a spilled potion vial didn't just clean it, it scoured the glass so thoroughly it became brittle and thin, shattering at a touch. When Hermione suggested they try a basic defensive hex, Levicorpus, on a practice dummy, the spell didn't just hoist it by the ankle, it yanked it into the air with such violent force that the dummy's leg tore clean off, hitting the wall with a sickening thwack. It's the repression, Hermione diagnosed, looking at the ruined dummy with horror. You're bottling it up all day, and it's coming out here like a shaken bottle of champagne. We have to find another outlet. A physical one. The idea was Ron's. Quidditch, he said simply, as they walked by the pitch one blustery afternoon. You're still Seeker, aren't you? Tryouts are next week. Nothing like flying to clear your head. And if you, I dunno, fly a bit too fast, or dive a bit too hard, who's to know? It's just aggressive playing. Quidditch. The thought of the open sky, the wind, the freedom, it called to the dragon as much as it called to the boy. It was a sanctioned release. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, was ecstatic when Harry put his name forward. Potter. Thank Merlin. With the rumors flying, I wasn't sure you'd, well, never mind. We need you. Slytherin's got a new seeker, some French kid, supposed to be brilliant. We've got to defend the cup. The first practice was a revelation. On a broom, high above the earthly pressures, some of the knots in his chest loosened. The wind in his face was a cleaner version of the dragon's flight. He pushed his firebolt harder, faster, diving and rolling with an abandon that made Wood whoop with glee and the chasers yell protests as he shot through their formations. But the dragon's influence was there, too. His eyesight, already sharp, became preternaturally so. He could see the individual stitches on the snitch from 50 yards away, could track its hummingbird fast jinx not by prediction, but by the minute distortions it made in the air. When a bludger came screaming towards Katie Bell, Harry didn't just swerve to avoid it, he dropped into a dive so sudden and steep the wind screamed in his ears, and with a savage, instinctual smack of his broom handle, he hit the iron ball not to deflect it, but to crush it. The bludger dented inward with a deafening clang and spiraled to the ground, useless. The practice ground to a halt. Everyone stared at the mangled ball, then at Harry, who hovered, breathing heavily, the rush of violent action still singing in his veins. Blimey, Harry, George Weasley said, floating over. What did that bludger ever do to you? Sorry, Harry muttered, the heat of the moment cooling into embarrassment. Lost my head. Wood, after a moment of stunned silence, clapped him on the back. Don't be. That was terrifying. And brilliant. Slytherin's seeker will wet himself if he sees that. Just, maybe leave the bludgers to the beaters next time, It was an outlet, but a precarious one. The line between competitive zeal and dragon ferocity was thin, and he had nearly crossed it. The fragile equilibrium shattered on Halloween. The Great Hall was decorated with live bats and giant, carved pumpkins, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat and sweets. Ginny was at the Gryffindor table, barely touching the feast, her face so pale it was nearly translucent. Halfway through the meal, nearly headless Nick came gliding through the wall, his face a mask of spectral panic. He made directly for the staff table, but his path took him right over the Gryffindors. "Headmaster," he wailed, his voice echoing in the suddenly hushed hall. Another attack. In the corridor, Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, stiff as a board, and there's a message. On the wall, a frozen silence descended, then broke into uproar. Dumbledore rose, his face grave, and swept from the hall, teachers and prefects scrambling after him. Students crowded towards the doors. Harry, Ron, and Hermione fought their way through the tide. In the second-floor corridor, a crowd had gathered. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung stiff from a torch bracket, her eyes wide and unseeing. And on the stone wall behind her, written in foot-high letters that shimmered with a terrible, damp luminescence, was a message. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." But beneath it, dripping like fresh blood though it was only paint, someone whispered, was a new line, smaller, jagged, as if scratched in a frenzy. "Fire will not save you." A collective gasp went up. People's eyes, wide with terror, flicked from the cat to the message, and then, inevitably, to Harry Potter. He stood rooted, the words burning into his brain. "Fire will not save you." It was a threat. A response. The thing in the walls knew he was there. It knew what he was. And it was telling him his power was useless. Then his eyes fell on something else, something small and forgotten on the damp floor near the wall. A little, black, leather-covered book. Ginny's diary. He started forward, but a hand clamped on his shoulder. It was Professor McGonagall, her face ashen. "No one is to touch anything. Everyone, back to your common rooms. Immediately." As the crowd was herded away, Harry saw, across the corridor, Draco Malfoy. He wasn't looking at the cat or the message. He was looking straight at Harry, a triumphant, vindicated smirk on his face. He mouthed two words, clear as day, "Told you." Asterisk. Then his gaze dropped to the diary on the floor, and his smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of something else, alarm. Filch arrived, howling with grief and fury, accusing Harry on sight. Dumbledore examined Mrs. Norris calmly, but his eyes lingered on the second message, then rose to meet Harry's across the crowded corridor. There was no twinkle in them now. Only a deep, unreadable solemnity. Lockhart was blustering about his experience with similar curses. Snape watched it all with a cold, analytical detachment, his eyes lingering on the diary before Filch scooped it up, sobbing. Back in the panicked chaos of the Gryffindor common room, huddled in their usual corner, the trio spoke in frantic whispers. "The diary was there," Harry said. "It must have fallen from her robes. That's how it's controlling her, writing through her." "But the message," Hermione said, her voice trembling. "Fire will not save you. Harry, it's talking to you. It knows." "Malfoy knows too," Ron growled, finally understanding the severity. "He looked right at you. And he saw the diary. If he tells someone Ginny dropped it." "He won't," Harry said, the pieces clicking into a dreadful mosaic. "Because he doesn't want the diary found either. Don't you see? He's involved. His father, Lucius Malfoy, must have given it to her. At Flourish and Blots, in the summer. I saw him. He was handling her books." Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. "A weapon. A pureblood weapon, disguised as a diary, to open the chamber through an innocent. And when it's done, they get rid of the diary, and no one's the wiser." "But it's gone wrong," Ron said, his face pale with horror for his sister. "It's hurting her. And now it's after Harry. We have to get that diary back," Harry said, his resolve hardening. "We have to destroy it. It's the only way to free Ginny. And it's the only way to stop the heir." "But Filch has it," Hermione said. "And it's evidence. It'll be locked away." Harry thought of the little book, lying on the damp stone. He thought of the voice that hated fire. He thought of Malfoy's smug face. The dragon magic inside him didn't rage this time. It focused, cold and lethal. "Then we steal it," he said, his voice quiet and final. The cliffhanger was a point of no return. The secret war was out in the open, written on the wall. The enemy had named him. Ginny, life was draining into a cursed book. And Harry Potter, the boy with a dragon in his soul, had just declared he would break into the heart of the school to steal a dark artifact, pitting his forbidden fire against an ancient, whispering cold. The hunt was on, and the stakes were no longer just his own control, but his friend's life, and the soul of Hogwarts itself. Chapter 10 *. The panic in the Gryffindor common room was a living thing, thick with fear and speculation. Whispers of, heir of Slytherin, and, the chamber, swirled like fog. Parvati Patil was sobbing that they were all going to be petrified. Seamus Finnegan argued loudly that it had to be Malfoy, while Dean Thomas kept shooting uneasy glances at Harry, his eyes lingering on him longer than anyone else. The second message, "Fire will not save you," had been seen by dozens. The connection was being made, however shakily, between the words and the boy who had melted Lockhart's shield. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in their corner, an island of grim silence in the sea of hysterics. Ron's fists were clenched, his knuckles white. The horror for his sister had finally broken through his bluster, leaving behind a raw, terrified anger. "We're getting that diary," Ron growled, his voice barely audible. "Tonight. Before Filch gives it to someone, or it makes Ginny do something worse." "It's evidence," Hermione whispered, her eyes darting around the room. "It'll be in Filch's office, or Dumbledore will have taken it. We can't just break in. We have to," Harry said. The decision, made in the corridor, felt irrevocable. The dragon magic inside him was a coiled spring, no longer restless but purposefully tense. The enemy had issued a challenge. The diary was the key. This was no longer about secrecy, it was about a fight. "We need the invisibility cloak. And we need a distraction." The plan was desperate and simple. Under the cloak, the three of them would go to Filch's office. Hermione would use a cleverly modified Alohomora she'd been theorizing about, one that wouldn't leave magical traces, to get them in. They would find the diary and destroy it. The how of destruction was a question they tacitly avoided. Harry knew, in his gut, that ordinary fire wouldn't touch it. But his fire wasn't ordinary. The distraction was Ron's idea, born of sheer, frustrated mischief. "Peeves," he said. "If we can get Peeves to cause a ruckus somewhere far away, the trophy room, maybe, Filch will go running. He can't resist Peeves." They waited until the common room had thinned, the first years shepherded to bed by pale-faced prefects. At midnight, under the silken weight of the invisibility cloak, they shuffled out through the portrait hole, a four-legged, 12-footed monster of nervous intent. The castle at night was a different beast. The familiar corridors were canyons of shadow, every suit of armor a silent sentinel, every flicker of torchlight a potential eye. The silence was a pressure on Harry's ears, amplifying the sound of his own heartbeat and the soft, panicked breathing of his friends. They made it to the corridor outside Filch's office without incident. The door was shut, a thin line of yellow light visible underneath. "Now, Ron," Hermione breathed. Ron peeled away from under the cloak and tiptoed down the corridor towards the trophy room. They heard him whisper, "Peeves, oh, Peeves, you useless, moldy old phantom, I bet you're too scared to even touch the Slytherin Quidditch cup." A moment of silence, then a familiar, cackling voice. "Who's there? Insulting Peeves. Wandering after hours. Catch me if you can, you useless lump of ectoplasm." Ron's voice echoed, followed by the sound of running feet. Peeves's shriek of outrage was magnificent. Students out of bed. Students in the trophy room. Wrecking and running. Wait till Filchy hears about this. They heard the thunderous crash of what sounded like a cabinet full of shields being overturned. Seconds later, the door to Filch's office flew open, and the caretaker came scurrying out, his face a mask of rage. "Mrs. Norris at his heels. Peeves. I'll skin you. I'll have you cleaning the sewers with a toothbrush." He hobbled away at speed, towards the distant cacophony. "Now," Harry whispered. They slipped from under the cloak. Hermione approached the door, her wand drawn. She muttered a string of Latin-sounding words Harry didn't recognize, her wand tracing a complex, three-dimensional shape in the air. There was a soft snick. The door swung inward an inch. "A non-invasive unlocking matrix," she whispered, a hint of pride in her voice despite the terror. "Theoretical, but it seems to." They pushed inside. Filch's office was a shrine to punishment. Drawers labeled, "Confiscated and highly dangerous," lined one wall. Whipping rods hung in a neat rack. A single, greasy lamp illuminated a desk piled high with forms. And in the center of the desk, lying atop a file, Labeled, Petrifications, Unsolved, was the little black diary. It looked innocent. Battered leather, a tarnished silver clasp. But Harry felt it. A coldness emanated from it, a sucking void that seemed to drain the warmth from the air. The dragon magic in his chest gave a warning pulse, a predator sensing arrival. Hermione reached for it. We should take it and go. Study it somewhere safe. No, Harry said, his voice firm. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the book. It's not safe anywhere near us. It has to be destroyed. Now. But how? Ron asked, hovering by the door, keeping watch. Dumbledore could. I know how. Harry picked up the diary. The cold was intense, seeping through his skin, making his bones ache. It was an anti-heat, a negation. He could feel the malevolent consciousness within it, stirring, aware of his presence. It recoiled from his touch, not with fear, but with a loathing so profound it was a physical force. He opened it. The pages were blank, pristine. But as he held it, words began to bloom, crawling across the paper like spilled ink finding its own terrible shape. Hello, Harry Potter. The handwriting was not Ginny's. It was elegant, sloping, and utterly cold. We meet at last. I have felt your heat from afar. A curious anomaly. A spark in the damp. Don't talk to it, Hermione hissed. It's a Horcrux, or something like one. It'll try to possess you too. Harry ignored her. He stared at the words. Let Ginny go. The little red-haired vessel. She is weak. She welcomed me. Her loneliness was such fertile soil. But you are all fire and fury. You would burn before you bent. A pity. Such power, wasted on sentiment. The words shifted, reforming. Fire will not save you, Harry Potter. My creature is ancient. It does not burn. It turns warmth to stone. Your little flames are nothing to it. Anger, hot and clean, cut through the book's psychic chill. We'll see about that. He dropped the diary on Filch's wooden desk. He raised his wand. He didn't think of a spell. He thought of the river of molten gold inside him. He thought of the blue-white heart of the furnace. He focused it all down his arm, into his wand, and willed it not as a jet, but as a concentrated point of absolute, unraveling heat. Incendio. He roared, but the word was just a shape for the power. A beam of pure, white light, so bright it bleached the color from the room, shot from his wand tip. It wasn't fire, it was the idea of fire, the primal essence of consumption. It struck the diary. The book did not catch fire. It screamed. A high, thin, agonized shriek, not from the paper, but from the air around it, tore through the office. The diary thrashed on the desk as if alive. Ink, not black, but a deep, arterial red, began to boil out of its pages, hissing and smoking where it touched the wood. The cold radiating from it intensified, fighting the heat, a war of opposites manifesting in the space between them. Frost crackled across the surface of Filch's ink pot. The lamp flame guttered and died. Harry poured more power into the beam. His wand grew hot in his hand, the Hollywood beginning to smoke. He could feel the diary's resistance, a fortress of dark, preserved magic. His fire wasn't erasing it, it was unmaking it, molecule by molecule. The red ink bubbled furiously, forming words that writhed and dissolved. No, you cannot, this is not magic, this is. The sentence broke apart. The cover of the diary blackened, not to ash, but to a brittle, glassy carbon. The pages within glowed orange, then white, then vanished, not in flame, but in a silent, total erasure. With a final, silent implosion of light and a wave of released cold that made them all gasp, the diary was gone. Not a speck of ash remained. Only a perfect, palm-sized, glassy burn in the shape of the book was etched into the surface of Filch's desk, smoking faintly. Harry lowered his wand, panting. Exhaustion, deeper than any physical tiredness, washed over him. He felt drained, as if he had channeled a part of his own life force into that blast. Hermione was staring at the burn, her face a mask of awe and horror. You didn't just destroy it. You annihilated it. That magic, Harry, it's done, Ron said, his voice shaky with relief. Ginny's free. Now let's get out of here before. The office door slammed open. Not Filch. Severus Snape stood in the doorway, his black eyes taking in the scene with instantaneous, chilling comprehension. The three of them, the glowing, smoking scar on the desk, Harry's still smoking wand. His gaze lingered on the burn, and a flicker of something, recognition, shock, Fear passed over his sallow features before being swallowed by icy fury. "Potter," he breathed, the word dripping with venom. "What have you done?" "We were just," Hermione began. "Silence, Granger." Snape strode into the room, his robes swirling. He didn't look at the burn again. His eyes were locked on Harry. "You destroyed Ministry evidence. You have contaminated a crime scene with an unknown and highly destructive magical discharge. This is beyond expulsion. This is a matter for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Improper Use of Magic Office." "It was the diary." Ron burst out. "It was possessing Ginny. It wrote those messages. Harry destroyed it to save her." "A convenient fairy tale, Weasley," Snape sneered. "Where is this mythical diary? I see only wanton vandalism." He stepped closer to Harry, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "You used that power. Here. In the heart of the school. You have proven yourself exactly what I warned you were, an uncontrollable danger." Harry met his gaze, too drained for fear. "Ginny Weasley is in the hospital wing, Professor. Check on her. See if she's better. That's all the proof you need." For a long moment, Snape just stared at him, his face unreadable. Then, he turned on his heel. "All three of you, to the headmaster's office. Now. Do not speak. Do not move unless I say." He marched them through the silent castle, a grim procession. Harry's mind raced. They had saved Ginny, but at what cost? Snape had seen the dragonfire's work. He would report it. The Ministry would come. They reached the stone gargoyle. Snape didn't speak a password, he simply glared at it, and it jumped aside. They ascended the spiral stair. Dumbledore's office was lit by a single, low lamp. The headmaster was not at his desk. He was standing by the window, looking out at the night. He turned as they entered. His face, in the soft light, looked ancient, the lines deeper than Harry had ever seen them. "Severus," Dumbledore said quietly. "And our nocturnal adventurers. I have just come from the hospital wing. Poppy tells me Miss Weasley's life signs have stabilized remarkably. The comatose state she was in has lifted. She is sleeping, naturally, for the first time in weeks." His blue eyes moved to Harry. "A most fortuitous recovery." Snape's lip curled. They broke into Argus's office. Potter used an unstable, highly destructive form of magic to obliterate a key piece of evidence relating to the chamber attacks. "The desk is ruined. The artifact is gone. This is not child's play, Albus. This is a flagrant violation of—" "What artifact, Harry?" Dumbledore interrupted, his voice still calm. "A diary, sir," Harry said, finding his voice. "It belonged to Tom Riddle. It was writing to Ginny, controlling her. Making her open the chamber. It was a piece of him. Of Voldemort." The name hung in the room. Snape flinched. Dumbledore's eyes closed for a brief moment. When he opened them, there was a profound sadness in them. "A Horcrux," he murmured, almost to himself. "So young. So terribly clever." He looked at Snape. "The artifact was not evidence, Severus. It was the weapon itself. Its destruction was not a crime. It was an act of salvation. The magic he used," Snape began, furious, "was the only magic that could have destroyed it," Dumbledore finished. "I have studied such objects. They are resilient to all but the most absolute of forces. Fiendfire might have sufficed, at great risk. What Harry did was precise and necessary." Snape looked as though he had been slapped. "You condone this. His power is growing. It is manifesting in wand work now. He melted Lockhart's shield. He just vaporized a dark artifact. He is a walking hazard. He is a young man learning to wield a terrible gift," Dumbledore said, his voice gaining a steely edge. "A gift that has just saved a student's life and halted a reign of terror within these walls. Your report to the Ministry, Severus, will state that the culprit was a cursed object, now disposed of by myself. The attacks are over. The case is closed." The silent battle of wills between the two men was almost visible in the air. Snape's face was a mask of bitter frustration. He knew he was overruled. He knew Dumbledore would protect Harry, even from this. "As you wish, Headmaster," Snape said finally, the words brittle. "But the cat is among the pigeons now. The boy's nature cannot be hidden forever. And when it emerges, the consequences will be on your head." He swept from the office, the door closing with a soft, definitive click. The silence he left behind was heavy. Dumbledore sighed, looking suddenly weary beyond measure. He gestured to the chairs. "Sit, please." They sat. Dumbledore took his own seat behind the desk, steepling his fingers. You have had a remarkable night. And you have learned a terrible truth about Lord Voldemort. That he split his soul, a grievous act of dark magic. This diary was one such piece. There may be others. He let that horror settle for a moment before continuing. But that is a war for another day. Tonight, you won a battle. You saved Ginny Weasley. For that, you have my deepest gratitude. His eyes rested on Harry. And you used your power not in anger, but with purpose. With control. To protect. That, Harry, is the most important lesson of all. But Snape's right, Harry said, the exhaustion making him blunt. People are going to find out. The message on the wall, Malfoy knows, it's only a matter of time. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded. But time is what we need. Time for you to grow stronger. To master this not as a curse, but as a craft. He leaned forward. The destruction of the diary proves something vital. Your magic is not merely destructive. It is unmaking. It can erase dark magic at a fundamental level. That is a power of light, Harry, however fiercely it burns. The words were a balm and a burden. A power of light that felt like a branding iron in his soul. What do I do now? Harry asked. You return to your dormitory. You sleep. You visit Ginny in the morning. You continue your studies. And you continue your lessons with me, and, he added with a faint, wry smile, unfortunately, with Professor Snape. The world is not done testing you, Harry Potter. But you have passed a great test tonight. Remember the feeling, the control, the purpose. Hold on to that when the fire rises again. They left the office, descending the stairs in a daze. The relief of saving Ginny was immense, but it was tangled with the new, chilling knowledge of Horcruxes and the cold certainty that Snape's hatred was now absolute. The headmaster's protection felt like a thin parchment shield against a coming inferno. As they shuffled back towards Gryffindor Tower, they passed a window. The first gray light of dawn was etching the outlines of the Forbidden Forest. The night was over, but in the quiet of the approaching morning, Harry felt a new, subtle shift within himself. The dragon magic was quiet, not suppressed, but satisfied. It had been used. It had fought an enemy and won. The heat in his chest was a banked fire, not a restless ember. He had touched the dragon's power with a clear mind and a just cause, and it had answered not with chaos but with precision. It was a fragile alliance, born of necessity, but it was an alliance nonetheless. The cliffhanger was not an immediate threat, but a seismic shift in understanding. The secret was fraying at the edges. An enemy knew a piece of the truth. A teacher had seen the full, terrifying scope of his power and was now an active adversary. But Harry had also seen a glimpse of a possible future, not as a monster to be caged, but as a warrior with a unique, devastating weapon. The path ahead was darker and more dangerous than ever, but for the first time, he had a sense of his own place on it. He was not just a boy hiding a beast. He was a dragon slayer, and he had just slain his first, twisted soul. Chapter 11 *. The dawn after the diary's destruction brought a fragile, gray peace to Hogwarts. News spread with the morning light. The attacks were over. The heir of Slytherin had been a cursed book, now destroyed by the headmaster. Ginny Weasley was awake, weak and confused but alive, with no memory of her possession beyond foggy nightmares. Relief washed through the castle like a cleansing rain, rinsing away the immediate terror. But for Harry, the relief was a shallow pool over deep, shifting sands. Snape's silent, seething fury was a constant presence. In potions, the man's disdain had hardened into something glacial and professional. He no longer taunted. He simply ignored Harry, treating him as if he were a dangerous, unstable ingredient best left untouched, an approach that was, in its own way, more unnerving. His reports to the Ministry, as ordered by Dumbledore, were doubtless being filed, a time bomb of bureaucratic suspicion. Malfoy was another problem. Without the leverage of the diary, his blackmail had crumbled, but his knowledge hadn't vanished. He watched Harry now with a new, calculating intensity. He didn't smirk or jeer in the corridors, he observed, like a scout assessing a fortification's weaknesses. The message on the wall, "Fire will not save you," was gone, scrubbed away by the house elves, but its ghost lingered between them. Malfoy knew the fire was real. He knew it was Harry's. And he was waiting. The focus of Harry's world narrowed to a single, desperate imperative: control. Not just the Acclumency to shield his mind from Snape's probes, which were now less frequent but far more subtle and invasive. Not just the restraint to keep his temper around Malfoy. It was about mastering the magic itself. Dumbledore's words echoed, a power of light, however fiercely it burns. He had to learn to wield the furnace inside him as a tool, not just a weapon. His sessions with Dumbledore took on a new, practical dimension. They moved from the silver bell to a series of enchanted objects designed to test precision and restraint. One was a delicate, crystal lotus flower. Harry's task was to use a modified, heat-based Engorgio charm to make it bloom, not by adding mass but by stimulating its crystalline structure to unfold with warmth. The first attempt reduced the lotus to a puddle of molten glass. The second warped it into a grotesque, spiky lump. The 10th attempt produced a hesitant, half-unfurled petal before the crystal cracked from thermal stress. "The force is not the issue, Harry," Dumbledore said patiently, repairing the lotus with a wave of his wand. "The issue is the modulation. Your magic is a broadsword. You must learn to use it as a scalpel. Feel the difference between a roaring blaze and the single candle flame needed to guide a moth." In the room of requirement with Hermione and Ron, the experiments grew more daring and more dangerous. They progressed from basic charms to more complex transfigurations. Hermione theorized that if Harry could imbue his magic with intent as finely as he had when destroying the diary, he could achieve controlled results. They tried to transfigure a block of wood into a metal goblet. Harry focused, visualizing the molecular change, the shift from fibrous organic matter to smooth, cool alloy. He channeled a thread of heat, aiming to forge rather than burn. The wood didn't become a goblet. It combusted instantly into a pillar of white-hot flame that vanished, leaving behind not ash, but a small, perfect ingot of pure, silver iron, still glowing and malleable. It was a success of sorts. He had transformed it, but not into the intended shape. The power had followed the path of least resistance, creating the essence of metal, but not the form. "It's like your magic doesn't understand shape," Hermione mused, levitating the cooling ingot with a cloth. "It understands state. You can change something's fundamental state, solid to liquid, organic to mineral, existence to oblivion, but the fine details, the artistry, that requires a gentler touch." The gentler touch remained elusive. In charms, when they learned the cheering charm, Ridiculous, to combat boggarts, Harry's attempt to turn a boggart shaped like Snape into something silly resulted in the simulacrum not turning into a clown, but vaporizing in a puff of sulfurous smoke that left the entire class coughing and Professor Lupin, their new, kind-faced defense teacher, staring at Harry with startled, keen interest. "An unusually definitive approach, Mr. Potter," Lupin said later, as the class filed out. He held Harry back. "That was not a standard ridiculous asterisk." "I know, sir," Harry mumbled. "My magic, it's a bit strong sometimes." Lupin's gentle, tired eyes held his. "Strength is one thing. That was something else. It was an erasure. I've seen similar effects only in very old, very powerful ward-breaking rituals." He didn't press further, but his gaze was thoughtful. "If you ever wish to discuss control outside of class, my door is open. I have some experience with forces that feel larger than oneself." It was a startling offer, and a tempting one. Lupin didn't radiate the judgment of Snape or the heavy expectation of Dumbledore. He seemed to speak from a place of understanding. But Harry hesitated. Trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. He thanked Lupin and left. The physical outlet of Quidditch became his sanctuary. In the air, the dragon's yearning for flight and the boy's love of the game merged seamlessly. He pushed his firebolt to its limits, flying with a fierce, joyous aggression that made him the terror of the pitch. During a practice match against Ravenclaw, he shot after the snitch not in a graceful arc, but in a near-vertical dive that ripped the wind from his lungs and made Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw seeker, pull up in alarm. He caught the snitch not with a deft snatch, but by plunging his entire hand through the swarm of beating wings, closing his fist with a force that would have crushed a real golden ball. Afterwards, Oliver Wood clapped him on the back, his enthusiasm tinged with unease. "Merlin's beard, Harry. Save some of that for Slytherin. You're going to give their seeker a heart attack before the match." But it was during these flights that Harry noticed a new, unsettling development. His connection to his broom was changing. The firebolt was a masterpiece of magical engineering, responsive to the slightest touch. Now, it felt like an extension of his own will. When he thought dive, it didn't just descend, it plummeted as if eager for the ground. When he banked, it cut through the air with a razor sharpness that felt less like aerodynamics and more like intent. Sometimes, holding the polished handle, he could feel a faint, answering warmth in the wood, as if it were absorbing a fraction of his own inner heat. It was into this simmering cauldron of stress and strange power that the Dementors arrived. The news came from a panicked Ernie Macmillan at the Hufflepuff table one bleak November morning. "My father works for the ministry. He says they're posting them. Dementors. All around the school grounds. Because of Sirius Black." The name dropped like a stone into the Great Hall. Sirius Black. The madman who had betrayed Harry's parents. Who had escaped Azkaban. Who was now supposedly coming for Harry. A cold far deeper than any November chill seeped into the castle. It wasn't just fear of a murderer, it was the dread of the Dementors themselves. Their reputation was a visceral horror, soul-sucking, joy-draining, the living embodiment of despair. For Harry, the threat was twofold. Sirius Black was a ghost from his past, a wound he'd carried since he was a baby. And the Dementors, he remembered their effect on the train at the start of term. The cold, the creeping hopelessness, the sound of his mother's scream. But now, there was the dragon. And the dragon did not understand despair. It understood threat. It understood cold as an enemy to its fire. The first time he felt their presence, he was walking back from the greenhouses after herbology. A sudden, sharp drop in temperature, like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The light seemed to gray out. From the edge of the forbidden forest, a hunched, ragged figure glided, hidden within a tattered cloak. The air around it warped, sucking in warmth and sound. A wave of numbness washed over Harry. The familiar, awful sensations began, the rushing in his ears, the distant, terrified screaming. But this time, something new rose to meet it. The heat in his chest, usually a companion or a menace, flared in violent opposition. It was a primal rejection, fire against ice, life against entropy. The dragon instinct roared to the surface. Cold, death, enemy, asterisk. Harry didn't faint. He staggered, clutching his chest. A low growl, entirely inhuman, vibrated in his throat. His breath plumed in the freezing air not as white vapor, but as a faint, shimmering haze of heat. He felt scales prickling just beneath the skin on his forearms. His vision sharpened, the Dementor's form resolving not as a shrouded mystery, but as a core of profound, aching absence asterisk, a void that his magic instinctively wanted to fill with furious light. He didn't transform. But he stood his ground, teeth gritted, as the Dementor glided closer, drawn to the turmoil of his past and the blazing anomaly of his present. The despair tried to sink its hooks in, but they met not the vulnerable sadness of a boy, but the fierce, possessive rage of a creature that would not let its territory be invaded. The Dementor paused, as if confused. Then it drifted away, merging back into the forest gloom. The temperature rose. The screams in Harry's head faded, replaced by the pounding of his own heart and the residual, defensive heat coursing through him. He leaned against the castle wall, breathing hard. He had withstood a Dementor. Not with a Patronus, but with sheer, draconic defiance. The realization was staggering. The very things that made him a danger, the anger, the primal power, were also a shield against soul-sucking despair. He told Dumbledore at their next lesson, omitting the physical changes, focusing on the heat as a defensive reaction. Dumbledore listened, his expression grave. The Dementors are creatures of darkness and cold. Your affinity is their antithesis. It makes sense you would have a natural resistance. But do not mistake resistance for immunity, Harry. They feed on happy memories. If your defenses are rooted in anger, they may prove brittle. You must still learn the Patronus charm. A protector born of joy is a far stronger fortress than a wall built of wrath. So began Patronus lessons with Professor Lupin. In his dusty, comfortable office, surrounded by curious magical artifacts, Lupin proved to be a gentle, encouraging teacher. The Patronus charm is advanced magic, Harry, he said. But if anyone has the motivation, it's you. The incantation is expecto patronum. You must focus on a single, overwhelmingly happy memory. The magic does the rest. Harry tried. He thought of his first broom ride. Of winning the house cup. Of the warmth in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione. He said the words, poured his magic into them. What emerged from his wand was not a silver mist, nor the beginning of an animal form. It was a pulse of raw, golden-white light, so intense it made Lupin shield his eyes. It shot across the room and struck the conjured Dementor spectre Lupin had produced from a cabinet. The spectre didn't recoil, it dissolved with a sound like shattering ice, leaving behind a smell of ozone and a faint, warm afterglow. Lupin lowered his arm, staring. That was not a Patronus. I'm sorry, Harry said, deflated. It's the same problem. Too much. No, Lupin said slowly, a strange light in his eyes. It was different. A Patronus is a guardian. A positive force that repels. What you produced was an attack. An annihilation. You didn't drive the darkness away. You erased it. He looked at Harry with deep curiosity. Your happy memory, what was it? Flying. On my broom for the first time. Lupin nodded. A memory of freedom. Of power. Of exhilaration. Not a soft, warm memory of safety, but a fierce, joyful one of capability. Your magic interpreted that not as a shield, but as a weapon. A very specific weapon. He hesitated. Harry, would you permit me to test a theory? With a real, though contained, Dementor. I have a boggart I've coerced into the form. It will be safe. Wary but trusting Lupin's calm authority, Harry agreed. Lupin opened the cabinet again. A true, bone-deep chill filled the room. A Dementor, smaller, weaker than the ones outside, but real in its essence, drifted out. The despair hit Harry immediately, the screams rising. But so did the answering heat. This time, he didn't fight it. He leaned into the memory Lupin had identified, the first, soaring dive on the Nimbus 2000. The wind tearing at his hair, the ground a distant mosaic, the sheer, unbounded yes of it. Expecto Patronum. Again, no silver animal. A compacted sphere of brilliant, white-gold light shot from his wand. It didn't hover protectively. It shot straight at the Dementor and impacted. There was no scream. There was a silent, violent dispersion. The Dementor's form shredded like rotten cloth in a hurricane, its essence scattering into motes of dark vapor that were instantly burned away by the lingering radiance. The cold vanished. The office felt warm, almost stuffy. The boggart Dementor was gone. Utterly. Lupin was silent for a long moment. Remarkable, he breathed. A Patronus is meant to be a light in the darkness. Yours is a fire that consumes the darkness itself. It is a profoundly different kind of magic. I've never read of anything like it. Is it dark? Harry asked, the old fear clawing at him. No, Lupin said firmly. It is light. Fierce, purifying light. But it is not gentle. It does not protect so much as it cleanses. You must be certain, Harry, absolutely certain, of what is darkness and what is not before you use it. This is not a spell to cast lightly. The lessons continued. Harry could not produce a traditional Patronus. His magic, filtered through his dragon core, refused to shape itself into a protective spirit. It only produced the purge, as Lupin tentatively called it, a lance of anti-darkness. It was exhausting to cast, drawing deeply on his magical and emotional reserves, but it was devastatingly effective. Word, inevitably, leaked. Not about the dragon, but about Harry Potter's supercharged Patronus that obliterated Dementor boggarts. It added another layer to his growing legend, the boy who lived, the vanquisher of diary Horcruxes, the Dementor destroyer. The looks in the corridors became more complex, mixed with a sharper edge of fear. It all came to a head the night Sirius Black broke into the castle. Harry was awoken by a hand shaking his shoulder. It was Ron, his face pale in the moonlight. Harry, wake up. Black's inside. They're searching the towers. A commotion echoed from downstairs in the common room. Harry pulled on his robes, his heart hammering, not with terror, but with a sudden, cold focus. Black. Here. For him. By the time he got downstairs, the common room was in chaos. Percy Weasley was trying to maintain order, his voice shrill. The portrait of the fat lady was slashed, her canvas in tatters. Gryffindor Tower had been breached. As the prefects herded students back to their dorms, Harry lingered near the shattered portrait hole. He felt it then, a creeping, familiar cold seeping through the castle stones. Not just one, several. The Dementors, sensing the breach, were being drawn inside. The Ministry's protections had failed. An idea, reckless and blazing, formed in his mind. Black was a threat. The Dementors were a threat. And he had a weapon now. A purpose. The dragon inside him, roused by the danger and the invasive cold, stretched its wings in his soul. Hunt. Protect. Burn. Asterisk. He didn't think. He acted. Slipping the invisibility cloak from his trunk, he whispered to Ron, "Cover for me." "Harry, no," Dumbledore said. But Harry was already gone, invisible, slipping out through the damaged portrait hole into the deserted, torchlit corridor. The castle was a maze of shadows and searching teachers. He avoided them, following the deepening cold, the sense of draining despair. It led him down, towards the dungeons. The temperature dropped with every step. His breath began to plume visibly, the heat within him a defiant counter-rhythm. He found the source in a dank, disused antechamber off the potions corridor. 3 dementors floated there, their ragged forms focused on a corner where a tall, gaunt, ragged man in prison robes cowered, his face a mask of mad, desperate fear. Sirius Black. Black was whispering, his voice broken. "He's here, so close, have to explain." The dementors glided closer, their rattling breaths the only sound. They were going to perform the kiss. They were going to suck out Black's soul before Harry could ever know why. Something in Harry shattered. Not control. Something else. A dam of pure, righteous fury. This man might have betrayed his parents. He might deserve punishment. But not this. Not this soulless, frozen oblivion. The dragon magic agreed. This was a theft. A violation. Ours to punish, not theirs. Asterisk. He threw off the cloak. Get away from him. The dementors turned as one. The freezing despair slammed into Harry, a physical weight. He heard his mother's scream, clearer than ever. He saw a flash of green light. The old grief and terror rose, a tidal wave. But beneath it, deeper, was the memory Black's presence evoked. Not of the betrayal, but of the loss. Of the family he never had. Of the empty space where a godfather should have been. The fury at the theft of that, too. He didn't think of a happy memory. He thought of justice. Of reclaiming what was taken. He raised his wand, the Hollywood warm against his palm, almost humming. Expecto Patronum. It wasn't the focused purge he'd practiced. It was an explosion. A wave of fire erupted from his wand, not ordinary fire, but liquid, golden light, radiating a heat that was felt not on the skin, but in the soul. It filled the chamber, not with warmth, but with a searing, purifying intensity. The 3 dementors didn't just disperse. They unraveled. Their cloaks ignited into nothingness, their silent screams lost in the roar of magical conflagration. The oppressive cold was incinerated in an instant, replaced by a dry, baking heat that made the stone walls glow faintly and cracked the flagstones underfoot. In the center of the blaze, unharmed, Harry stood, his wand still extended, his eyes blazing with reflected gold. Across the room, Sirius Black stared at him, his mad fear replaced by utter, stupefied shock. The fire died as suddenly as it had come, leaving the chamber lit only by the dim, emergency torches. The air smelled of ozone and hot stone. The dementors were gone, truly gone. From the doorway came a gasp. Professor Snape stood there, his wand drawn, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. He had seen it all. The dragonfire masquerading as a Patronus, the utter annihilation of 3 dementors, the raw, untamed power blazing from the boy he loathed. His black eyes met Harry's across the scorched room. There was no triumph in Harry's gaze, only a weary, defiant certainty. He had done what he had to do. But in Snape's eyes, Harry saw the final piece of the puzzle click into place. This was not an anomaly. This was not just powerful magic. This was something ancient and terrible. And it was standing in a room with a convicted murderer, having just committed an act of magic so profound it defied classification. Snape's wand came up, not at Black, but at Harry. "Potter," he hissed, the word trembling with a mixture of fury and something very like fear. "What have you done?" The cliffhanger was a standoff in a scorched room. A fugitive godfather, a hated teacher, and a boy who had just unleashed a son to vanquish shadows. The secret was no longer a secret. It was a fact, etched in fire and witnessed. And the consequences, Harry knew as he met Snape's horrified stare, would be unlike anything he had ever faced. Chapter 12 *. The silence in the scorched antechamber was deafening, thick with the smell of ozone and the memory of unleashed sunfire. Harry's wand arm trembled, not from weakness, but from the aftershock of power. Across the room, Sirius Black was a ragged statue, his gaunt face a canvas of shock and dawning, desperate hope. And in the doorway, Severus Snape stood as if carved from the same stone as the walls, his wand aimed unwaveringly at Harry's heart. "What have you done?" Snape repeated, the whisper a blade in the quiet. They were going to kill him, Harry said, his own voice sounding rough, foreign. The golden fire was gone, but a residual warmth pulsed under his skin, a banked furnace. They were going to administer justice, Snape spat, though his eyes kept flicking to the blackened, glassy streaks on the floor where the dementors had ceased to be. A justice he escaped for 12 years. And you destroyed them. Ministry property. Instruments of the law. With that. He didn't name it. He didn't need to. The horror in his voice said everything. They're not instruments, Harry shot back, a spark of the dragon's defiance igniting. They're monsters. And he glanced at Black, who was staring at him as if he were a ghost, or a god. He deserves a trial. Not that. He deserves the Dementor's kiss 1,000 times over. Snape snarled, taking a step into the room. The heat radiating from the stones seemed to repulse him. And you, Potter, have just proven yourself a greater danger than even he is. That magic, it is not of this world. It is an abomination. It saved a life, a new voice said, calm and firm. Professor Lupin appeared behind Snape in the corridor, his face pale but determined. He must have followed the magical shockwave. His eyes took in the scene, the scorch marks, the trembling Black, the standoff. Lower your wand, Severus. This is not the time. This is exactly the time, Lupin. Snape whirled, his wand now hovering between Harry and the new arrival. You knew. You've been teaching him. You saw this perversion of a Patronus and you did nothing. I saw a unique and powerful defense against darkness, Lupin said, his voice steady. One that just prevented a summary execution. Now, lower your wand. We need to understand what happened here, not escalate it. The tension stretched, a tripwire about to snap. Then, footsteps, many of them, echoed down the corridor. Dumbledore swept into view, his expression grave, followed by McGonagall and a flustered-looking Cornelius Fudge, the minister's lime-green bowler hat askew. Merlin's beard, Fudge exclaimed, his eyes bulging as he took in the scorched chamber, the missing dementors, the fugitive, and the wands drawn. What in the name of all that's magical is going on here? Snape said. Black was cornered. Where are the dementors? Gone, Minister, Snape said, his voice dripping with venomous triumph. Obliterated. By Harry Potter. All eyes turned to Harry. Fudge's confusion deepened. Obliterated. Don't be absurd, Severus. Dementors can't be. They can, Dumbledore interrupted, his voice quiet but cutting through the babble. He was looking not at the scorch marks, but at Harry, his blue eyes seeing everything. It would appear a most extraordinary piece of magic has occurred here. One that requires careful examination. Minerva, if you could escort Mr. Potter to my office. He is not to be questioned until I am present. Remus, Severus, please ensure Sirius is secured, but unharmed. We will convene in the headmaster's office in 1 hour. His authority was absolute. McGonagall stepped forward, her face a tight mask of concern. Come along, Potter. Harry went, feeling numb. The walk to Dumbledore's office was a blur. He was placed in a chair by the fire, a cup of steaming tea appearing on the table beside him. McGonagall stood by the door, a silent guardian. He could hear Fudge's outraged voice echoing up from the corridors below, Snape's hissed explanations, the general tumult of the violated castle. An hour later, the office was crowded. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. McGonagall stood stiffly to one side. Snape lurked in the shadows by the bookshelves, a specter of accusation. Lupin stood nearer the fire, a quiet presence of support. Cornelius Fudge occupied the central visitor's chair, mopping his brow with a silk handkerchief. And in a conjured straight-backed chair, bound by magical restraints that glowed faintly, sat Sirius Black, clean-shaven now by a spell, his haunted eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost painful. Now, Dumbledore began, steepling his fingers. Let us establish facts. Sirius, you were cornered by 3 dementors in the antechamber. They were preparing to administer the kiss. Harry entered. He cast a spell. The dementors were destroyed. You were spared. Is that accurate? Black nodded, his voice a dry croak. Yes. He burned them away. Like they were made of paper. Burned. Fudge spluttered. With fire. But the Patronus charm. It was not a standard Patronus, Lupin said. As I have been attempting to explain to the minister. Harry's magical expression is unique. It manifests as a form of purifying light, exceptionally effective against creatures of darkness. Unique. Snape's voice was a silken sneer from the shadows. That is a charitable term for a magical eruption that defies classification and exhibits properties of high-level, destructive alchemy. It is the same power that vaporized the diary. The same power that leaves permanent, magical burns. It is not unique. It is aberrant. Dangerous. It saved my life, Black said, his eyes flashing with a spark of his old spirit. And if it's the same power that got rid of that diary, then it's saved more than that. It sounds like a damned useful aberration to me. Your opinion, as a convicted murderer, is noted and irrelevant, Snape snapped. Enough, Dumbledore said, his voice like a closing door. The nature of Harry's magic is a separate, long-term concern. The immediate issue is the destruction of 3 dementors and the apprehension of Sirius Black. Cornelius, the law is clear. The dementors, while deployed by the Ministry, were in the act of performing an unsupervised kiss within the grounds of Hogwarts, a jurisdiction where my authority supersedes theirs in matters of student safety. Harry's intervention, while unorthodox, can be construed as defense of a human life, a life that, I might add, has not been legally sentenced to that fate by the Wizengamot. Fudge looked apoplectic. Albus, be reasonable. The man is a mass murderer. He was caught red-handed. Was he? Dumbledore asked mildly. I see a man who broke into a heavily guarded castle, bypassed dementors, and slashed a portrait, all to reach a boy's dormitory, and then, when cornered, did not raise his wand. He cowered. He whispered about needing to explain. Does that sound like the actions of the ruthless terrorist who murdered 13 people with a single curse? The room fell silent. Fudge gaped. Snape's scowl deepened. I am proposing, Dumbledore continued, that we suspend judgment. That we hear Sirius Black's account. And that we use Veritaserum, administered by a neutral party, to ascertain the truth. No. Snape exploded. You cannot be serious. This is a travesty. He is guilty. The Veritaserum could be tricked, his story a prepared fiction. The Veritaserum in my stores, Severus, is of your own brewing, Dumbledore said, his eyes glinting. You assured me it was impeccable. Unless you have doubts about your own work. Snape shut his mouth, his face white with fury. Fudge, outmaneuvered and bewildered by the turn of events, finally huffed. Very well. A statement under Veritaserum. But if he's guilty, Albus, I want him back in Azkaban before dawn, and the boy will have to answer for those dementors. The truth, when it came, was a seismic shock that rearranged the world. Under the clear, odorless drops of Veritaserum, Sirius Black spoke in a flat, emotionless voice that made his story all the more horrifying. He told of the secret keeper switch, of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal, of the street blown apart, of the rat who fled. He told of 12 years in Azkaban, haunted not by guilt, but by the need for vengeance and the need to protect Harry. When he described seeing Pettigrew, as Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, in the Daily Prophet photograph of the Weasley family in Egypt, a choked sob came from the corner. Ron, who had been brought in with Hermione, stood with his hand over his mouth, his face ashen. Hermione gripped his arm, her own eyes wide with horror. Scabbers. Ron whispered, the word a breath of pure betrayal. The evidence was irrefutable. The logic was flawless. The man they had all feared was innocent. The friend they had mourned was a traitor. And the traitor was a rat sleeping in a boy's dormitory. Fudge sat in stunned silence, his bureaucratic worldview in tatters. McGonagall had tears in her eyes. Lupin looked shattered, the weight of his own misplaced distrust crushing him. Snape's face was a study in conflicted torment. The hatred for Black was undimmed, but it was now based on a schoolboy grudge, not justice. And the revelation made a mockery of his years of certainty. Only Dumbledore seemed unsurprised. It seems, he said quietly, we have imprisoned an innocent man and allowed a guilty one to live as a child's pet for 12 years. Cornelius, you have much to do. Sirius Black is to be released, his name cleared. And Peter Pettigrew is to be apprehended, immediately. But Pettigrew was gone. In the chaos following Black's break-in and the Dementor's destruction, the rat had fled. A search of the Gryffindor Tower found only bitten through ropes and a hole in Ron's worn blanket. The aftermath was a whirlwind. Official statements were prepared. Owls flew through the night. Sirius, freed from his restraints but looking more lost than ever, was given a room in the castle under guard, a free man in name but a ghost in reality. For Harry, the world had tilted on its axis. The hated murderer was his godfather. A man who wanted him. Who had risked everything to reach him? The emptiness where a family should have been suddenly had a shape, a name, a gaunt, eager face. But the joy of that discovery was poisoned by the other outcome of the night. In the cold light of the following morning, a formal missive arrived from the Ministry, addressed to Professor Dumbledore and Harry Potter. It was signed by not just Cornelius Fudge, but by Amelia Bones and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Due to the unprecedented and highly destructive magical event, resulting in the permanent dissolution of 3 ministry-sanctioned dementors, and in light of ongoing concerns regarding magical stability and control, Harry Potter was hereby summoned to a full disciplinary hearing before the Wizengamot. The charge: reckless endangerment and magical mayhem of an extreme degree. The hearing was set for the following week. Additionally, pending the outcome, he was suspended from all wand-based magic outside of supervised classes, and was to be fitted with a ministry monitoring charm, a trace that would not only detect underage magic, but would log the type and magnitude of any magical discharge. It was a cage. A visible, tangible cage designed to contain what they feared. They can't do that. Ron roared when Dumbledore told them in his office, Sirius sitting silently by the window. He saved Sirius. He got rid of the Dementors. They were going to suck out his soul. The Ministry is afraid, Ron, Dumbledore said wearily. They do not understand what Harry is, and what they do not understand, they seek to control. The destruction of the Dementors was a display of power that terrifies them. It upends their understanding of magic. The hearing is a formality, Snape said, speaking for the first time since the Veritaserum. He had been standing apart, his arms crossed, watching Black with loathing. They have already decided he is a threat. They will demand he be taken into ministry custody for evaluation and training. It is a prettier word for a cage. Harry felt cold. The dragon heat stirred, restless against the prospect of bonds. What do I do? You will attend the hearing, Dumbledore said. And you will tell the truth. But the truth alone may not be enough. They have seen the effect. They will want to control the cause. He looked at Harry, his eyes serious. We must show them that the cause is already under control. That it is not a random force, but a disciplined power. Your work with Professor Lupin, your Acclumency, your transfiguration attempts, all of it points to a path of mastery, not chaos. We must make them see that path. It was a thin hope. Harry knew what they had seen in that antechamber, an inferno. Not a path. In the days that followed, a strained, new routine took hold. Sirius hovered on the edges of his life, a nervous, shabby guardian angel, trying to bridge 12 years of absence with awkward questions and fierce, protective looks. Ron was mired in a bitter depression over Pettigrew's betrayal. Hermione buried herself in law books, preparing a defense for the hearing. And Harry practiced. Not with his wand. The temporary ban was enforced by a thin, golden bracelet on his wrist that grew uncomfortably warm if he so much as levitated a quill. He practiced Acclumency with a new, desperate focus. He practiced the mental control needed to keep the dragon calm, to keep the heat from flaring at the thought of the Ministry's cage. He walked the grounds with Sirius, who told him stories of his parents, not as martyrs but as people. Prone to laughter, to pranks, to fierce loyalty. It was a gift beyond price, but it was also a kind of agony, making the loss fresh and vivid. The night before the hearing, Harry couldn't sleep. He slipped out of the dormitory and went to the room of requirement. He didn't ask for the arena or the study. He paced, thinking, I need to see what they fear. Asterisk. The door appeared. He entered. The room was a perfect replica of the Wizengamot chamber as he imagined it. Rows of towering benches in a deep pit, a single, lonely chair in the center for the accused. It was empty, silent, lit by a cold, gray light. He walked down the steps and sat in the chair. He looked up at the empty benches, imagining the stern faces, the suspicious eyes. The golden bracelet on his wrist felt heavy. A slow anger began to burn in him, clean and sharp. Not the wild rage of the Dursleys, not the defensive fury against the Dementors. This was a cold, focused anger at the injustice, at the fear that sought to chain him for what he was, for what he had done to save a life. The heat rose in response, a sympathetic flame. He didn't fight it. He let it flow through him, but he channeled it, not into his hands, not into his wand, but into his will. He focused it into a single, diamond-hard point of intent. I am not your monster. I am not your weapon. I am mine. Asterisk. The bracelet on his wrist grew hot. Then, with a tiny, crystalline ping, it cracked. A hairline fracture appeared in the gold. The monitoring charm shattered. He looked at the broken bracelet, then at the empty, judgmental benches. A sense of calm certainty settled over him. They could try to cage him. They could try to judge him. But the fire was his. And it would not be bound by their fear. The cliffhanger was not a threat, but a declaration. The hearing awaited, a tribunal of the powerful and the scared. But Harry Potter walked out of the room of requirement with a broken ministry bracelet in his pocket and a dragon's unwavering fire in his heart. He was going to walk into their pit not as a frightened boy, but as something they did not understand. And he would show them that some flames could not be put out by decree. Chapter 13. The golden light of the broken monitoring bracelet felt like a secret coal in Harry's pocket, a tiny, defiant heat against the cold dread of the coming day. He had hidden the fracture under a sticking charm and a bit of dirt, the bracelet looking nearly tarnished. Its failure was his first, silent victory. The morning of the hearing dawned gray and drizzling, as if the sky itself was weeping for the ordeal. In Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was tense. Dumbledore himself was a bastion of calm in his finest, midnight blue robes embroidered with constellations that moved slowly across the fabric. Sirius stood by the fireplace, cleaner now in borrowed robes, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists, vibrating with a mixture of protective rage and helplessness. Lupin was there, offering quiet words of encouragement. Snape was conspicuously absent. "Remember," Dumbledore said, his eyes holding Harry's. "Truth, but not all truth. You are a student who has undergone a traumatic summer and who possesses a powerful, sometimes unstable magical core. You acted in a moment of extreme duress to save a life. The magic was instinctual, not premeditated. You are deeply remorseful for the destruction of ministry property and are committed, under Hogwarts' guidance, to achieving perfect control. You are not a weapon. You are a child." The words were a script, a role to play. The obedient, repentant student. Harry nodded, but the dragon inside him shifted restlessly. "Child. They will see a child and think it weak. Asterisk. It's time," Dumbledore said. They took a ministry carriage from Hogsmeade, a somber black contraption pulled by sleek, dark horses that moved through the rain without sound. The journey was silent. Sirius stared out the window, jaw working. Lupin watched Harry with concerned eyes. Dumbledore gazed into the middle distance, his mind clearly leagues away. The ministry atrium was different today. It was not bustling with the cheerful chaos of ordinary business. A hushed, watchful tension filled the vast space. Witches and wizards in formal robes moved in purposeful clusters, their conversations low, their eyes darting towards their small party as they crossed the shining floor. The fountain's cheerful splash seemed obscene. Harry felt the weight of their stares, a physical pressure against his skin. They were led not to Amelia Bones's office, but deeper down, to level 10. The courtroom. It was exactly as the room of requirement had conjured it, only worse. The real thing was larger, darker, older. The air smelled of dust, cold stone, and a faint, lingering scent of fear. The benches rose in shadowy tiers, and though it was early, they were already filling with Wizengamot members in plum-colored robes, their silver badges glinting in the torchlight. Their faces were a blur of sternness, curiosity, and open hostility. In the center of the pit stood the chair, heavy and wooden, with chains coiled on its arms like sleeping serpents. Harry's mouth went dry. "The chains are only for those who resist," Dumbledore murmured, guiding him forward. "They will not be used." He hoped Dumbledore was right. He was instructed to sit. Dumbledore took a seat at a small table to his right. Sirius and Lupin were directed to the spectator benches at the back, behind a barrier. Sirius looked like he wanted to set the place on fire. At the highest bench, in a central position, sat Cornelius Fudge, looking importantly severe. To his left was Amelia Bones, her monocle gleaming as she consulted a stack of parchment. To his right was a wizard Harry didn't recognize, with a sharp, foxy face and an expression of avid interest. "Disciplinary hearing of the 15th of November, Fudge announced, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. "Into the charges of reckless endangerment and magical mayhem of an extreme degree, levied against Harry James Potter of No. 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, and Hogwarts School. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister for Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Court scribe, Percy Ignatius Weasley. Harry's eyes snapped to a lower bench. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, sat bolt upright, his face a mask of priggish importance, a quill poised over a long scroll. He did not meet Harry's gaze. "Let the record show the accused is present," Fudge said. "The charges are as follows: that on the night of November 7th, within the grounds of Hogwarts School, the accused did knowingly and without due cause conjure a spell of unknown classification resulting in the permanent and irreversible destruction of 3 dementors, property of the Ministry of Magic, and causing significant structural damage to a school antechamber. Furthermore, this act is considered in light of prior incidents suggesting a pattern of unstable and dangerously potent magic." Fudge looked down at Harry. "How do you plead?" Harry took a breath. "Not guilty of acting without due cause, Minister. The Dementors were about to perform the kiss on an unarmed man. I acted to save a life." A murmur rippled through the benches. Crouch leaned forward, his voice crisp. The unarmed man was Sirius Black, a convicted mass murderer and escaped prisoner at the time. His life was forfeit by law. He was innocent, Harry said, forcing his voice to stay level. "As has been proven, the kiss would have been a monstrous injustice. That is irrelevant to the charge of destroying ministry property." Fudge blustered. "You are not an Auror. You are not authorized to use such force. What was this spell? It is not recorded. Where did you learn it?" "I didn't learn it, sir," Harry said, following Dumbledore's script. "It just happened. I was trying to cast a Patronus charm. My magic, it's been unstable since the summer. Professor Dumbledore has been helping me learn control." "A Patronus?" Amelia Bones spoke for the first time, her voice sharp. "Mr. Potter, I have reviewed the reports from Professor Lupin. What you produced was no Patronus. A Patronus is a guardian, a positive force. What you cast was described as a purifying conflagration. It annihilated, it did not protect. Can you explain the discrepancy?" This was the heart of it. Harry felt the eyes of the room like physical weights. He could lie, he could stammer, or he could give them a piece of the truth, shaped carefully. "I can't explain it, Madam Bones," he said, looking directly at her. "When I try to cast, especially when I'm scared or angry, my magic amplifies. It becomes too much. In the Dursleys' house, it caused a fire. In class, it makes simple charms go wrong. With the Dementors, I was terrified. For myself, and for Sirius Black. I think my magic took my fear and my need to make the threat go away, and it just did. The only way it knew how. By burning it out. It was a confession of instability, but it was framed as an accident, a flaw, not a power. By burning it out," Crouch repeated, his voice dry. "With a flame that leaves magical scarring and erases entities resistant to conventional fire. That is not a simple magical surge, boy. That is a specific, terrifying capability. With respect, Mr. Crouch," Dumbledore's calm voice cut in. "We are discussing a 14-year-old wizard who has survived multiple traumatic encounters with the darkest forces of our world. His magical core has been shaped by that survival. It is reactive, yes. Powerful, certainly. But it is not deliberate. It is the magic of a survivor, lashing out. Our goal at Hogwarts is to help him channel that survivorship into control, not to punish him for it." "Survivorship is one thing, Albus," Fudge said, mopping his brow. "This is something else. This is a level of destructive power we haven't seen since, well, in a child. It cannot be left unchecked. He must be evaluated. Contained." The word contained hung in the air. Harry's fingers tightened on the arms of the chair. The dragon heat gave a warning pulse. "Containment is not the answer, Cornelius," Dumbledore said, his voice hardening. "Education is. Understanding is. Harry is not a dark artifact to be locked in a vault. He is a student. My student. And if he loses control in a classroom." Crouch pressed. "If this reactive magic strikes another student, who is responsible then?" "I am," Dumbledore said simply. "As his headmaster. And I assure you, his training is progressing. The incident with the Dementors, while extreme, was a unique set of circumstances, a confluence of a powerful emotional trigger and a target uniquely vulnerable to his particular magical expression." "Vulnerable?" Amelia Bones asked. "Dementors are resistant to almost all magic except the Patronus charm. You are suggesting his magic is a supercharged version of that. I am suggesting it operates on a similar principle of light versus darkness, but expressed with a different intensity, Dumbledore said carefully. As dragon fire is to a candle flame. The mention of dragon fire sent a fresh wave of whispers through the chamber. Harry froze. It was too close. Dragon fire. Fudge echoed, his voice rising. What on earth are you talking about, Albus? A metaphor, Minister, Dumbledore said smoothly, but Harry saw a flicker of something in his eyes, a calculated risk. Merely to illustrate a spectrum of intensity within a magical family. But the seed was planted. Harry saw several Wizengamot members exchange glances, their expressions thoughtful, some fearful. Be that as it may, Amelia Bones said, shuffling her papers. The fact remains, 3 dementors are gone. A dangerous precedent has been set. The Ministry cannot be seen to condone the unilateral destruction of its assets, no matter the circumstance. Nor can we ignore the potential danger posed by such volatile magic in a school setting. She looked down at Harry. Mr. Potter, what is your understanding of the monitoring charm placed upon you? Harry's hand instinctively went to his wrist, under the sleeve. It was to detect if I used magic, and how strong it was. And has it been activated? He had a choice. Reveal he broke it, proving his lack of control, or lie. He chose a third path. It cracked, Madam Bones. Last night. It grew very hot and just cracked. I think my magic interfered with it. Another murmur, louder this time. Bones's eyebrows shot up. It what? Monitoring charms are designed to be inert and resilient. For it to crack suggests a profound ambient magical field or a directed counter-magic. She peered at him. Did you try to remove it? No, ma'am. I was just thinking about today. I was angry. It was the truth, or close enough. Crouch steepled his fingers. So, the magic is not only destructive and unstable, but it also disrupts Ministry enchantments. This grows more serious by the minute. Dumbledore stood. It grows more complex, Bartemius. Not more serious. We are in uncharted territory. Punishing Harry for the nature of his magic is like punishing a thunderstorm for being loud. What we need is research. Guidance. Not shackles. And what do you propose, Headmaster? Fudge snapped. That we let him wander Hogwarts, a walking incendiary device, on your promise that you'll guide him. I propose a probationary period, Dumbledore said, his voice ringing in the quiet room. Until the end of this school year. Harry will continue his studies under close supervision. He will submit to monthly evaluations of his control, conducted jointly by a ministry-appointed representative and myself. He will be restricted from participating in activities with high emotional or physical stakes, such as dueling clubs or, regrettably, Quidditch. No Quidditch. The blow landed harder than any threat of prison. The sky, his one true release, taken from him. Dumbledore continued, relentless. In return, the Ministry will drop all charges. The destruction of the Dementors will be classified as a magical anomaly under extreme duress, not a criminal act. The monitoring charm will be replaced with a less intrusive, observational ward placed on his Hogwarts quarters, not his person. And he will remain at Hogwarts, where he can be both taught and, if necessary, contained by its ancient wards, which are far more capable than any Ministry cell. It was a bargain. A bitter, painful bargain. Harry's freedom for a cage of rules and scrutiny. His fire for a life of dampened embers. The Wizengamot deliberated. The whispers became a susurrus of debate. Harry sat in the chair, feeling the chains beside him, understanding their purpose all too well. They wanted to bind the dragon. Dumbledore was offering to tame it, in full view. Finally, Fudge cleared his throat. The Wizengamot finds the proposed probationary period acceptable. With amendments. The evaluations will be weekly, not monthly. The observational ward will be on his person at all times, a new design resistant to interference. And he will be required to submit a sample of his magical signature for the Department of Mysteries, Research Division, for analysis and classification. A sample. They wanted to study him. To pick apart the fire. Dumbledore's jaw tightened, but he gave a curt nod. Agreed. Then so ruled, Fudge said, banging a small gavel. Harry Potter is placed on Ministry probation under the stated terms. All charges are hereby suspended, pending review at the end of the probationary period. This hearing is adjourned. The gavel's crack was final. Harry felt no relief, only a hollow numbness. He had avoided Azkaban. He was still a student. But he was also now a specimen, a probationer, grounded. As they filed out of the courtroom, the stares were different. Not just fear or curiosity, but a kind of hungry assessment. He was a thing to be watched, measured, understood. In the antechamber, Sirius grabbed his shoulders, his eyes blazing. They can't do this. It's not right. It is the political reality, Sirius, Dumbledore said, his face weary. We secured his freedom. That was the priority. The rest, we will manage. Lupin placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. It will be all right, Harry. We'll get through this. But Harry wasn't listening. He was looking at Percy Weasley, who was bustling past with his scroll, pointedly not looking at them. He was thinking of the foxy-faced Crouch, and the Department of Mysteries. He was thinking of the new ward they would put on him, a more sophisticated cage. And he was thinking of Quidditch. Of the wind and the sky, now forbidden. That evening, back in Gryffindor Tower, the news had already spread. The reaction was a mix of relief and awkwardness. People were glad he wasn't expelled, but the terms of his probation cast a pall. He was the boy who couldn't be trusted with his own magic. The boy who was too dangerous to fly. Ron was furious on his behalf. No Quidditch. It's barbaric. You're our best seeker. Hermione was more pragmatic, but her eyes were sad. It's for safety, Harry. And for now, it keeps you here, with us. We'll find other ways. But there were no other ways. Like flying. That night, he lay in bed, the promised new ward a thin, silver band on his wrist, cooler and more subtle than the last, but a shackle all the same. It didn't just monitor, it dampened. He could feel it, a slight resistance when he reached for his magic, like trying to draw water through a clogged filter. He closed his eyes, reaching for the heat within. It was there, but distant, muffled. The dragon was not gone. It was sleeping under a blanket of silver and law. He thought of the hearing, of their fear, of Dumbledore's bargain. He had traded his sky for his freedom. But as he felt the cold, foreign magic of the ward against his skin, he wondered if what he had now was freedom at all. The cliffhanger was a quiet, internal imprisonment. The external threats, the ministry, the charges, were temporarily held at bay. But the price was a life half-lived, a magic half-chained, and a dragon forced into a drugged sleep. And as Harry stared at the canopy of his four-poster bed, he knew the most dangerous enemy was no longer outside. It was the slow, suffocating weight of being controlled, of being told the fire that was as much a part of him as his breath was something to be ashamed of, to be hidden. The rebellion wasn't a roar. It was a slow, simmering boil, and the pot was his own soul. Chapter 14. The silver band was a cold, foreign heartbeat on his wrist. It didn't just monitor, it was a subtle, magical suppressant. When Harry tried to focus on his magic, to feel the familiar river of molten gold, it was like reaching through thick, soundproof glass. The connection was muffled, strained. The dragon heat in his chest was a distant furnace behind a locked door. He could feel its presence, a constant, low-grade warmth, but he couldn't access its power, couldn't stir it beyond a faint, frustrated simmer. His world shrank, painted in shades of gray. Without Quidditch, the days lost their rhythm. The autumn sky, which had once been an invitation, was now a taunt. He watched from the library window as the Gryffindor team practiced, a kaleidoscope of red against the scudding clouds, and a hollow ache opened up inside him, deeper than any hunger. Classes became a new kind of torture. The ward interfered with even basic spellcasting. In charms, his lumos was a feeble, sputtering glow that died within seconds. In transfiguration, his matchstick turned into a needle that was bent, blunt, and tarnished. Each failure was a public demonstration of his leashed state. Malfoy's sneers were now accompanied by a triumphant gleam. See. They've finally muzzled the beast. Asterisk. The weekly evaluations were the worst. Every Tuesday afternoon, he reported to a sterile, ministry-outfitted room on the third floor. The evaluator was a ministry official named Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank, a stern-faced witch with a clipboard and a collection of cold, silver instruments that whirred and clicked as they measured his magical output, core stability, and emotional resonance. She would have him perform a series of simple charms while the instruments recorded every fluctuation. Then she would ask invasive questions about his dreams, his temper, his physical sensations. Any episodes of unusual body heat, Mr. Potter? tingling in the extremities, metallic taste in the mouth. He lied. Every time. No, ma'am. Her eyes would narrow behind her spectacles, but the instruments, dampened by the very ward they were testing, never gave him away. The reports, he knew, were being sent to the Department of Mysteries. He felt like a lab rat on a treadmill, running nowhere. The only reprieve was his continued, though less frequent, sessions with Dumbledore. The headmaster seemed to understand the suffocating effect of the ward. Their lessons shifted from practical magic to theory and history. Power that is feared is often power that is misunderstood, Dumbledore said one afternoon, while Harry struggled to levitate a feather under the ward's influence. The feather twitched feebly. The Ministry sees a wildfire. I see a volcano. Both are destructive, but one is random, the other is a natural, immense force with its own logic, its own ecology. We must learn your ecology, Harry. He spoke of ancient magics, of elemental affinities that had mostly died out from the wizarding world. Of sorcerers who could speak to storms, of druids whose magic was tied to the living rock. He never mentioned dragons directly, but the shadow of them was in every lesson. Fire, in its primal form, is not merely destruction. It is transformation. It is the magic of the phoenix, of rebirth from ashes. Your magic carries that same potential. The ward suppresses the flame, but it cannot change its nature. But knowing its nature didn't make the suppression easier. The dragon within was growing restless. It wasn't used to being caged. Harry began to have waking dreams, flashes of scale against his inner eyelids, the phantom weight of wings on his back. He would catch himself staring at the fire in the common room grate, not seeing the dancing logs, but imagining the blue-white heart of his own flame, trapped and yearning. His friendships became strained under the pressure. Ron tried to cheer him up with chess and talk of the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, but his efforts felt forced against the backdrop of Harry's gloom. Hermione tried to involve him in research projects, but her enthusiasm for knowledge was a poor substitute for the thrill of magic. And she was increasingly distracted herself, her brow furrowed as she pored over heavy books about magical law and the limits of ministry authority. There are precedents for the misuse of monitoring charms, she muttered one evening in the library, ignoring her arithmancy homework. The Wizengamot verses. Eldred Blashwick, 1923. They ruled that prolonged magical suppression could constitute a violation of magical being. Her words were a lifeline he couldn't quite grasp. The law was another cage, just made of words instead of silver. Sirius, now a free man but a haunted one, provided a different kind of solace. He would meet Harry on the grounds, away from prying eyes and the castle's oppressive atmosphere. He didn't offer empty comfort. His own rage at the Ministry was a mirror for Harry's own. They're scared, Sirius growled, kicking a stone across the frosted grass. Scared of anything they can't stick in a box and label. Your father was the same, not the power, Merlin no, but the spirit. He never followed a rule he thought was stupid. It drove McGonagall spare. A ghost of a smile touched his lips, then faded. This is different, though. This isn't about rule breaking. It's about existing in a way they don't approve of. He taught Harry things no textbook could: how to spot the tells of a liar in the Ministry's employ, how to listen for the unspoken threats in bureaucratic language, how to keep your spirit alive when the walls were closing in. It was a crash course in rebellion, and it fed the smoldering coal of Harry's resentment. The breaking point came from an unexpected direction. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the term. As a probationer with a volatile magical profile, Harry's permission was revoked. He stood in the entrance hall, watching enviously as students bundled up in cloaks and scarves, laughing and chattering, streaming out into the bright, cold morning towards the village. Ron and Hermione hovered, conflicted. We don't have to go, Hermione said immediately. Don't be daft, Ron said, though he looked miserable. You've been looking forward to Zonkos for weeks. And Harry's right, it's not fair for us to miss it too. We'll bring you back a ton of stuff, mate. Every chocolate frog in the shop. Their kindness was a knife. Go, Harry said, forcing a smile that felt like a crack in ice. Have fun. Really. He watched them go, Ron's bright head and Hermione's bushy hair disappearing into the crowd. The entrance hall emptied, leaving him alone with the echoing footsteps of a few stragglers and the watchful eyes of the suits of armor. The loneliness was a physical weight. The castle, usually a place of refuge, felt like a gilded prison. He wandered aimlessly, the silver band a cold reminder on his wrist. He ended up in the deserted Ollery, the sharp, clean smell of bird and hay a welcome change from the castle's dust. He leaned against the stone sill, looking out at the path to Hogsmeade, a ribbon of mud dotted with distant, colorful figures. A wave of such profound, bitter frustration washed over him that his vision blurred. It wasn't fair. None of it. The Dursleys, the Ministry, the Ward, the grounded broom, the lost sky. The heat in his chest, so long suppressed, gave a sudden, violent throb. It was like a muscle cramp in his soul. The ward on his wrist grew icy cold, then searing hot. A sharp, electric pain shot up his arm. He gasped, clutching his wrist. The silver band was vibrating, emitting a high-pitched whine that set his teeth on edge. Number. Not here. Asterisk. He stumbled back from the window, trying to calm down, to think of gray stones, of empty rooms. But the frustration was a flood, breaching his Acclumency dams. He thought of Malfoy's smirk, of Grubbly Plank's clipboard, of the empty Quidditch pitch, of his friends walking away without him. The dragon roared. It wasn't a sound. It was a pressure, an expansion from within. The ward on his wrist shattered with a sound like a bell breaking. Silver fragments, cold as ice, bit into his skin and fell to the straw-strewn floor. And the fire returned. Not as an inferno. Not as a transformation. It was a cascade of released energy that rushed through his veins, burning away the numbness, the suppression. His skin flushed with sudden, intense heat. His breath came in a plume of vapor that shimmered with tiny golden sparks. The world snapped into hyper-clarity, each individual feather on a dozing barn owl, the grain of the wooden beam above, the distant sound of laughter from the path, all amplified 100-fold. He looked at his hands. They were just hands. But he could feel the power in them now, unbound, singing in his blood. It was exhilarating. It was terrifying. He had to get out. Now. Before someone came, before the castle's own wards detected the surge. He ran from the Ollery, not towards the safety of the common room, but upwards, towards the one place he knew he could be alone and free, if only in spirit. The 7th floor. The room of requirement. He paced, his mind a chaotic storm. I need to fly. I need to be free. I need to not be in this castle. Asterisk. The door appeared. He wrenched it open. It was not the vast arena. It was a ledge. He stood on a narrow outcropping of rock, under a vast, star-strewn night sky that was not the enchanted ceiling of the arena, but a real, endless expanse. A cold, wild wind tore at his clothes and hair. Below him was not the floor of a room, but a dizzying drop into blackness. He was on a mountainside, or a simulation so perfect it stole his breath. The air was thin and clean and tasted of ice and altitude. It was the opposite of the castle's enclosed warmth. It was freedom. And it called to the dragon with a siren song. The heat in his chest surged in answer. The transformation, so long denied, rose up not in a painful wrench, but in a fierce, joyous unfolding. Bones elongated, skin hardened to scale, wings burst from his back with a sound like unfurling sails. In 3 heartbeats, the dragon stood on the ledge, claws gripping the stone, vast wings flexing in the howling wind. He threw back his head and roared. The sound was swallowed by the vastness, but it echoed in his soul. He beat his wings once, twice, and launched himself from the ledge. He fell, then caught the air. And he flew. This was not the constrained circling of the arena. This was the real thing. The wind roared in his ears, a chaotic symphony. The ground was a distant, dark tapestry far below. The stars were close enough to touch. He banked, rolled, soared upwards in a spiraling climb that made his heart hammer with pure, undiluted joy. The ward was gone. The rules were gone. There was only the sky, the wind, and the fire in his heart. He flew for what felt like hours, losing himself in the physicality of it, in the dragon's senses that painted the world in gradients of heat and movement. He saw the tiny, warm glow of Hogsmeade in the distance, a cluster of firelight. He saw the castle, a hulking, cooler silhouette against the lake. He gave it a wide berth. Eventually, the strain of maintaining the form began to tell. The magical expenditure was immense. Reluctantly, he turned back towards the impossible mountain ledge. Landing was awkward, a stumbling scramble on the narrow rock. He focused, and the world shifted, shrinking around him as he returned to his human form, naked and shivering violently in the biting wind. The door back to the castle was still there. He slipped through, into the silent, familiar corridor. The transition was shocking, from wild, starlit freedom to the quiet, enclosed stone. He dressed in the spare clothes the room provided, his mind reeling. The ward was broken. The ministry would know. They would come. But as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, a strange calm settled over him. The suppression had been agony. The release, however temporary and reckless, had been a rebirth. He had touched the dragon willingly, joyfully, and it had not consumed him. It had carried him. He couldn't go back to the numbness. He wouldn't. The next morning, the summons came at breakfast. Not from Grubbly Plank. A ministry owl dropped a scroll in front of his porridge with an official seal. He was to report to the headmaster's office immediately, where representatives from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement were waiting. Ron and Hermione looked at him with dread. He just nodded, folded the scroll, and stood. His wrist was bare. The skin was faintly marked with tiny, silvery scars where the band had shattered. In Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere was frigid. Amelia Bones was there, her face like granite. With her was a wizard Harry didn't know, tall and thin with deep-set eyes that seemed to absorb the light. He wore plain black robes with no insignia. Unspeakable. Mr. Potter, Bones said without preamble. The level 3 monitoring charm placed upon you was destroyed last night at approximately 1400 hours. The failure signature indicates catastrophic magical feedback. Explain. Harry had prepared for this. He met her gaze. I was upset. I was denied permission to go to Hogsmeade. I got angry. The band, it got hot and broke. I didn't do anything. My magic just reacted. A reaction powerful enough to shatter a ministry-issue containment ward, the unspeakable said, his voice soft and dry as old paper. Fascinating. May I see your wrist? Harry extended his arm. The unspeakable took it, his fingers cold and precise. He traced the silvery scars, his deep-set eyes glazing over slightly as if seeing something else. Residual energy. Not dark. Primal. Like a ley-line surge given form. He released Harry's arm and looked at Dumbledore. The suppressant was the wrong approach. It created pressure. Pressure seeks release. The terms of his probation, Bones began, were based on a flawed understanding of the phenomenon, the unspeakable interrupted. You cannot dam a river of this nature. You can only channel it. Attempting to suppress it will only lead to more violent outbursts. Dumbledore leaned forward, a glint in his eye. My thoughts exactly, though phrased more bureaucratically. So, what do you propose? The unspeakable steepled his fingers. A new condition. The ward will not be replaced. Instead, Mr. Potter will be required to attend a weekly session at the Department of Mysteries for monitored, controlled magical expression. We will provide a secure environment where he can vent safely. We will study the channeling, not the suppression. In return, the other probationary terms stand, including the ban on high-risk activities. It was a different kind of cage. A laboratory instead of a prison cell. But it was a cage with a window. A chance to use his magic, to be near the dragon without fear of discovery or reprisal. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. All right, Harry said. Bones looked dissatisfied but outmaneuvered by her own expert. Very well. The first session is scheduled for next Tuesday. You will be escorted via ministry flow. She turned to leave, then paused. Potter. Understand this. This is not permission. This is a controlled experiment. Any deviation, any use of this magic outside the designated sessions, and the full weight of the Wizengamot will fall upon you. Your headmaster's protection will not save you a second time. She left. The unspeakable gave Harry one last, inscrutable look and followed. When they were gone, Dumbledore sighed. It is a risk, Harry. The Department of Mysteries does not give up its secrets. They will learn much about you. They were already learning, Harry said, looking at his scarred wrist. At least this way, I get to breathe. The first session the following Tuesday was a revelation. The Department of Mysteries was a labyrinth of black corridors and humming, mysterious doors. The room they took him to was spherical, lined with the same black, absorbing stone as the reflection chamber at Hogwarts, but etched with glowing, silver runes that pulsed with contained power. The unspeakable, who introduced himself only as Aristotle, gave him simple tasks. First, to generate heat in his palm. Without a wand, without a suppressant, Harry reached for the river of gold. A sphere of shimmering air, then a tiny, dancing blue flame appeared above his skin. The runes on the walls brightened, drinking in the data. Next, to transform a lump of lead. Not with a spell, but with touch and will. Harry placed his hands on the cool, dense metal. He pushed his intent into it, the heat flowing. The lead didn't melt, it softened, then flowed, reshaping itself under his guidance into a perfect, smooth sphere. The process was intuitive, direct. It felt right. Aristotle recorded everything, his face impassive. Fascinating. The transfiguration bypasses standard molecular alchemy. It is a persuasive magic. You are not changing it, you are convincing it to be something else, using thermal energy as your rhetoric. Session by session, Aristotle guided him. They explored the limits of his fire, its temperature, its color, its affinity for unraveling complex enchantments. They let him try on a cursed ring, which he reduced to inert, smoking metal. They tested his resistance to magical cold, to dementor auras simulated. They even, cautiously, had him attempt a partial transformation, just his arm. The pain was intense, the control immense, but he did it. His forearm and hand became scaled and clawed, powerful enough to crumple a steel bar like parchment, before reverting. It was exhausting, often painful, but it was also liberating. For a few hours a week, he didn't have to hide. He could be what he was, under the watchful eyes of men who saw him not as a monster, but as a remarkable, if dangerous, natural event. But the sessions were a secret he had to keep. Returning to Hogwarts afterwards, to the Whispers, the classes where he still had to pretend to be weak and clumsy under the watchful eyes of teachers who didn't know about the department, was a jarring shift. He lived a double life, the leashed student and the unspeakable specimen. The strain began to show. He was short-tempered, withdrawn. He snapped at Ron over a misplaced quill. He ignored Hermione's worried questions about where he went on Tuesdays. The dragon, once a suppressed secret, was now a practiced part of him that chafed against the pretense of normalcy. One evening, after a particularly grueling session where Aristotle had him hold a form of dragonfire in containment for 10 straight minutes, he returned to the common room hollowed out and irritable. He found Ron and Hermione in a heated whisper with Neville Longbottom, who looked terrified. "It's my remembrow," Neville was saying, his voice trembling. "Malfoy nicked it after herbology. He said he's going to leave it on the highest battlement of the castle. If I want it back, I have to go get it tonight, after curfew." Ron's ears were red with anger. "The slimy git. He can't do that. He'll get away with it," Hermione said grimly. "No one will see. And if Neville gets caught out of bed." Harry listened, the fatigue and latent fury from his session coalescing into a cold, sharp point. Malfoy. Always Malfoy. Pushing, prodding, enjoying his petty cruelties. The dragon inside him, still humming from its earlier exercise, uncoiled. A thief. A bully. A threat to the herd. Asterisk. "I'll get it," Harry said, his voice flat. They all stared at him. "Harry, you can't," Hermione said. "If you're caught out of bed, with your probation." "I won't get caught." He stood up. The decision felt inevitable, a pressure valve releasing. This wasn't about the remembrow. It was about Malfoy. About pushing back. About using a sliver of the power he was forced to hide, for something that felt like justice. "Harry, mate, it's not worth it," Ron said, but his eyes showed he wanted someone to make it worth it. "It is," Harry said. He didn't take his invisibility cloak. He didn't take his wand. He just left the common room, the portrait hole closing behind him on their stunned faces. He moved through the castle not with stealth, but with a predator's certainty. The corridors were dark, lit by guttering torches. He felt the castle's ancient magic around him, but his own, still warm magic from the session seemed to part the shadows ahead of him. He found Malfoy on the West Tower battlement, just as Neville had said. He was alone, leaning against the parapet, tossing the small, glass remembrow from hand to hand, a smug smile on his face as he looked out over the grounds. "Looking for this, Potter?" Malfoy drawled without turning, having heard his footsteps. "Come to play hero for the little Longbottom loser." Harry didn't answer. He walked forward until he was a few feet away. The night wind was cold, but he was warm from within. Malfoy turned, his smile widening. Then it faltered. He saw something in Harry's face, in his eyes, that gave him pause. Harry knew what it was, the afterglow of the dragon, the unsuppressed power, the focused intent. "Give it to me, Malfoy." "Or what?" Malfoy sneered, but it lacked its usual conviction. He clutched the remembrow. "You'll curse me. With that ministry band off, are we feeling brave?" Harry took another step. He didn't raise a hand. He just let a fraction of the heat, the presence, seep out. The air around him shimmered faintly, like over a hot road in summer. The temperature on the small battlement rose several degrees. Malfoy's eyes widened. He took an involuntary step back, his back hitting the parapet. "What are you doing? Stop it." "The Remembral," Harry said, his voice quiet. Terrified, defiant, Malfoy drew back his arm. "Catch it, then." He threw the glass ball not to Harry, but in a high arc over the battlement, towards the deadly drop to the cobbled courtyard far below. Time seemed to slow. Harry didn't think. He moved. It wasn't a human dash. It was a burst of speed that came from his legs but was fueled by the magic in his veins. He crossed the space in a blur, 1 foot on the parapet, and he leapt. He heard Malfoy's shriek of terror behind him. He was in the air, falling. The Remembral tumbled, glinting in the moonlight. The ground rushed up. There was no broom, no safety. And in that moment of sheer, lethal peril, the dragon answered. Not a full transformation, an adaptation. The skin on his outstretched arm rippled, darkened, hardened into overlapping scales. His fingers lengthened, claws snapping forth. The arm became powerful, bestial. He snatched the Remembral from the air, the glass cool against his palm. Then he twisted in midair, and with his other, still human hand, he grabbed a protruding stone gargoyle on the tower wall. The scaled claws of his right hand sank into the ancient stone as if it were soft clay, arresting his fall with a jolt that should have torn his arm from its socket. He hung there, 60 feet above the courtyard, the scaled arm bearing his entire weight, the stone cracking under the grip. He looked up. Malfoy was leaning over the battlement, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. He had seen it. He had seen the scaled arm, the claws, the impossible strength. Their eyes met. In Malfoy's, Harry saw the last of his arrogance shatter, replaced by a primal, understanding fear. He knew. He finally knew. Harry pulled himself up, scaling the wall with a terrifying, inhuman ease, the scaled arm melting back to human flesh and bone as he did so, the pain of reversion a sharp, background sting. He hauled himself over the parapet and landed in a crouch on the battlement. Malfoy scrambled back, tripping and falling on the stone, pointing a trembling finger. "Why you're a monster." Harry stood, panting slightly, the Remembral cool in his now human hand. He looked down at Malfoy, cowering on the ground. The dragon's satisfaction was a warm glow in his chest, mixed with a cold dread. The secret was out, truly out, and it was in the hands of his worst enemy. He took a step towards Malfoy, who flinched. Harry leaned down, his voice a low growl that held an echo of something not human. "If you tell anyone, if you so much as whisper what you saw, I won't burn your house down, Malfoy. I'll burn you, from the inside out. Now get out of my sight." Malfoy didn't need telling twice. He scrambled to his feet and fled, his footsteps echoing in a frantic, fading patter down the tower stairs. Harry was left alone on the battlement, the wind whipping around him. He looked at the Remembral, then at his own hand, normal once more. He had saved the stupid glass ball. He had terrified Malfoy. And he had just made the most catastrophic mistake of his life. The cliffhanger hung in the cold night air, heavier than any chain. The secret was no longer a secret. It was a witnessed truth, now in the possession of Draco Malfoy. And as Harry stared into the darkness where Malfoy had fled, he knew the careful, precarious balance of his life had just been shattered on the stones far below. The reckoning was coming, and it would wear a Slytherin green tie. Chapter 15. The cold stone of the battlement bit into Harry's palms as he leaned against it, the Remembral a hard, cool sphere clutched so tightly he feared it might crack. The wind snatched at his hair and robes, but it couldn't touch the icy dread solidifying in his gut. The echo of Malfoy's fleeing footsteps had long since faded, swallowed by the castle's vast, sleeping silence. The only sound was the frantic drum of his own heart and the ghost whisper of scales receding beneath his skin. He saw. He knows. Asterisk. The words looped in his mind, a death knell. He had been so careful. So controlled. And in one moment of reckless, righteous anger, he had undone it all. Malfoy had seen the claw, the scales, the impossible strength. He had looked into Harry's eyes and seen the dragon staring back. He wouldn't just whisper this to his cronies. He would run straight to Snape. To his father. To the Daily Prophet. Panic was a cold fire in his veins, different from the dragon's heat. It was sharp, paralyzing. He had to think. He had to move. He shoved the remembrall into his pocket and fled the tower, descending the spiraling stairs two at a time. His mind raced through scenarios, each worse than the last. Expulsion. The Ministry. The Department of Mysteries becoming a permanent cell. Sirius's devastated face. Dumbledore's profound disappointment. He didn't go back to Gryffindor Tower. He went to the one place he could think without interruption, the Room of Requirement. He paced before the blank wall, his thoughts a chaotic storm. I need a place to hide. I need to plan. I need to not be found. Asterisk. The door materialized. He slipped inside. The room had become a war council chamber. A large, oaken table dominated the space, surrounded by high-backed chairs. Maps of Hogwarts and the Ministry were pinned to the walls. But it was empty. He was alone with his catastrophic mistake. He collapsed into a chair, dropping his head into his hands. The dragon heat, agitated by the fear and the recent transformation, pulsed restlessly. It didn't understand the problem. It had defended the territory, cowed the rival. It was satisfied. The human part of him was drowning. What have I done? Asterisk. The answer was obvious. He had given his greatest enemy the weapon to destroy him. He had to talk to Dumbledore. Now, before Malfoy did. It was the only move left. Confess, throw himself on the headmaster's mercy, hope that the man who had compared him to a volcano could somehow contain this eruption. But as he stood to leave, the door to the Room of Requirement opened. It wasn't Dumbledore. It was Hermione, her face pale, her eyes wide with fear that had nothing to do with Harry's secret. Harry. Thank Merlin. I've been looking everywhere. It's Ron. The world tilted again. Ron. What's wrong? He's gone. After you left, he was so angry about Malfoy and the remembrall, he said he wasn't going to just sit there. He took the Marauder's map and said he was going to find Malfoy himself, teach him a lesson. That was over an hour ago. He's not on the map anymore. A new, colder dread doused the panic about Malfoy. Ron, impulsive, hot-headed Ron, going after Malfoy alone. Where did he go? I don't know. The last place I saw his dot was near the trophy room, and then it just vanished. Like he walked off the edge of the map. Her voice trembled. Harry, what if Malfoy ambushed him? Or what if he found something? The map doesn't show the Chamber of Secrets, or other hidden places. The chamber. The words were a splash of ice. Water. Pettigrew was still out there. The heir's work, while stalled, was unfinished. And Ron, blundering into Merlin knew what. The two crises, the exposure of his secret and the disappearance of his best friend, slammed together in his mind, forging a single, white-hot purpose. Malfoy could wait. Ron could not. We need the map back, Harry said, his voice suddenly calm, the frantic energy crystallizing into focus. Where did he have it last? In his hand, I think. But Harry, if he's in trouble, we should get a teacher. McGonagall, or, no time. Harry was already moving towards the door. If Malfoy's involved, or if it's something else, every minute counts. We find the map, we find Ron. They left the room, hurrying through the dark corridors towards the trophy room. The castle felt different tonight, not just dark, but watchful, as if the stones themselves were holding their breath. The trophy room was silent, glass cases gleaming dully in the moonlight from high windows. There was no sign of Ron. No sign of a struggle. Accio Marauder's map. Hermione whispered, waving her wand. Nothing happened. Either it was out of range, or in a place magic couldn't reach. Harry stood in the center of the room, closing his eyes. He pushed aside the fear, the guilt, the dragon's restless heat. He thought like a predator. Where would Ron go? If he was following Malfoy, Malfoy had been on the West Tower. He'd fled downwards. Towards the dungeons. Towards Slytherin. But the map had shown him here, then vanished. Not moving off the edge. Vanished. As if. He opened his eyes. A secret passage. One the Marauders didn't map. They searched, frantic, running their hands along the wood-paneled walls, behind trophies, under cabinets. It was Hermione who found it, a small, bronze plaque on the base of a case for the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup 1972. It was engraved with intertwined serpents. She pressed it, not expecting anything. With a soft, gritty sound, a section of the wall beside the case swung inward, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading down. They exchanged a look. This was it. Harry drew his wand, the Hollywood warm and reassuring. Lumos. His spell was still weak, the light feeble. Hermione cast hers, and a stronger beam cut the darkness. The staircase was narrow, steep, and damp. It smelled of mildew and cold earth. They descended in single file, the silence broken only by their own harsh breathing and the scuff of their shoes on stone. The air grew colder with every step. The stairs ended in a low, arched tunnel, barely high enough to stand in. It was clearly ancient, part of the castle's foundational bones. They followed it, the beam of Hermione's wand dancing over rough-hewn walls. After 100 yards, the tunnel opened into a small, circular chamber. And there, slumped against the wall, was Ron. He was unconscious, a nasty-looking purple bruise blooming on his temple. Lying beside his outstretched hand was the blank parchment of the Marauder's map. Ron. Hermione rushed to him, checking his pulse. He's alive. Just knocked out. *Renervate. Ron's eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion and pain. Wah. Hermione. Harry. Blimey, my head. What happened? Harry asked, kneeling beside him, scanning the dark chamber for threats. Malfoy. Ron groaned, sitting up with Hermione's help. I was following his dot on the map. He came down here. I thought it was a secret passage to the Slytherin dorms. I came through, and someone was waiting. Behind me. Didn't see a thing. Just a crack on the head. He looked around, fear dawning. Where are we? Harry picked up the map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. The lines bloomed. He found their location, a tiny, unnamed chamber deep under the trophy room. And he saw something else. A single, labeled dot, moving slowly away from them through a network of tunnels that spider-webbed beneath the school, tunnels not marked on the familiar parchment. The label read, Peter Pettigrew. Asterisk. His blood ran cold. It wasn't Malfoy. It was Pettigrew. Ron's face went from pale to ghostly. Scabbers. Down here. He must live down here, Hermione said, her voice hushed with horror. In the walls. Like a rat. He knew about this passage. He must have seen Malfoy use it, or he uses it himself to move around unseen. Harry stared at the dot, moving steadily away. The man who had betrayed his parents. Who had framed Sirius. Who was the reason for all of this? A red haze, hotter and cleaner than panic, descended over his vision. The dragon uncoiled, scenting prey. The thief. The traitor. Ours to hunt. Asterisk. We have to go after him, Harry said, his voice low and guttural. Harry, no. Hermione grabbed his arm. We have to get Ron to the hospital wing. And we have to tell Dumbledore. This is too big. He's getting away. Harry shook her off, his eyes fixed on the map. He knows these tunnels. If we go back, we lose him. He'll go to ground, or worse, he'll go to Voldemort. He looked at Ron. Can you walk? Ron gritted his teeth, using the wall to haul himself up. Yeah, I'm not missing this. Hermione, take Ron back. Get Pomfrey. Then find Dumbledore, tell him where we've gone. The map will show you the way. I'm not leaving you two alone down here. She insisted, but her eyes were on Ron's pale face. We'll be fine. We have the map. Go. Now. Reluctance warred with sense in her eyes. Finally, she nodded. Be careful. Don't do anything stupid. She helped Ron back towards the tunnel, casting a worried look over her shoulder before they disappeared into the dark. Alone, Harry looked at the map. Pettigrew's dot was moving towards the southern edge of the grounds, towards a tunnel exit that seemed to lead near the Whomping Willow. Of course. The shack. The perfect, haunted hiding place. He set off at a run, the map clutched in one hand, his wand in the other. The tunnel sloped downwards, then leveled out. It was clearly rarely used, full of cobwebs and the skittering sounds of real, non-magical vermin. The air grew colder, damper. The dragon heat within him was a beacon, a furnace in the dark, keeping the chill at bay and sharpening his senses. He could hear the distant drip of water, the scuff of his own footsteps, and ahead, the faint, panicked patter of someone else's. He was gaining. The tunnel began to rise. A faint, gray light appeared ahead, moonlight filtering through some kind of grate or exit. He could see a silhouette scrambling towards it. Pettigrew. Harry roared, the sound echoing in the confined space. The silhouette froze, then redoubled its efforts. Harry poured on speed, the magic in his legs lending him a terrifying burst of velocity. He closed the distance just as the rat-like man was heaving at a rusted, iron grate leading out into the night. Pettigrew turned, his face a moon-shaped blob of terror in the dim light. He was smaller than Harry remembered from the shrieking shack, wiry and unkempt, his eyes wide with animal fear. "Pete, please, Harry," he squeaked, backing against the grate. "You don't understand, I was forced, he would have killed me. You sold my parents." Harry snarled, raising his wand. The heat in his chest was a roaring blaze now, begging for release. To burn this traitor to ash. To erase his betrayal from the world. You let Sirius rot for 12 years. I had no choice. Pettigrew wept, falling to his knees. The Dark Lord, you have no idea of his power. And Sirius, he was going to kill me. He was the secret keeper. He was going to tell. The lies, the cowardice, the sheer, sniveling evil of him, was a fuel to the fire. Harry's wand hand trembled. He could do it. One spell. The purge. A flash of gold, and Peter Pettigrew would be a memory, a stain on the stone. Justice. Vengeance. The dragon approved. Yes. Burn the liar. Asterisk. But something held him. A voice in his head that sounded like Dumbledore. A power of light, however fiercely it burns. And another, like Lupin, you must be certain of what is darkness. Asterisk. Pettigrew was darkness. But killing him here, in a tunnel, in cold blood, was that light? Or was it just another kind of darkness, wearing a fiery mask? Expelliarmus. Harry shouted instead. Pettigrew's wand flew from his grasp, clattering into the shadows. The man himself cringed, awaiting death. You're coming with me, Harry said, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. To the castle. To face what you've done. But Pettigrew's eyes darted past him, down the tunnel. A flicker of hope, of calculation, entered his rodent-like face. He's here, he whispered. A new, different cold washed down the tunnel, not the damp of the earth, but a soul-deep, invasive chill. The air grew thin. The light seemed to bleed away. Dementors. Not one. Several. Gliding soundlessly from the darkness behind Harry. Pettigrew had led him into a trap. Or the Dementors, always drawn to despair and dark souls, had been patrolling these forgotten ways, and the intensity of Harry's emotions, his rage, his hatred, had been a beacon. He spun, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum. The golden purge erupted, a concentrated lance of fire that shot down the tunnel. It struck the lead Dementor, which dissolved into shreds of black mist. But there were more behind it, 5, 6 of them, their rattling breaths filling the confined space, their despair sucking the warmth from his bones, the strength from his limbs. He heard his mother's scream, so close, so real. He saw the green flash. The dragon heat fought against the cold, a war inside his own body. He fired again, another purge, taking down a second Dementor. But the effort was immense. In the open, he had space. Here, in the tunnel, their collective despair was a suffocating blanket. The cold was leaching the fire from his very blood. He stumbled back. A Dementor glided closer, its hooded face inches from his. The world narrowed to that dark void, to the sound of dying hope. Then, from behind the Dementors, a new light. Silver, bright, and warm. A powerful, fully formed Patronus in the shape of a majestic stag charged down the tunnel, its hooves making no sound on the stone. It passed through the Dementors, not destroying them, but driving them back, filling the tunnel with a protective, joyful warmth that made Harry gasp with relief. Dumbledore stepped into the light, his wand held high, his face like carved stone. Behind him were McGonagall, Snape, and a dozen Aurors, wands drawn. The Dementors retreated, melting back into the shadows from whence they came. In the sudden silence and returning warmth, all eyes fell on the scene. Harry, panting and pale, his wand still raised, Pettigrew, cowering by the grate, and the dissipating silver of the stag Patronus. Dumbledore's gaze swept over them, taking in everything. His eyes lingered on Harry for a moment, seeing the aftermath of dragon fire in the scorch marks on the tunnel walls, the sweat on his brow, the wildness in his eyes that hadn't yet receded. Then his gaze shifted to Pettigrew, and it turned to ice. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said, his voice echoing with finality. You are under arrest for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter, the murder of 12 Muggles, and the framing of Sirius Black. Aurors, take him. As the Aurors moved forward, wands ready, Pettigrew let out a final, desperate squeak. His body seemed to collapse in on itself, robes falling empty to the floor. A fat, gray rat shot out from under them, streaking for a tiny hole in the tunnel wall. No. Harry shouted, but he was exhausted, his reaction slow. Snape was faster. With a flick of his wand, he shot a jet of what looked like molten silver at the hole. It sealed instantly, the stone flowing like water and hardening. The rat slammed into it with a sickening thud and fell, stunned, to the ground. An oar scooped it into a conjured, reinforced cage. It was over. Back in Dumbledore's office, the aftermath was a blur. Pettigrew, in human form once more and weeping uncontrollably, was taken away by the Aurors to a holding cell, awaiting a trial that would be a formality. Ron was in the hospital wing, being treated for concussion, with Hermione and Sirius at his bedside. Reports were being filed. The story was spreading through the castle like fiendfire. Harry sat in the familiar armchair, the adrenaline crash leaving him hollow and shaking. Dumbledore stood by the pensive, his back to him. "You pursued him alone," Dumbledore said, not turning around. "I had to. He was getting away. You used your power. In the tunnel. Against the dementors. They were going to kiss me." It sounded weak, even to his own ears. Dumbledore turned. His face was weary, but his eyes were sharp. "And before that, when you cornered him, what did you intend to do, Harry?" The question hung in the air. Harry looked down at his hands. They were just hands. But he remembered the urge, the dragon's demand for final, fiery justice. I wanted to kill him. But you did not." "No. Why?" Harry searched for the reason. "It wasn't morality, not in that heated moment. Because, it would have made me like him. Someone who takes a life because it's easy. Because I could." Dumbledore nodded slowly, a flicker of something like approval in his eyes. "That, Harry, is the difference between power and mastery. The power wanted to burn. The mastery chose to spare. It is a fragile line, but you found it tonight." He sighed. "However, there is another matter. Minerva informed me that Mr. Malfoy came to her office tonight in a state of extreme agitation. He claims you attacked him on the West Tower. That you changed." The world, which had momentarily stabilized, dropped out from under Harry again. He had forgotten. In the chaos of Ron and Pettigrew, he had pushed Malfoy's revelation aside. But it hadn't gone away. He told Dumbledore everything. The remembrall, the chase, the leap, the scaled arm, the threat. He left nothing out. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. "So Draco Malfoy is a witness to your animagus form. This is problematic. Lucius Malfoy will not let this rest. He will use it. What do I do?" The helplessness was back, colder than any Dementor's chill. "You do nothing," Dumbledore said firmly. "I will speak with Lucius. There are considerations. The capture of Pettigrew, thanks in part to your actions, is a significant leverage. The Ministry owes you a debt, whether they wish to acknowledge it or not. And a Malfoy's word, especially a shaken boy's story about impossible transformations, against the word of the savior of Sirius Black and the captor of Peter Pettigrew, it may be a battle Lucius is unwilling to fight openly. He will bide his time. Use it as a private threat, a piece of blackmail for the future. So I just wait for him to use it against me whenever he wants. For now, yes. You have bought time, Harry. With Pettigrew's capture, you have bought a great deal of political capital. Use it to grow stronger. To master the line you found tonight." Dumbledore stepped closer, his voice dropping. "The world now knows two things: that Harry Potter is a wizard of formidable and unusual power, and that he is a hero who helped bring a treacherous murderer to justice. The first makes them fearful. The second makes them indebted. We must ensure the second outweighs the first." It was politics. It was a game Harry didn't want to play. But he had no choice. He left Dumbledore's office as the first rays of dawn painted the sky. He was exhausted to his bones, but sleep was impossible. He went to the hospital wing. Ron was asleep, his head bandaged, looking pale but peaceful. Hermione dozed in a chair beside him, a book open on her lap. Sirius was in the chair on the other side, awake, his eyes bloodshot but clear. He looked up as Harry entered. Without a word, Sirius stood and pulled him into a fierce, wordless hug. It was awkward, but it was solid. It was family. "You all right?" Sirius whispered. Harry nodded against his shoulder, not trusting his voice. "Pettigrew's in a cage," Sirius said, his voice thick with emotion. "Because of you. You did it, Harry. But at what cost?" Harry thought. He had saved Ron. He had helped catch Pettigrew. But he had also exposed his deepest secret to his enemy, and he had felt the dragon's lust for killing up close. He had stood on that line, and he had not crossed it. But he had looked over the edge, and the abyss had looked back. He pulled away, giving Sirius a tired smile. Get some rest, Padfoot. He left the hospital wing and walked towards Gryffindor Tower. The castle was waking up. He could hear the distant sounds of house elves in the kitchens, the murmur of early rising students. His body ached for sleep, but his mind churned. As he passed a tall, arched window, he saw his reflection, a tired, thin boy in rumpled robes. But for a fleeting second, in the gray morning light, his eyes seemed to flash with a hint of molten gold. He stopped, staring. The reflection was just a boy again. But he knew the truth. The dragon was not a separate thing. It was him. And the world was now full of people who either feared it, wanted to study it, or wanted to use it. And one boy, Draco Malfoy, who had seen it bare its teeth. He had won a battle tonight. But the war for his own soul, and for his place in the world, had just entered a new, more dangerous phase. The cliffhanger was not an event, but a realization. He was no longer hiding a monster. He was learning to live with the dragon inside, and the world was full of dragon slayers, dragon tamers, and those who would try to ride him into their own battles. And the most dangerous of them all knew exactly what he was. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.